An anonymous gifter has gifted 2 subs. Who the hell did that? Thank you, anonymous gifter. Oh, and they gifted a sub to Lilyhammer as well. Hello. Thank you very much. Very kind of you. Jesus Christ, Antoxide. Holy shit, brother.
Calm down, mate.
Basil pesto, pasta with sun-dried tomatoes, mozzarella cheese balls. Cheese balls, eh? Everyone loves cheese. Hey, Angrath. You got a Home Story Cup? You still on that Home Story Cup schedule, are you? And to be fair, day 1 finished so early for Home Story Cup. I was like, what is going on here? But I'm sure the festivities, continued well after the games. I didn't know you were in Russia, Angrath. Planning to go to Home Story Cup 30 though. Cool, dude. Yeah, I got to the bar. There was only 1 series left. Indeed, Helix. Hey, Gemini. Oh, thank you so much. Hey, I appreciate that. I still already, I think, am far distant from what the beginner AoE 2 experience is like at this point, but yeah, definitely trying to explain it in a bit more of a fundamental way here and there. Easier to do when you're new to something, hard when you're 10, 20 years deep in something, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? Cool. We put up our little map hacker game yesterday, which was fun from the sponsored stream. That was cool. There's a lot of things we want to do today, guys. First of all, let's just play some games. Play some Zerg strats. I'd like to do Roach Pressure into Mutas back and forth against Terran. I think that's a really fun style. I think against Protoss is the one where I've just been going fast lair pretty consistently. I think we're going to keep doing that today. ZVZ is the matchup where I think we'll start playing pool first and seeing what we can do with it. We might do pool first in ZVT as well, actually. I don't know. I kind of like Captain Dickhead, and I think Captain Dickhead vibes with the hatch first slightly better, but we'll see how we go. Yeah, glad people were enjoying that one, Phobos. It was fun. Thoughts on the Home Story Cup finals as well, Clip? I cast it yesterday, my friend. I cast it right afterwards. Yeah, it was not bad. Incredibly weird. Some of the games were so close. So I was talking to a few people about this yesterday. Zerg obviously gets a bit ahead in ways we're not used to right now. I imagine is mostly tied to the lava, right? On the other hand, I think Clem's builds suck. Like his openings. I could be wrong. Could be totally wrong. I'm going to test those today, and I'm going to benchmark them against Beyond's Command Center first builds. I think Clem's openings were not good. I'm not sure of this, but that's where my suspicion lies. I want to go check that. So I don't think Clem should have been as far behind as he was. That being said, and we're talking like right from the beginning, I think his Reaper expand is not particularly effective, especially with the Reapers building slower. But we'll talk about that, and I'm not sure. This is why I keep saying I think, because it's purely a I think, and I need to test and examine, because none of us know, right? We're all very new. I also think Clem's games, he was tired. Obviously, he was tired playing that late at night. But I think his game sense was telling him he was further behind in a lot of the situations and had to play a lot more desperately than he actually did. So one of the big things that happens is the game flow is quite different. So especially in those games, Zerg was ahead in the mid game, but Terran mining. Oh, we're doing a Serral opening, an 11 Overlord. I don't actually think this is good. I think the stuff Rainer and Lambo were doing was better. I think Serral just hadn't practiced optimal openings, which is why he was doing this. But likewise, not 100% sure, haven't tested it. It's fine. 11 Overlord's fine. It's not like it's terribly inefficient. I think it's ever so slightly less efficient. But we'll see how we go. So anyways, just to give you guys a summary before we focus in on the CVZ. Basically, yeah, I think Clem thought he was further behind in some of the games than he was, because the weird thing is Zerg creep spread is much worse. And also Terran can keep mining for way longer off of their... That kind of blocks that northern gas slightly. Ah, well, it's fine. They can mine off their bases for way longer, because the natural takes so much longer to mine out, which actually does make a really big difference. So there's this weird thing where as a Terran, you're like, God, I'm so far behind. But then I kept looking at the numbers, and the thing is, Terran can make like endless pushes off of 3 base and then 4 base. You can play from quite far behind in that mid game and have a surprising tail on terms of your production in the armies you can build. And there was like, I think it was this map where Clem left at almost identical supply. Admittedly, he had not a great force up, but you know, he lost all of his ghosts, so he's in a very bad spot, but you know. Okay, so Queen's on the way. Overlord probably should have been building before this. And do we put a third worker on gas? Yeah, why not? Okay, so we've gone for a pool first, guys. Opponent's gone for a hatch first. That's totally fine. I was thinking of doing a bit more gas pool shenanigans. I haven't done it just yet, so you know what? Let's maximize the minerals here. That queen being delayed slightly is not great. What are we on? US West. Okay. I'm not building any Zerglings. You might be wondering why. I just think on this map your Overlord kind of sees everything you need to see, so. What else does one need to look for, really? Put an Overlord out there, I guess. Yeah, we got Ling Speed on the way. 3 minutes. So Overlord can see that he is droning. Very good. Oh. Is this all in? That feels very early, but maybe it's just not actually that early compared to where we are. Oh, he's doing his all in. If Ryojin could do anything other than all in, he would be such a scary player. He just does it every game. I wasn't even thinking about him being an all-in player there. But he just repeats the same thing too many times to the point where it can't be as effective, I don't think. GG's. GG's. Yeah. So his third hatch is very early. I think this is a complete waste of money. He's just got so few drones. And his Ling Bane pressure was too soft here. Way too soft. Yeah. I think this is a bad all-in for him. I think he needs to be building a few more drones. Yeah. GG's. Let's take a look at the pre-first opening though of mine, because we can definitely do better there. My first drone was a bit delayed because our hotkeys weren't set up. Let's take a look. Anonymous, gifting us up to Poster Boy. I don't know who you are, Anonymous, but thank you. Holy moly. Alright, so the spawning pool goes down on 16. I think that's pretty standard, right? I think it was a little bit late. Minute 10. Should have been down probably minute 8, minute 7. I think hatch into gas is perfectly normal. Hatch and then gas. His gas was actually slightly after mine. I just didn't start link speed on time, right? I was like, how does he have link speed faster than me? What the fudge? Turns out, yeah. I also didn't put on gas fully straight away, which was a little sloppy. Yeah, and kind of pulled off it here. Didn't start link speed immediately. Nah, it is what it is. It's fine. You can play that way. 3 queens, I think, is fine off of a pool first. Adds a bit of safety. Obviously, you don't have to. Realistic. I mean, normally you'd just go for a quicker third hatchery off of about 25 drones, I think. 24, 25 drones, somewhere around here. So, yeah, maybe it's a little bit tighter to do that. I think even with a pool first, I'll go for the third hatchery. Try to keep it a bit more in the vein of what I'm normally doing. Yeah. Then again, 2-base Muta is a pretty sick build. I might play 2-base Muta in ZBZ and test it out for a bunch and then see how it goes. Might do that actually. Hey Pig, you can go to Home Story Cup 30? Yeah, I think me and Dot will head. I'm pretty sure that time of year won't be quite as cold. It's also not the craziest time to fly to Europe from Australia. April, it's not into like peak summer season yet, which is really nice. So yeah. I misplaced my Roachhorn in that game, guys, leaving that little choke point on the top side, which is why I tried to wall it with a Spore Crawler. Lings walked it anyway. Cancelled it. Had to put an Evo to properly seal it. Big is Skilless versus Baby Marine on your list of matches to look at from Home Story Cup. It is not, no. Skilless versus Baby Marine. Interesting. I heard that Skilless's games in general were pretty good. He'd been cooking. And Blue sent me a full list, which was nice. He said Skilless had a couple of interesting builds on Fear and Faith. So Skilless, Fear and Faith versus Baby Marine and Serral is what he told me, actually. So I definitely will glance at those. I don't know if I'll take a look at those in terms of casting, but I think I'll just be glancing at those on stream today, doing a little like go through, take a look. Skilless hits 100 supply at 630, 641. It's comparable to pre-patch? Yeah. Yeah, well, the thing is, like, you've got to understand how low a lot of people's IQ is, Giant Orange, and I think whenever things change in a strategy game, and there's a bunch of people who basically try to do the exact same thing repeatedly, and then complain about it rather than using their heads like Skilless is, it just reminds you that Skilless might actually be pretty smart. No. Obviously, it's really awkward learning to do what I imagine Skilless is just doing the Gateway Man style from what I've heard from clips and stuff. But it's hard to do. I've been working on it. I'm bad at it. I'm really bad at it. But like, it's so obviously where the advantages lie from with the patch changes. if you just analyze it on a logical level. But I think so many players are like vibes based, and they kind of try something and it's like it feels wrong, so they just kind of give up on it. But you've got to put in a lot of effort. Yeah. Dude, it's insane how many units you get out of so few gateways. It's like the gateway production is wild. It's hard to be aggressive with it. So what I don't like about it is you're stuck being so defensive. So I think the opponents can just like also escalate greed really hard. But yeah, it's crazy how much supply you can build out of a couple of gateways with the change. Yeah, especially because you just don't have downtime anymore. And I think a lot of Protoss players don't realize how much downtime they normally have between warp gate cycles because there's no feedback, right? If you have spent 10 seconds where the warp gates have been cooled down, but you haven't walked in, there's no feedback. As a Terran, you go to your barracks, you see no units in the queue. You go, oh shit, how long have I not been building? As a Zerg, you see a ton of lava sitting there and no injects in the hatchery. You go, oh shit, I've not been producing. But as a Protoss player, if you're sloppy on your warp gate cycles, there's no feedback. You can't even, like, there's no way to know without going into the replay. And even it's even hard to check in the replay. Like, how long did you miss warping in units for? And it's very rare. The way most players have played, Estrella is the one example. Estrella would be god tier on this patch. Estrella was the one player who would play less gateways than every other Protoss player, but would always warp in right on time. So you would see Estrella get to 4 base, 80 probes, or 5 gateways. Whereas other players are like, no, you need more gateways than that. And the difference was that Estrella was constantly producing units, and no one else did that as Protoss. They just make more gateways, and they go, oh, there's an army coming. Okay, now I better focus on warping in. Estrella, if he comes back, he would be the guy who shows everyone how to utilize those gateways, because it actually matches the style he'd already optimized without the warp gate changes. Yeah. Of course, there's no feedback. They don't have a Templar Archives yet. I like that, Gemini.
My man.
Anonymous Gifter. Oh my god, guys, can we slap some bacon down? That's like the 6th gifted sub from the Anonymous Gifter today. I don't know. 5th? 6th? Something like that. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's 5. 5 gifted subs. Let's slap some bacon down to say thank you. I don't know who they are, but bloody thanks, man. Bloody thank you. Oh, appreciate you, mate. You bloody legend. Oh, diddly damn. Big, the Tau are released for Dawn of War 2 Elite mod. Oh, really? They made a modded Tau in Dawn of War 2. That's cool. Very cool. What do we got, guys? We got ourselves ZVT Jaguarus. Jaguarus. Is Jaguarus just like a female Jaguar, guys? Or is it just Jaguar in Spanish? That would also make sense. Where's my Spanish speakers? All right, guys, we're gonna be doing the 12 Overlord into Extractor trick. Because this is a Terran player, there's a lot of good things we can do here.
Oh yeah.
A load of good things. So you want to do an Extractor trick? Get that 13th worker out. Nice, efficient opening. Ooh, yeah. Who was that? Rufflecopter! $6.90! Thank you so much for the $6.90, mate. 69ing our tip goal. I appreciate you, my friends. I really do. Let's go to the pillar, shall we? And let's go across this map. I'm getting there kind of late. It's not super early or anything like that. But we can still, like, block the command center. Just be annoying. You know, generally try and do our Captain Dickhead best. Hatchery goes down. This is a 16 hatchery, guys. Normally I've been going 15, but I did notice Cyril was going 16. But I think Cyril's openings maybe just aren't as clean as Lambo's and Reina, who obviously goes hand in hand. Does what Coach Lambo tells him to do. For those who don't know, Rainer hasn't had an original build order thought in 10 years, guys. I think he really enjoys when we just give credit for everything to Lambo. I think that's something Rainer really appreciates. What I really enjoyed was people discussing balance after the tournament on Reddit. I had a quick glance through, guys. So it turns out, I don't know if you guys know this, Rainer is a full-time League of Legends streamer who hasn't practiced in 5 years. I know this because StarCraft Reddit said so, and those guys know what they're talking about. If there's people who are in touch with StarCraft pro gamers and they know their practice regimen hands down, it's gotta be, absolutely gotta be the random guys on Reddit. I'm just like, has he actually been streaming a crazy amount? Because the number of people who just confidently were like, Raider hasn't played StarCraft in years. And I was like, you guys are, I don't know, man. He looks pretty fucking good to me. They're like, that's just because Zerg is so broken. If Zerg wasn't so broken, he wouldn't win any games. And I was just like, holy shit. Reddit, you've outdone yourself. Your IQ unmatched. When I say unmatched, I mean it's hard to get a number that low. Like, it truly is impressive the way these guys managed to do this. Okay. Actually, we're meant to be doing this, aren't we? Forgot about that. Just keep cancelling it to make sure. Didn't I build an Overlord? Yeah, okay, we got an Overlord. Alright, so we're gonna go for like a Ling Ravager, I guess. Normally I'd go for something a bit less committed, but nah, it is what it is. Actually, let's go third there, fourth there. No, third there, fourth there, fifth there is good. And we should have just enough gas to get a bunch of roaches and have a bit of a party, hey? He's building a bunker, no surprises there. So, you might be thinking, where's your attack going? Well, I'm not doing it because he spotted it coming, guys. That's what's happened. Okay. Now, the problem is I have no creep spread whatsoever, so I am pretty dead. This is bad. Alright. Yeah. Alright, we're gonna need like sick lings around or something like that to bring this back. These upgrades are cheap now. Nice buff for Zerg there. Pull back the Overlords. Just build as many Overlords as we can. That supply block is so nasty on the timing there. I think we'll make another queen. I'm gonna make like four Ravages as well. So we do another inject there. You guys come to the front. Get another creep tumor there. This one can spread like that. And you try and drone this third. But yeah, I normally like to do a little slow roach pressure into mutas off of this Captain Dickhead opening, but I think also get the Dickhead there earlier to delay what they're doing. Just messes with their build so much more. Alright, let's go. Because he's got a bunker, I'm kind of like reticent to go for a counterattack with the Zerglings. I think instead I'll just kind of go like Ravages up front. And then the Lings are there as the net, you know? Just classic net setup. You try to run past, the net will catch you. Otherwise we don't really do anything. All right, so what we got Ravages, they got Lings. Is this mech? Surely not. I don't think so. Where's the queens gone? Did they accidentally get thrown on a hotkey? Oh, they did. He normally goes for, I think, like a 3-base all-in. If he does the same thing. I think we're probably going to die just because we don't have enough production, unfortunately. Missing those injects was pretty brutal. We'll see how we go. We might be okay.
Oh, yeah.
Wagyu bacon cheeseburger.
Can I leave one ultra here? GG's. Ooh! Ooh, yo! Bad opening. Not sure if we forced much of a reaction with our attempted all-in that he scouted. And then we just said, well, let's not use the Rotoran, let's just hold the drone key down, go 4 base, and played 2 gas. So we played 2 gas. This is always what you want to do when you're behind guys in games, is you want to try and basically play as mineral heavy as possible is one of the best things you can do. Probably had no business winning that game, but we'll see. Let's go take a look. How far behind was I? after that moment when I let him scout my roach horn. Your lings are meant to be watching the ledge. I just completely forgot. I'm a dum-dum. I also only had 2 lings. You should have like 4 at least to stop him jumping in. But I droned up pretty hard after that. He had to build a bunker. His 3rd command center was already up, so he'd done a very greedy build. As long as he keeps up SCV production, he'd be okay. But he actually cut SCVs a little bit there. And he does build like a Cyclone and a Medevac. Oh, only a Viking, a Cyclone, a Medevac, and a few Marines? I think if I committed to my attack, I think he dies. Like, if I made, like, 6 Ravages and just a lot of Zerglings, I think he's dead. Because he's only got 2 Hellions and a Viking. So he actually disrespected the timing really badly. It's like he knew I was just faking it, which is very weird. Hold on. I guess he saw the 4 hatch. Maybe that's why. Afterwards. Oh, because the Hellions saw me pivot. All right. Yeah, I guess he would have at least kept building Marines here. Still, no Siege Tank and a Cyclone doesn't really stop the attack at all. No Banshee, no Siege Tank is very dangerous. GG's. Big, why do they always nerf Zerg and then revert it back? To leave all the nerfs for Terran and Protoss. It's so confusing. I think that's just a misconception, Sarah. It's, they nerf Zerg and then revert it. What do you mean? What are we talking about? I think that's just, it's very easy to see the things that feel unfair for you and not for the others. You know what I mean? Yeah. Zero Space is awesome, Lord of Beers. I will be playing the campaign sometime in the next few days. And definitely be covering it a lot with early access, which is in 2 weeks. So we'll be covering it a lot then. I'm biased, full disclosure. I did very early consulting on the very, very, very early stages of it. Like five years ago? 6 years ago? 6 years ago now? Long time ago. When they were very first, like, just working with a skeleton crew of a couple dudes, just trying to hone in on unit interactions and improve the engine and all that stuff. It's a very different game to in those days. Obviously, it was kind of cool. I think Zero Space is a cool project for me because I got to come in and playtest for a lot in the very, very early days and see it iterate and improve. So it'd be really interesting. Should we have a Zero Space prize pool at Stellarfest too? I think that's jumping the gun a little bit. I think see how it goes. I don't think any. Yeah, I mean, obviously you'll see. Maybe it'd be pretty cool. I think it's one of those things where it's pretty exciting to run events for new games, but kind of see if you like it when it comes out and see how it goes. Hey Pig, has anyone done the deep dive math yet? Does 9.9 lava really make Zerg super giga busted OP? So there's a really weird thing where I don't think Zerg is super giga busted OP, Leroy, but there is a small, relatively continual flow of production that is pretty big. Wellpleb says it's about an 8% buff in production. Keep in mind that's not correct. It's not 8%, right, Wellpleb? I've heard a lot of people throwing numbers. You mean 8% in passive lava production, right? Because obviously it's hard to calculate how much injects are. So just I mean, you're correct. Just there's an addendum, I guess is what I'm saying. Because lava injects, especially the higher level you get, is a bigger percentage of your production. Is there an argument that lava buff helps noobs who fuck up their injects even more than other players? Maybe. You still, though, are going to hit your lava cap on your hatcheries, which is 3 lava, right? At 3 lava, it stops producing. So that's where noobs get cut because they don't spend their lava quickly enough to benefit as much from it. On the other hand, they miss more injects. They don't inject as much. Therefore, passive production is a bigger percentage of their stuff. So it's very hard to kind of calculate for skill levels, but you can kind of get some ideas. Hatcheries are also more expensive by 7%, says Scar. Yeah, so hatcheries are back to 300 minerals. And queens are 175 still. So it's this there's a lot of moving pieces that all kind of fit together that are very hard to calculate. One of the really interesting things as well is the extra minerals on the bases not mining out as faster tends to help Terran and Protoss more than Zerg. That being said, and creep is weaker, which is especially big in TVZ. So I was talking earlier about the Clem games yesterday, where Clem was behind more than he's used to being. I do think his openings need work. We're going to be analyzing his openings later and trying to figure out, are these actually good openings? Are they bad? What are some other options that are maybe available? What are the downsides of those other options? We're going to be breaking those down, but I do think it's hard to, there's so many different moving pieces, so it's hard to dumb it down. But essentially, Zerg has less creep, Zerg has less map control. Zerg also doesn't need a 5th base as early because of the minerals mining out slow. So the minerals mining out slower is like really fucking weird because Terran, it feels like, can be on 3 base for so long and just keep producing giant armies without a big significant fall off. Gets a 4th base up, continues producing armies, big armies, like endless armies for so long, and good quality ones too. But then also a Zerg can be limited to 4 or 5 base, which normally feels a lot more claustrophobic, a lot more like you're choking out the Zerg's economy, and yet the Zerg's economy is not as small. There was lots of moments yesterday where I thought Serral would be further ahead or Reyna would be further ahead in the ZVTs, and then, not quite. You know, I was like, oh, their map control sucks and they can't get a 5th or they can't get a 6th base up, and the supply is actually pretty damn competitive. So it's a really weird... There's so many different things that we need to like adjust our mindset to figure out. But yeah. Mostly, I don't understand random buffs, like armor being 50-50 cheaper, says Scarlet. Yeah, I don't really understand that either. Is shields 100-100 now for Protoss as well? Or is that also one... That went down from like 200 to 150 or something like that, right? Because they've buffed shields at some point, I think, to be a bit cheaper, because it was like prohibitively expensive, right? Maybe I can't, I think this is a long time ago though. But yeah, I mean, there's just a lot of little moving pieces. Like Carapace being cheaper really helps in ZVT. That 50 minerals, 50 gas does make a difference. It's interesting. Bruno says, it depends, Stellarfest 2 depends on a few things. We're putting notes together to see if we can follow SC for All and Philadelphia for 4th to 5th December. I hope we don't skip 2026. It could happen. Oh, I hope we get to be there. That would be awesome if so. But we'll see how it goes. Brown Brew on Infestors is insane now. It has almost Revelation cast range. I believe it is Revelation cast range. They both have 12 cast range, I believe, Scarlet. Yeah, which is kind of epic. Once ghosts are out, obviously it doesn't matter as much. People were asking me my thoughts about Clem and Serral. The video is going out tonight, guys. The Clem Serral match. I wanted to put out the semis first to just not spoil it necessarily. But spoiler alert. I think, yeah, Clem on Rainfall was really bad in the late game. The mass siege tank ghost style was not good. It was doing well, but he needed to transition, and you don't want to build 33 supply ghosts. Clem was tired. I don't think he's played much on the new patch, and I think he maybe believed the hype of Twitch chat and Reddit comments saying the new ghost will just beat everything. Funnily enough, if his tanks weren't killing his own ghosts, I think pure ghost would have done better than the ghost siege tank once the broodlords were out. If he had 50 ghosts, he might have actually won. If he just, like, if he had a max of ghosts, I wonder if he could have made it work. But his tanks killed his own ghosts really badly. Like, he was destroying his own ghosts with siege tank friendly fire, unfortunately. I do think Zerg's a bit favored right now. It does feel that way. But there's 1,000 little things within that, I guess, is what I'm saying. So I definitely think Zerg's a bit favored. It's hard to disagree with that at face value, but there's like 1,000 little details that everyone is misplaying right now. So yeah. Oh, that's awesome to hear, Brutalist. No worries, mate. Guys, Brutalist was struggling with Sky Toss. Was falling into the classic trap. What's the classic trap against Sky Toss, guys? Because there's a 3-step kind of stage of like learning how to defend Sky Toss, and then never beating Sky Toss. So when you're a complete noob, what do people tell you? Build Corruptors. So then you build Corruptors, and building Corruptors is actually how you lose to Sky Toss, because Corruptors don't fucking do anything. Just don't build Corruptors unless you absolutely have to. Yeah. Yeah, you buy 100 drones and you kill their base, and you only build corruptors when you absolutely must. You upgrade the corruptors, you prepare to build the corruptors, but you don't fucking build them. Because once you build them, Protoss can just go hide behind Cannon Battery Storm and sit there and go, you can't do anything now. But if you've got Ultras, you've got Zerglings, you've got Banelings, you've got an economy advantage. And whenever they try to push you, you just base trade and counterattack. Oh, you can outscale them really well, and SkyToss will never really catch up because it's a very impotent, very slow style. Yeah. Hello, Tom Jordash. Yeah, please stick to English just so everyone can read what you're saying. You could be saying like really, really evil stuff in the chat and I wouldn't know because I can't read other languages. Bruno, thanks for gifting this up to Joe. But massing Hydras is one of the traps. Scarlet, that's a different line of mistake against SkyToss. That's what we call the Loco path. There's a lot of Zergs who end up on the Loco path, where they never... They're so stuck building Hydras, but then they don't hit a timing. And then they're like, well, I know Corruptors are a thing you meant to do, but then they end up on Hydra Corruptor, which is actually like... Corruptors alone are bad. Hydras are bad if they're not doing a timing. You combine Hydras and Corruptors, it's like the pyramid of shit. It's like you've literally got some guy who's stuck in an isolation cell, and he's so bored, he's just been collecting his shits and drying them out because he's got nothing to do. So now he's made building blocks out of his dried up shits, and he's like making a little pyramid of dried up shit. That's the Hydra Corruptor comp against SkyToss. It's like, do you want to lose in the worst way possible? Your Hydras aren't in great enough numbers to overwhelm the Interceptors. The Corruptors aren't in great enough numbers to overwhelm the Carriers. Both of your units died a Psystorm. Welcome to Dicktown. Yeah. Why Zerg patch whining? Got them unfair lava buff. Terran whining does nothing. Well, your whining is very different to the rest of Terran's whining. The problem is, Guy Sensei, you're too much of a hipster. You're like, I want mech to be good. I want mech to be good. You guys are going to join forces. You got to get your whining to go all together, my friend. But yeah, we'll see what happens. Anyways, I appreciate you all. You guys are awesome. We'll be back in 3 minutes. Very quick ad break. And Larimbo whined. Yeah, it is kind of my fault for giving Larimbo too much air, I think. I do like Larimbo a lot. I do think there is like a Zerg lava / production issue, but I think I guess my where I'm at with it, if I was in charge, I would probably scrap. Oh shit, Rufflecopter tipped twice. Oh my god, Rufflecopter, thank you. And Ivy, how you doing? Thanks for the sub. Bruno as well. If I had to do it, what I would do is I'd probably remove the lava buff because it's a bit all-consuming. And I think I'd basically I'd push the green Earth Queen change is what I would do. If I was in charge of StarCraft, that's what I would do. I probably shouldn't say this because I've been advocating for this and they have been copying bits and pieces of Green Earth's patch changes for like years now, for like a year. So there is a very real reason they might do that. Green Earth's Queens are 100 minerals, but they have a light tag, but they move a lot faster. They can transfuse off creep. They have mini transfuse. Basically, it's like a Swarm Queen from Campaign, but you get 4 lava per inject as well. I mean, he's buffed macro mechanics for every race, so maybe you'd keep it at 3 lava, but the point is you get your injecting queens for way less investment. So you can play very light on queens and rely on other things. Now, obviously, I think you could do this even without hatchery tech hydras, but essentially queens are still very good against anti-air, but they do 1 less damage versus ground, so they're really shit against ground units. So you have to rely on lings, roaches, spines, other things, but you have way more lava and economy. So that's what you rely on. So whenever I mention this, people always lose their mind because they're like, but then queens can't defend. And I'm like, yes, you use actual units like a normal faction does. And basically the queens are just a little support unit for injecting, and they're a decent mobile anti-air unit as well. So you can use them for anti-air, and then you can use them to support your defense, but they're not going to defend stuff on their own, right? So you need to still rely on Zerglings, Roaches, Queens, actual units, but you have more economy to support it. So it just kind of forces Zerg off of the Queen dependency track, makes them a bit more army-focused, while still giving the anti-air, filling the anti-air hole of Zerg not having anti-air in early game. But yeah, I think it's really cool. Yeah. Pig, you had videos saying we should swap back to 6-worker start? No, I never had that. That's Artosis and Tasteless both said 6-worker start, kids say. You got to get your references correct. I said 8 workers. And we're on 8 workers, and therefore my voice carries greater weight than Tastosis. Get wrecked, nerds. Wouldn't it be so funny, guys, if Tastosis would just like, wait, if Pig can have this power, and then like they're just like, guys, we think StarCraft 1 should start with 1 worker. And they just like make like 3 troll videos in a row, and then like literally the next week StarCraft 1 gets patched and starts with 1 worker, and they're like, oh my god, we didn't know we had this power. They're like, Valkyries should shoot fucking mini Goliaths that fly around like interceptors. And then, yeah, it just happens the next week. If only, man. Unfortunately, they cannot match my power. But I am the intern. I was the intern all along. Rips off mask. Don't go anywhere. I'll be back in 3 minutes, guys. We'll be right back. Still hits pretty early, though. 9 Stalkers. I think it's well worth blinking in for this tank. Actually, it's a lot of Marines. It's a lot of Marines. It's not worth blinking into that, yeah. Because that's like 8 Marines, 9 plus 4, 5, yeah. That's 13 Marines will do too much damage. Now, he can blink up if he wants, but... Oh, he's going to go for it. Is he going to get it? Oh my gosh, he's ferrying across the building wall. Dude, Max with a crazy move. Gets the tank. It cost him, I think, only 1 Stalker. That was actually so cool. We've been thinking about this tank with this wall off as basically a brick wall that you just cannot get past. But if he has too many Marines on the natural, doesn't have any support, you can do that. And only 1 Stalker for 1 tank. Great trade defend. But especially if you pick up 16 Marines and move out, which a lot of Terrans would do right now, that could be really bad. But look, luckily he heads in the direction of the Lingbane. This is good. Maru's finding him. Serral. Uh-oh. Oh, he just burrowed. He was in vision for a second. Did Maru notice? Maru didn't notice. It was in vision. He was in vision. Oh, Serral burrowing the army. Dude, those guys would have been trapped there otherwise. But he hides it. He unburrows, and now he moves out. Serral, you dirty genius. He's waiting for the Banelings to lead the charge. Banelings in front so he doesn't give away what's happening. And there we go. Banelings are going to burst through. Oh my god. At the same time, he rolls Lingbane on the front army and clears half of the front army and clears everything on the rally at the same time. SCV's trying to evacuate right now. The SCVs are trying to evacuate. Baneling did burrow in the mineral line, by the way. That Baneling blows up on the gas randomly, dropping into the main base. Serral's going for the attack right now. Serral's bringing more units to the front while defending with his rally. Do you know how hard that is? It's almost like a really, really big skill check. Oh, Overseer runs in front and does die, but I don't think there's a Dark Shrine, so that's okay. Ultra attack on the north will take out a lot of cannons. And he's going to try and defend the south. Wow, dude, Ultra's sniper base. This is huge. Rainer's going to get some good damage. Loses 1 Ultra. 2 Ultras very low on hit points. He doesn't have that many Queens this game. They might be banking energy by this point, though, so he could go back and transfuse a little. He's not going to get the Nexus. He needs to get out. Rainer needs to get out. Rainer needs... Oh, he's attacking everywhere else. Oh, he YOLOs on the army. Sorry, guys. I'm just tunnel visioned really bad. I did not expect him to try and attack there. I think he assumed the whole army was coming north. Oh, no. Hello. Oh, oh my god, that was sick. That's what my... What's up? How we doing, fam? Bum, 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 bum. Pig, is StarCraft all mechanics and no strategies? Bring back 6 worker starts? That was the video. It's literally me just reacting to an Artosis video, kids there. Yeah. Just good. This is the classic thing. Yeah. I just commented in Google. StarCraft is not just, is the AI overview, guys. StarCraft is not just mechanics. Mechanics get your units built, but strategy decides which units to build and where to fight. However, the 12 worker start shifts the game's balance. It speeds up the early game and heavily favors reflex-based multitasking over slower thought-out macro choices. Oh, who are the references? Oh god, it's me. Oh no. Stop summarizing my shit, AI. What the fuck? Oh my god, it's all just referencing my YouTube channel. Oh no. Oh no. But yeah, this is just me reacting to Artosis and no regret. This is the origin of that arc. Where definitely we talked about the concepts and stuff, but it's not like I was saying, oh, we should absolutely swap back to 6 workers. That, if you watch, there's a whole series of videos There's a playlist of worker start experiments that follow that video, kids. This was over a year ago. We did an arc of about 8, 9, maybe 10 videos testing things. We tried random starts as well, which were probably, in my opinion, the best. Oh shit, we got Grimmy. Hey, oh, good luck, matey. You know, we tried a lot of things, and at the end of the day, I was like, you know, I think 8 workers is like the nice balance where it really shifts the early game, breaks up build orders, which I think is quite healthy for the game. But it also slows the pace down and allows the mid game to breathe a little bit more. And it's really funny because as much as like this patch is very unfinished and stuff, there are these moments I get into where the mid game drags on and there's multiple battles before the game's decided, and like it takes a little bit longer to get to late game, and I go, oh, this is really nice. What I don't like is how Zerg in some matches seems to be getting a bit too far ahead, especially like some of those pro matches of Clem's, and they're getting to Hive way too early in those ZBTs where they're running away with the game. But I need to watch some more TVPs and like see what's happening in that matchup. I really don't know. So this should be a 16, not a 15 hatch rate. Surely he's not going to cannon me, right? Cannon rush is bad. Prince F said so. I don't know if it's bad or not, guys. We'll find out. Let's go out, have a little looks around, and see what's happening. So we're going out there a little bit early. You can go there. Who else is missing a buddy? Oh, the top patch. Top patch is missing a buddy. Gotta have the buddy system, guys. He could have proxy gated, but we're only going to check nearby. We're not going to check too far away. And he's just coming now, so that's totally fine. Obviously, pull first is not normally what I do against Protoss, but when you're up against an expert cannon rusher, I think it just makes sense, right? Obviously, 6 lings would be good here. He could come in and like wall some stuff up. I don't really know where the cannon spots are on these maps, guys, but all right. That's just a fake out. Queen starts. Extra Overlord comes out. Did I build the Overlord? Oh yeah, I did. You go there. You go up here. Okay. I'm gonna go through the arsehole of the main base. We get another guy there. You can go like that. You can go there. Nah, we should get link speed first for sure. Do that. Queen is so late. Was she supply blocked? Oh, was she supply blocked? She must have been supply blocked. I wasn't paying any attention. Because I'm like, I should be injecting by now. But nope. Oh, he's gone Forge. He did go Forge. Okay. Well, in that case, link speed's for Cox, right? 2 base muter? Sure. Let's go. It's going to be so early that it's like not even going to be good, I don't think, but give it a go, hey? Let's get that second gas, otherwise we can't do anything with the lair. And what's he building up there? Was that a Stargate? Was it? Was it a Stargate? It was. Okay. Go third there? Third, yeah, should be fine. I think we go straight Spire. It's fun. I think 3 gas is usually plenty. I think if you go 4 gas, you kind of end up just never getting to the to the third base. So I feel like this should be good. Void Ray first, to the surprise of literally nobody. We're going to try and run to the corner of the map to escape. I don't think we get out, but maybe. I think the Overseer is still slower than the Void Ray. Normally I'd expand in a straight line against Sky Toss, but in this case I didn't. The reason... I don't know, I don't have a reason. if I have reasons for doing things, like, I mean, I can pretend, you know, it's a strategy game and all, like, oh, I'm doing it because I want to optimize the forwards overflow of my strategy. No, let's be real. Just clicking buttons, guys. Just clicking buttons. Oh, he does find it. As if. Alright, so we make 5 mutas. Sneak those around the right side. Build some more overlords. And then we normally swap hydras after that. I think we're going to build a 6th muta though. Haha. 6th muta. 6th muta. And we can go you. Gonna put a creep shimmer down. Otherwise we can't defend that base. Hydra den. A few more overlords, which is a little bit greedy, I know, but, you know, see how we go. Okay. Batteries and cannons. Oh, Jesus! I think this is really easy to get ahead against if I just macro, guys. But as it is, after that damage, well, we might just be dead. I don't think we're going to be doing very well after that. Oh shit, he's caught me. He's caught me, he's caught me. Okay. Okay, we've got hydras out. I'm wondering, why do you have hydras? So the reason for hydras is because I want to lose the game. So we're just going to build enough to defend. Okay, I'm going to try and catch him here. Fortunately, he's not playing ball. It's a weird path that he took. Okay, let's get Ling speed. And you're just dead in this game, guys. Like I said, if you just macro, I think it's pretty easy to beat this style. But screwing around like I did is going to make it really hard for you. Should just be full sky toss for him, right? I think it's full sky toss. Hello? The hell? That was so weird, guys. I couldn't shift click. Okay. He's probably going to push soon, so I will build some corruptors. I think I just have to, sadly. I hate building corruptors, but we will. But notice we're just droning really hard. I think Sky Toss is never really a particularly good style. it is very easy to execute, so kind of makes up for it, you know. Use these guys here, I guess. You guys go there. So he's got a huge window now to kind of have a bit of a party, guys. We're really just hoping he's kind of bad. No offense, Grimmy. I think Grimmy would probably be the first to say he is kind of bad at playing standard situations. Maybe not bad, but, you know, definitely not practiced. It's definitely not his forte. Alright, we've got 10 overlords. Yeah. Okay. And I guess we just go for ultras, slings, and banes. 100 drones. Let's go +2 melee. Let's go bane speed. I don't really think that base is going to survive. We'll have to take the top. Alright, we're building ultras to counter Skytoss, guys. Depleted. Remember, the goal is not to fight the Skytoss, it's to run around. Mutation complete. Do wonder if he runs Zealots in as well. Second Spy is going to come in. Putting it in the same spot as the main Spy does create like a vulnerability. But see how we go. Got that hatchery there because I think that's the safest location with how he's set his units up. Anabolic Synthesis. One more Ultra and mostly Ling Bane now. It's going to be the trick. Okay, I'm going to go forward, just make sure there's no like observers. And these guys are going to go here. Okay. His army's going to count there. It's mostly Void Rays, interestingly. It's a shame I went to the wrong side because I don't know the expansion patterns on this map. Mutation complete. Our forces are under attack. Okay, now we've got to build Corruptors, but we're pretty far behind this game, so this is really tough. Got 3/3 and Adrenal. These are on the way. A few more drones. We got to make burrow, which kind of sucks. He just has so much that he still wins, I think, just because I was so behind from earlier. So I don't have quite enough corruptors to take care of him, you know? I think that last round of drones might have even killed me. It's hard to say. But yeah. Yeah, just not quite enough money. We're a bit too far behind, guys. Built a few too many drones. And now we do die. Too many overlords. Corruptors, sorry, popping out on top. If you see someone playing like this, you can always just out macro them. If you just play a little bit more conservatively, you should be fine. Look at that, yeah. GG, well played. Yeah, we're close to getting him there. I could have either gone full base trade, but with how far ahead he was, it was always going to be tough. Wanted to play the fast tech there because it's the fun style, but if you just play Hydras, it's pretty easy, I think. If you're going to play fast tech against this style, Hydras is a free win. It's just not as interesting. GG's. Would the recall have worked out in his favor? I had very little army of actual corruptors. I only had like 20 corruptors, so yeah, he would have been able to kill my army, assuming he was recalling his voids. My man. What's up? GG. My man. Yeah, we were close to having enough there. He just had a bit too much, and he would have been slightly ahead on air upgrades at the end as well.
My man.
If you see someone play like this, you probably died to the cannon rush, says a cash guy. Yeah, pretty much. And in that case, I didn't know cannon rush, but I just put myself behind with an incredibly fast lair, which didn't... I mean, it would have been fine if I just didn't expect him to go Void Ray Oracle off a cannon opening. Kind of surprised me. I think it was even double Oracle, which was a little shocking to me because it feels like if you go Void Ray double Oracle, you kind of in a weird spot, but there's no reason why they can't do it. It's just being greedy. Only 2 queens, no spore. If I had a spore in my main, with my queens to defend my natural, I think we're fine. 1 spore crawler saves that game. Spy is fine. Spy is fine. You just have to build one spore. There's no, and you really don't need to build a lair that early because you end up hurting your own economy. You can get away with it, but it's just a very fine line. Spore in the main. Remember, I lost about 15 drones to the Oracle Void Ray. That's actually where I went behind it. I just forgot about it. Alright guys, we're playing ZVP here. Now ZVP, I've been playing a lot of 2-base builds. Thing is, how do you get your natural down? So this is one of the big questions I've had in this matchup, is if they want to block it. Is it ever worth going for like a 13 hatchery before Overlord or something like that, I wonder? Because I really do not want to have to take my third early. So that's kind of my my conundrum right now. I think I'm going to try taking a 13 hatch before Overlord, and we'll see if it gets down. I have a feeling it won't, but... Let's move out Overlord so we can at least see the probe coming, so we have early warning if we're not going to get it down in time. We're sending this down a bit too early. Remember, you've only got 12 workers here, so you're not mining fast enough to hit 300 minerals. When you get there... And... Alright, so we go 13 hatch before Overlord. If he's not scouting, this is kind of disastrous. We're going to do an extractor trick to get one more drone out. I think we should have gone Overlord first, then extractor trick there. Would have made a bit more sense, I believe. Ah, well. Overlord. And he is coming. But he wouldn't have been able to block anything. That's a gate scout. Oh, you don't see gate scouts very much these days. How? Or it could be, you know, forge, I guess, as well. Alright, let's build 3 drones, and then go for the spawning pool. If he's cannon rushing, we're in trouble. Master's very good. Brazilian player. He's a, kind of like a timing attack master, isn't he, guys? A master of the timing attacks. Yeah, we can just get him out of our base here. We're doing this. Gas is not very early for me, but that's okay. Okay. You might say, is that worth it, pig? Probably not. But it feels good, so sometimes you gotta prioritize making your opponent feel bad and you feel good. You know what I mean? I should be saving minerals already. Shouldn't have built that last drone. Queen on the natural first, queen in the main after, and then Overlord after that, okay? So we're going double queen, Overlord, and then like double Overlord basically. So Overlord here. I could do a double extractor trick. I'd need a lot of minerals for it. I don't think it's worth. I feel like he is a Void Ray player, but I'm not sure. Opening there? Kind of looks like there's an opening there as well, but not sure. Do we go Ling speed? I'm gonna pull one worker off gas here. Stargate's on the way. I do think he's gonna play Void Ray first. Could be wrong. Get that layer up. Okay, Overlord there. Needs to see guys coming in. Let's build 4 Zerglings, so if an Adept runs in, it doesn't just kill a bunch of guys for no reason. Let's Overlord down here. Now let's get that second gas going, shall we? Here we go. We've got 3 drones rallied. Let's Overlord there. It's Oracle. Okay. Do we build 2 spores, do you think? I don't want to. I don't know if I need a gas. I think 2 gas is actually enough for a 2-base Hydra build, which is what we're doing this time. I did forget Ling speed. Keep building Overlords. As long as he's not building a Void Ray, which it appears he's not, should be okay. Okay, let's see what's going on. Get a third gas now. He's on 2 base. Okay. If he's on 2 base, we can just drone the third. Because this looks very imposing. He should be kind of worried. And then we can just kind of be like, yo. Okay, now he's going to take it. All right, I see. Okay, one more Hydra. Nothing but Zerglings. We did already drone this base. It's kind of unfortunate. He's going for High Templar. High Templar Zealot. Interesting. I don't think he can get charge up in time, can he? Maybe. Let me try and defend this. Yeah.
Our forces are under attack. Our forces are under attack.
I never made groove spines. It's partially on purpose. Need to wait for another mass of Hydras before we go again. Go.
Metamorphosis complete. Our forces are under attack.
Got an observer on me. Stasis Trap is such a fucking small dick energy spell, I swear. Well played. I think if we committed from the start, I think he dies. But as it is, now we're dead. Now we are completely dead. Good hold by him. Really clutch hold. Pretty tight, you know. Killing his own pylon. He's walled himself in his base.
Mineral field depleted.
These guys are gonna go like that.
Under attack.
We got a few of these probes, not too bad. But just way too outnumbered, outmanned, outgunned. And gonna be hard as a result of that. So he's walled off the top side, has he? No, that's still open. Does he not realize how this fucking wall off? Like, that seems pretty obvious that this is wide open, right? I'm not crazy, am I? So I saw him killing his own pylon. I was like, oh, I guess he's opening. He's closed it and now he's opening it, but That pylon was down here, so... Oh, maybe there was an immortal trap behind it. I see. That makes more sense. What? Ooh, the pathing on this map. Hello. Oh, there's zealots there as well. Never mind. GG's. Get 'em, boys! Do 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 do. Well played, well played. Yeah, I think if we just commit and don't build those extra 6-7 drones, we can kill him with the first wave. I think he dies to the first wave. But it was good that he went like arc on drop before taking the third. Like his build was, I think, kind of towing that line of responsible greed pretty nicely. Goes 4 gates, goes for the arc on drop, and then takes the third. It's kind of like he's balancing a few different things really nicely. It was very well executed. Master's very good. Master's very good. GG's. What's YouTube arguing? You guys talking about TVZ? Oh yeah? What's happening? Clem is walking over Zergs until he faced the best player in the world. I guess the patch may have hurt him, but at the end of the day, he still dispatched those Zergs easily. Yeah, Clem's still a freak. StarCraft's always going to be very skill-based. Definitely his patch is a bit better for Zerg, but yeah. I do think... I wouldn't say he dispatched the other Zergs easily, right? Raynor, I think Raynor did make a big... Got unlucky on the final map spawn and took a really bad 4th base. The other base doesn't feel good, but it is far superior to expanding towards your opponent. If you get horizontal spawn ZVT, in the last week I've seen 2 professional Zergs expand towards the Terran. That's just a lack of experience. That's all that is. So, Old Sun Temple, right? This map is the map we're talking about. And Zerg was here. Raynor, Clem there. Same thing happened with, I think, was it Solar versus Beyond or something like that? You do not want to take this as your 4th base. This is a disastrous 4th base. If you're playing Roach Ravager and you're playing quite aggressive, I can maybe get behind it. Even then, there's this lovely ledge with all this terrain for Terran to push you from. Terran can take a 4th next to your 4th, which is appallingly bad. This is really bad. You cannot take this base. Now, obviously, as the Zerg, you'd think, what, you're going to take this 4th with a ledge above it? Yes. It fucking sucks. But you've either got to take that 4th, or arguably, this base or this base are actually better. Let me explain. Especially if you're playing a heavy Ling style, it's all open around these 2 bases. There's no terrain. This base might actually be inferior as a 4th to taking the corner or this. These 2 bases are probably better choices than this. Now, a lot of StarCraft 2 players have been trained to play the exact same map for the last 10 years. It's hard for players to adapt. It's hard for me to adapt. But if you look at this, it's like, obviously you don't expand next to a Terran. This is so obvious. I'm always going to take the corner from now on. You might be like, oh, well, how are you going to defend that? How's he going to push it? Look at how far it is corner to corner. Terran hates cross map. Obviously, he can drop that side, and he will try to drop that side. So you have to put more work in as the Zerg, getting spotter vision on this whole area to see incoming drops, and you need to leave a little mobile squad of Ling Bane or something up there ready to defend. But it's also a big... If he sends a double drop all the way around there, he only has 1 base he can hit with it, and it's very long time until it gets there to do damage as well. So that's something players need to really be thinking about on these 4-player maps when you get the side spawns, is you don't want to expand towards the opponent. I think Fear and Faith probably has a similar thing, where if you're here, let's say you're here, Terran's here, same sort of spawns, yeah, you don't want to take this base, right? You want to go 3rd there, 4th there, 5th there, I think. Expand up along the edge away from them. So it's rough, yeah. Greener, thank you for the 9-month resub, dude. I think Clem played pretty decent, but he definitely could have played better for sure. Literal Zerg Cope needs to be nerfed, clearly. Rogue going 13-0 versus top Terran and Protoss is super balanced. Has Rogue been winning a lot of weekly tournaments, has he? Or was this in the... Oh, is that in the... I heard they had a race war, guys. StarCraft's the only game where where Africa hosts race wars. So is that the results you're talking about? I haven't seen those results. What song is this? This is the Terran 1 by Glenn Stafford from StarCraft 1. This is the StarCraft 1 track. Yeah. So, Rogue... Yeah, Rogue won the race war. Isn't that the most Rogue thing ever? I mean, the moment Zerg is favored, Rogue wins everything. It's always been that way. He's a bit of a mad genius. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, he got seven series wins in a row in the race war. That's crazy. Yeah, Africa hosted a race war, guys. It's like, are you guys serious? This is absolutely insane. Big, you want to play some Terran? I'm going to be looking at Terran openings. I'm not sure how many like straight ladder games versus just practicing builds I'll do. We might, but we will be practicing some builds soon. Are we playing against Green out here? Anonymous? What's up? All right, ZVT. Okay, guys, ZVT on Rainfall. Let's focus on my build order. All right, guys, we're going to throw the kitchen sink at Greener, see if he knows how to handle it. First things first, you could send a drone across at the very beginning. The reason you don't need to is he's not actually building his barracks yet. And it's usually when they start building their barracks is kind of the optimum time or optimal time to arrive at their base. So I think I'll send this guy. This guy can get there, start harassing the barracks, and just being annoying. So we want to go 12 Overlord is the standard opening here, guys. 12. I know Cyril did 11, so if you don't feel like doing any extractor tricks, go for 11. If Cyril can get away with it, I'm sure you can. But if you're happy to do the extractor trick, that's what Lambo's been doing, Rainer, a bunch of the other players. And you can kind of tell Cyril hasn't practiced this patch very much. As much as I love Cyril, I think long term he'll be doing the most efficient things. I don't put too much faith in his practice just yet, just due to lack of experience. When a player's clearly not read the patch notes yet, I doubt their preparation for a tournament, you know what I'm saying? Some Home Story Cup commentary revealed he did not know what many of the changes were. Him and Rainer both, to be fair. Should we go 16 hatch because we've gone across the map at the very start, guys? Get that pool up.
Our drones are under attack.
And we'll see how we go from there.
Our drones are under attack.
Two queens start straight away. Ah, he did leave it here. I was wondering about that. That's okay. We're going to build 6 lings and run those straight across the map. Punish him. Then we've got a roach horn behind that. He's going to try and block me from building the next bit. Oh, I thought I cancelled that in time. Apparently not. So 3 drones there. You can go here. Extra Overlord can go out there. You can go out there. Build one more.
Our forces are under attack. The hive cluster is under attack.
Okay. So we got 6 roaches coming. And now we build drones. And we go lair next. So the instincts say expand, expand, expand. We don't listen to our instincts, okay? We attack, attack, attack. Tech, 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 attack, attack, attack. These are the new instincts that we will be honing. Oh, I get my creep tumor. Dickhead. Oi! He popped one of my roaches inside. What the hell, dude? I'm gonna make these into that just to be annoying.
Our forces are under attack.
Oh, they're gonna get caught. Oops. Should have cancelled that. I thought he'd cancel it personally, but... So it looks like a 2-on-1. We do have a little bit of creep. I think I'm going to pull all my overlords back because I really don't want to be losing overlords and just getting supply blocked. I think I have to build a few roaches here, just because if he does have medevacs out, he could be very annoying, you know what I mean? It's like, it's not guaranteed that he can do that much, but I think just 5 roaches kind of keeps me much safer. Now we can take the gases on our third. Yeah, there we go. So we built a few more just to be safe. This does slow down our muta pressure, but he's on 2 base, so you've got time to breathe in games like this.
Our forces are under attack.
And we're going to just immediately put these guys there as well. All right, we're going to build 5 mutalisks, try and sneak those around.
A queen tumor is under attack.
Build 2 more queens. And we can try to build 5 more drones there. Lots more drones there. Gonna just leave some roaches patrolling in the main. You guys can go out here. Yeah. I am gonna go build... Okay, and then behind that you can go infestors. You guys know I love my infestor transition. Infestors and +1 Kara. Should be fine. Get the SCVs building things. Always go for the SCVs building things.
Our forces are under attack.
Pull back that one. He's going to try and jump in here.
Are under attack.
I think killing the tanks is huge. Oh. Build a bunch of overlords. Go take a 4th. Got him. He knows he's ransacked. I've still got 3 bases up. He hasn't really done any economic damage, so the waves of Zerg bullshit have achieved what they intended to. We were already here in case that double drop hit the main, but he ended up sending it home. 3rd base is now up. We've got Carapace on the way. We can start building some infestors, going hive, and doing the next step. GG's. My man. How you doing, guys? Pig, do we analyze Clem's games from Home Story Cup? I'll be analyzing his openings. I already cast the finals yesterday. It'll get posted on YouTube tonight. You guys can see it on stream. We posted Rainer Clem 8 hours ago, 10 hours ago on YouTube on Pigcasts. But you can see the Clem Sarah one tonight. But you can always check yesterday's stream VOD if you just want to see it there. But we're going to be analyzing Clem's openings and just kind of benchmarking because I just want to see, because it feels like going for the Reaper opening should put you kind of far behind economically. And I don't think it gets that much damage. I think it gets damage. It slows down Zerg, Protoss, but I kind of want to benchmark it against Beyond's openings and kind of see the difference. So we'll be doing that in a little bit as well. Did you guys know Ghost's damage has been nerfed against Zerglings quite dramatically this patch? Yeah. Takes 3 shots rather than 2 now to kill a Zergling. Yeah. And that's from even before the Ghost got the 20 flat damage. So the Ghost is everyone was saying the Ghost was going to be super overpowered, and whilst the 20 damage was very powerful, you still get +2 from upgrades, so you do 2-shot at 3-3. Oh, I did not know that. I didn't crunch that number. Thank you, Giant Orange. Are you sure? You get +2, so you're doing 15, 17, 19, 21. 21 times 2 is 42. That's going to beat the 38 hit points effectively of a... Wait. No, is it? 20, so 20, 21, right? 15, 17, 19, 21, -3 armor is 18. 18 times 2 is 36. Yeah, 36. Yeah, it'll do it. Okay, that's a good point. Okay, once +3 kicks in, you are still going to 2-shot. That's very important. I was thinking even at full upgrades, you would 3-shot. Good catch. Good catch. Good catch. Giant Orange crunching the numbers, or, well, someone else crunched numbers and told you about it. So shout out to that person. Yeah. I need to do more of this constant harass and fuckery. It's really good. If you have a game that... Obviously, the Captain Dickhead at the start is a bit more advanced, but if you want to do a build similar to what I'm doing here, you just go 16 pool, build 6 lings, run them around the Reaper to try and distract them, go for your 5-6 roaches behind it, and then rather than taking a third, you start droning out a lair and a second gas behind it. Get 1 wave of mutas out, and then you just play like mass roach all in from there. This is like a classic simple plan for ZVT where it basically just stacks up problems for the Terran to deal with, gives them many points where screw ups are going to put them very far behind, and it allows you to just follow these waves of aggression. I like the Captain Dickhead at the start because it's fun. It's very dynamic how the drone interacts with their early game, and you could see he kept his Reaper at home specifically because he knew I was going to be popping in and out of the extracted harasses constructing SCV. But yeah, I thought it felt really nice. Fast and the Furious, that series dropped off when they got away from the racing. Was it ever a good series? I mean, it's just kind of dumb fun, right? But then it just became more dumb fun, I guess, to be fair. Yeah. Sorry, just catching up on the YouTube chatter. So, Fast and the Furious 6 is one of the funniest movies ever made. It is true that they do make some of the worst movies ever made. It's hilarious. I think my favorite always on... Yeah. This is one of my favorites is this one. I think it just gave a lot of insight into the writing behind the entire series, you know?
we're so excited to welcome one of Hollywood's brightest creative talents, the screenwriter behind this summer's blockbuster, the new Fast and the Furious movie, Fast 5. Chris Morgan, thanks for joining us.
Hi, Chris. Now, Chris, these Fast and the Furious movies are just getting bigger and better. So when you sat down to write this installment, were there certain elements you wanted to include?
I want the cars to drive fast and then some of them explode.
Oh, that sounds so great. Now, I believe we have a clip to show our audience at home. Can you set the clip up for us, Chris?
The car went out of the train, and then there's a hole in the train. And then the car brought the box, then the police went after them, then the box hit the car, then it crashed into the ocean.
Whoa!
Looks like this movie never slows
And
down.
this another time the car goes zoom, and then this another time it goes eek.
Oh, no spoilers, no spoilers.
So, Chris, one of the biggest stars in the business is in this movie. Vin Diesel. What was it like working with him?
He has big muscles, and in the movie he said, I thought I was done with this.
Now, I understand the movie stays pretty much 100% true to your original screenplay.
Yep.
Well, it's so great to have that kind of a chemistry with a director.
And I understand Jordana Brewster is coming back for this installment.
Yeah, she's a girl and she likes to kiss, so she doesn't play with the cars, but sometimes she does, but mostly just the boys.
Now, this is one thing I really love about your movies, Chris. I mean, all the female characters are so
May I
strong.
take off my shoes now?
Oh, sure. Like your last movie, Wanted, with Angelina Jolie. She is so tough.
Yep, she sees a bullet, and the bullet went poof around her face, but she didn't die, only had to take a bath.
See, I love that.
Now, before we go, Chris, I have to ask you, is there a chance we're going to see more Fast and the Furious sequels?
Yeah,
Well, how many?
it's 600.
Whoa! Well, I know where I'll be every summer. Well, Chris Morgan, thanks so much for joining us here on Today Now this morning. Oh, looks like he's talking himself out.
Writing all those movies.
Right.
Don't forget, this Friday, Fast 5 premieres in theaters.
And when we come back, we'll talk to an old woman who thinks it's 1958 and I'm her dead husband. Stay with us.
The Onion is so good, man. That is like one of their greatest. That's such a classic, man. Oh, The Onion's so fucking good, man. Links in the chat. Quick ad break, guys. When I'm back, all right, we played a few Zerg games. We've got some good builds. I think what we might do, is maybe I think I will. I should really be practicing. I think I'm. Is there any Terran players in the chat who'd like to 1v1 me for a couple of games? I think I might just do a quick like talk through guide / figure out how to do pull first into the like kind of the build I just did against Greener, but a simpler version that I think is easier for normal people to copy because it doesn't involve popping in and out of extractors and doing fancy bullshit, like a simpler version, you know. So I think that's a classic style that should be pretty decent. But if anyone like Masters 2 plus Terran wants to play a game, let me know. And I'll be back in 3 minutes. Yo-yo. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, that's cool, man. I mean, it's kind of just showcasing the build. You don't need to be playing it perfectly, but good luck. Yeah, yo-yo, meet me in I'm in like Channel Piggy and shit online. I think we have each other. Yeah, we're both in the same thing anyway. Give me a minute. If you're around in 3 minutes, I think it would just be nice to just like talk through and give a regular kind of build, because I really think the biggest thing I see people struggling with on 8 worker start is they're just default expanding. And it takes a bit longer to pay off, just a little bit. It's not a crazy difference, but it's enough where I think if people are a bit more aggressive, they'll get rewarded for it a little bit more. And it's a way more fun way to play Zerg rather than, you know, just sitting there and macroing a 70 workers. So don't go anywhere, guys. Quick ad break. We'll run through that build order, and then we're going to kind of analyze Clem's opening. And I'm going to benchmark it against Beyond CC first and just try and theory craft a bit about the difference between the two, the advantages you get from one or the other. Because obviously giving up map control and being a bit more passive is not really Clem's flavor, but I really would have loved to see Clem pivot into a command center first on the 4-player maps. I feel like he missed an opportunity to mix in some extreme greed, and it just never happened. Anyways, I'll be back in a minute. Quick ad break, and me and Yo-Yo will show you guys how to do a nice aggressive ZVT game plan. I'm only allowed to bring 2 IQ with me, so he has to like kind of rub them together. It's a little bit like trying to create fire without having a spark. You know, you've got to use a lot of friction, and that's essentially Sal off racing as Protoss. It's, you know, he's basically just there with 2 sticks in the woods for like friggin' 3 hours, rubbing them together, trying to get some sort of flame to catch.
If we can get him again, we can optimize. being in dire straits. Because if Dark can mine the middle bases, which he's mining that left side, he might be able to win. If he keeps denying this, he's been very slow to take the right side base. He still hasn't fully saturated the left and taken the gases. These are both big mistakes, I would argue. But you know what? He's just everywhere. He is everywhere. Shades of Dark versus Maru on Neo Humanity from Masters Coliseum. I know that's an online tournament, not a big LAN. A lot of people forgot it happened. Go back and watch Dark versus Maru on Neo Humanity and watch Dark hit Maru in 17 angles simultaneously and Maru just unable to keep up. This is that game. This is that game again. This is exactly what Dark's specialty is. You give Dark momentum, he has a fat smile on his face. He is flowing into every single opening. And look at this, burrowed banelings. Oh, please resaturate this mineral line. Thank you very much. Get wrecked. And then he reburrows them again. He's gonna do it again on the mules that just dropped. Clem watches, he drops 5 mules and the banelings instantly kill them. I mean, don't.
Steps of War was an awesome map. Like, having to go to school every day as a child was fucking amazing. So much fun, man. They're like, we're gonna add numbers together again. That thing you did yesterday and the day before, we're doing it again. Whoa! I got it the first time, guys. I got it the first time. They're like, no. The number's slightly bigger today. I'm like, we've been doing this for fucking 7 years. I actually want to kill myself. If you guys make me stay here for one more day, I fucking want. To be fair, when I think about that, Steps of War actually seemed like a good time in comparison. Sorry, let me just get in character here.
You hate yourself, runt. You hate yourself, you dirty runt. You cook.
Let's get Burrow, guys. Wait, I already have Burrow? When did I make Burrow this game? Oh, I'm making it in the main. It was a misclick. Okay, awesome. I'll take it. Oh, GG! Oh! Oh! I'm sorry for making orgasm noises, guys. I'm sorry, but that was... If that wasn't worthy, then what was? Then what was? Oh, damn. Thank you so much, Captain Undead, for the $5 as well. Holy crap. Oh, my God. Okay. That was beautiful, mate. Get up the ramp, guys. Get up the ramp. Get up there. Get up there, fat boys. Oh, my gosh. We're going to file down these workers as well. Oh. Once 1-1 finishes, it's going to be even upgrades for a long time. Finally, Dark sends a big Ling run by. If he can get up the ramp, that could be very powerful. Hydra Bane tries to run forward, but Clem's on point. That tank positioning is real nice as well. Ling run by comes in. Dead Fourth Command Center, no cancel. 400 mineral snipe. Really juicy there for Dark. Banelings connect with a few Marines, just can't go too deep. There we go. Oh my gosh, the Marines go a little bit too deep. The Medivacs as well. And he gets flanked. All right. Let's go. Thanks, man. Go. Yo-Yo being a legend and helping us out here, guys. All right, guys, let's go. Food Chain Magnet has build orders. Oh, that's sick, Activillain. That sounds fun. All right, guys. We're going to be going into a ZVT here. We're going to be talking you guys... Actually, that's the... All right, guys. We're going into a ZVT, and today we're going to be trying to show you guys how to do a really nice aggressive build order with layered kind of timing attacks and disruptions. Essentially, I would describe this build as throwing many problems at the Terran opponent and letting them deal with them. So if you're sick of sitting back and being defensive as a Zerg player, you want to be on the front foot. You want to be the guy in their face from start to finish. I think this build is going to do it. So to start off, we're going to be doing a 12 Overlord, 13 Extractor trick, which is kind of standard opening right now. However, if you don't like doing extractor tricks, you can just do an 11 Overlord. Cyril did that over the weekend at Home Story Cup and had great success with it. So obviously it's not much less efficient. I think you're kind of splitting the difference of a couple of minerals. We're going to do 12 Overlord, 13 Extractor Trick. Now, we're going to be doing a pool first build. I often like to do this sort of format of build with a hatch first, but I send an early drone across to disrupt my opponent. That's very technical on the micro front. I call that drone Captain Dickhead. It's a fun build, don't get me wrong. I really enjoy it. But is it necessary? Is it easy for most people to do? No, most people, when they try to do that, they really screw it up. They're not good at microing the drone. They're not used to it. Most Zergs never drone scout. So we're going to show you guys instead a pool first version. So that's 16 spawning pool. And then we're going to go up to, I think 17 hatchery should be good. So you can just rally here to these patches that don't have guys on them yet. So we're building up to 17, and then we can send a drone down about now. When you get to about 200 minerals is usually a good time. This drone can go to the patch where the guy just left. Join up with him. We go 17 hatchery. Let's build one more drone and take a gas. So one more drone, take a gas. Okay. So the goal here is going to be to send some lings across to disrupt our opponent. Now you could do 2, 4, or 6 lings. I think we're going to do second drone here. So yeah, I think the way we want to do this is probably 4 Zerglings. So let's put Roach Horn up here in a second. Here we go, Roach Horn. Delaying the queen, remember? And, oh, we're a bit slow to put on gas. Okay. So those lava didn't quite come out. That extra drone I built did delay my Zerglings slightly, so they're a little bit desynced. It's not the end of the world, but it does matter. We're going to build one more drone on minerals. Roach Horn's not ready yet, right? So, and we don't need a queen. We're going to build a queen only after building roaches. We start an Overlord now. That should give us enough supply to build a couple of roaches here. And let's see how we go. Group these Zerglings up just so they're easy to micro. We should be dodging the Reaper. Reaper usually gets to your base kind of about now. And then your Zerglings can be running in. And he might see what's happening. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if they scout this. They're still going to have to deal with it. And we've got 3 roaches on the way. Make it 4. We should be able to build a 5th one as well. So we've got 2 lings go after the Marine. The other ones are going to go after the SCV. And we're going to build 5 roaches. Okay, now we've got 5 roaches. We can start building extra queens. Could have actually started one of those queens a bit earlier, to be fair. So let's build overlords behind this, guys. Our roaches are rallied across the map. We've got 1 queen on the way. We'll need to build another one soon, but we don't have the supply for it right now. We managed to kill a few SCVs there. And is that a 3rd command center? Oh, that is a 3rd command center. Oh, this is a very greedy build. We might do game-ending damage with this. We're not really meant to do game-ending damage, but we might. So we've got that 2nd queen on the way. That's going to be 16 on minerals, 3 on gas. So now rally to the natural. And if you can catch the Reaper, that's going to be potentially game-ending there. And this is about as perfect as it could go. This is catching someone going really greedy. But you're droning behind it. You're getting on in here. And we're going to start trying to break this depot down. Now, oh, okay. Now you want to try and split fire the repairing SCVs, if possible. And behind this, a lot of people would say, okay, when's your 3rd happening? Here's the trick, guys. You do not take the 3rd. So I think we've got this game in the bag. But let's just A-move the roaches since they're going to do damage. You want to go lair and 2nd gas, okay? Keep injecting, keep droning. And we're going to go to Mutalisks behind this. And that's the last thing someone expects after a roach opening. So rather than taking a 3rd, if we take a 3rd, we end up struggling to defend Banshees, to defend counterattacks, this sort of stuff. Instead, we're going to go for Mutalisks. And what's that going to do? It's going to give us control. We're going to have Overseers early to defend Banshees. If we need to defend any sort of ground counter pressure, that's fine. Build plenty of Overlords while you're going to this next set. And then you can go towards a 3rd base and a 3rd gas. So if you do both of these at the same time, I guess we could take the gas in the main, actually. Seems like a good idea. And you're still trying to drone this base up. You need to get this mineral line full. You see how delayed this is? This is a very aggressive build order, obviously. This is costing us a lot. This is not cheap. And it's only once you get your 2 bases up and your spire started with a 3rd gas going, then you want to drop that spire down. Okay, replace that drone. Keep doing injects. If we did save any roaches from early, we pull them back to our natural. Build a few more drones there. So we're still going to build a bunch more drones and get that 3rd base started. Now, like I said, if there's any sort of aggression, say your opponent has 2 barracks, a factory, and a starport, we might need to make roach speed straight away and start building more roaches right now. If there's no pressure at all, we can just take a 4th gas. We can do this. So grab 2 of these guys, put them on there, plus the one that we just rallied. Rally to our 3rd. Build a few more overlords to put around the edges. And what are we going to do? We can make a third queen. This one can start spreading creep in a little bit. We'll go forward and start the creep out here to get a head start. Build a few more roaches for safety. Remember, every roach you build is gas taken away from your spire, as is your roach speed. 100 gas, that's one less muta from roach speed. Every 4 roaches is another one less mutalisk. And you want to be able to build 5 to 7 mutalisks when your spire finishes. And we're only ever going to commit to that many, no more. So you want to save your money up. And then as the spire finishes, you see we've got 500 gas. So we're just going to go 5 mutalisks this game. Keep it really simple, okay? So we build 5, control group them. And we're going to rally them off to the side and then down here. And then we'll micro them once they get in there. While we're doing this, we just do the next step. Inject, inject, hold the drone key down. If we can get away with it, if you need to build more roaches to feel safe, do that first. Nothing wrong with playing a safe game. We're going to turn this into our injecting queen, build a new one to become the new injecting queen. Sorry, this one will become the creep queen is what I meant to say there. And then you can just be droning behind this. Normally, my preferred transition when I'm playing a long game is I go infestation, single evo. But I think for you guys, a simpler transition, which is going to allow you to have a simpler endpoint, is just double evo. Why double evo? Because then we can just do a 3-base 1-1 roach all in, okay? So we can basically saturate the gases, saturate the minerals. Mostly, if you're a little under saturation on this third, it's not the end of the world. We got up to about 60 to 66 workers, somewhere in that range. And then all you're going to do there, you'll take a 4th, but it's a macro hatch. It's not a real hatchery. It's just there to produce off. You make your 1-1. Your mutas, obviously, you want to send those in straight away. So we'll send those in, do some injects. And all we're doing behind this, once we get to this 60, 63 worker count, is mass roaches, overlords, okay? So you micro your mutas, try to force as much of a response as you can, pick off as many SCVs as you can. All you're doing is building roaches and overlords, and you're going to try and finish the game with a 1-1 roach all in. So that's the game plan. Now, obviously, like I said, after that early stage, it's very flexible. I might delay my mutas. If there's a 2-1-1, they're coming across with 2 medevacs and marines, or a 3 barracks push, pure marines with stim. I just don't build my mutas when the spire's finished. I make as many roaches as I need to feel safe. That would have been right at, in this particular replay, which is, you know, obviously everything went perfectly for me in the early game. We caught a really greedy build. Could be, right around this 6-minute period. And remember, we've done a 4 Zergling run by, we've done a 5 Roach attack, and we've still got Mutalisks on the field at about 4-7 minutes. So there are many things for the Terran player to deal with. But at this point, if we needed to, don't even build Mutalisks. Just keep building Roaches for safety. Once you deflect the aggression, you might be on 15, even 20 Roaches, depending on how much they're committed. Then you can build that round of Mutas, drone up your third, get the double upgrades, and go from there. It's always going to be flexible from here. You are Zerg. You can always make an Overseer if you're not sure what's happening after your early aggression as well. You're like really confused. If they've got Banshees coming, you might build a Spore Crawler earlier on, right, in each base, as well as an Overseer. Maybe get that third Queen a bit earlier so you have another anti-air unit. There's obviously going to be built-in flexibility, but now you know the rough plan. Let's go in and try this again against the same opponent, but let's see them be a bit more mentally prepared for it, and see how we can adjust based on them not just keeling over and dying to the first 5 roaches. I think we can just play the same map, actually. It's a bigger map, so it's not really, like, ideal for this strategy, but I think that's fine. Good day, Nathanias. Happy Monday or Tuesday. Hey, wishing you the best too. Tuesday for me. I think most people in the chat, it's a Monday. Happy days, everybody. I hope you're all doing bloody well. Okay. All right. Feel free to blind counter or whatever you want this game. Good to go. He says SG, go. Sweet. Thanks, brother. Jesus. All right, guys, going to another game now. Yo-Yo knows what's coming. He's played against it once. I've told him, look, feel free to blind counter as much as you want. And that's kind of good. We've already shown you guys the plan. Now let's, you know, see if he can counter it. Now, Yo-Yo is a main Zerg. So I do definitely outmatch him skill-wise, I'm still going to be able to not just get overwhelmed by the blind counter, which is good. It'll give me the room to kind of explain as I go, hopefully a little bit, and talk you guys through what I'm doing. We'll see. I mean, he's pretty good random as well. So I say, you know, his Zerg is much better and stuff than his Terran. I think his Terran's not half bad. He just hasn't played much on this patch at all, though, so the timings are going to be a little bit unfamiliar to him. He's mostly been grinding his Zerg so far, trying to figure out the new build orders. So there's that 12 Overlord into Extractor Trick, guys. Super chilled out. Very, very straight up. Excuse me. I'll just move my Overlord straight to the pillar. Got a few more drones here. This Overlord will always sit outside our base. We want that 16th drone. Remember, we want to go 16 pool. Obviously, we could tinker with the opening a little bit. I'm kind of doing this one by feel. Like I said, I've normally done this off of a hatch first, where I think you're hitting with the roaches a little bit later with that. You have a little bit more economy, but I kind of liked how crisp that hit and how early in that last game. And I think based on the meta and how people are generally playing, you can adjust this build order to be a bit more economic, not as committed, where it's more about forcing an overreaction with just 2 Zerglings into like a 3 roach pressure, right? And all you're doing is forcing them to be defensive, keeping them going, oh, building bunkers and reacting and stuff. There's that 17 hatch, guys, into 1 more drone, 17 gas. We're going to build 1 more drone here like we did last time. Stick to the build order. So it's going to be 17 supply. We're going to build some Zerglings. Okay. So let's go for the Roach Warren. 4 Zerglings first. Roach Warren goes down. Put guys on gas immediately. And then we want to go for... I think I'm going to go for the Queen earlier this time, guys. What do you... Let's see how this goes. Let's actually... Yeah, we might actually... This might be a better version of the build. Getting the Queen first. Let's see if we can squeeze it in. And does the build still feel tight? This we go Queen, then Overlord. And that should give us enough supply to build all the roaches. Will we have enough money to build the roaches? Might be another story. I'm not fully saturated in the main, but we're going to rally to the natural. In case I'm not looking, it's better to just rally to the natural, because I only need to build 3 drones more for the main. Does he not have a command center? Oh, he doesn't. Okay. Alright, we're still going to commit to the roaches, guys. We're just going to follow the build for the opening bit. And yeah, we still have enough money for the 4 roaches. So even though I may be down 1 drone, 1 or 2 drones, I think it's fine.
Our forces are under attack.
Oh, that kind of hurts. 2 Marines there. Hello. Okay. So Overlord's going to come over. This is an interesting one, guys. Because I'm wondering exactly how much I feel like committing more here. Build 2 more Overlords. A little bit of a supply block here. More drones. Still don't have that second Queen. We do have an abundance of lava. We just have so much lava. I think actually getting the early drones might be better than the Queen. Like earlier drones and Overlords and stuff. So we're going to come forward. We will make 2 Ravagers on the front. I'm going to commit a bit more because he's on the high ground. Ideally, obviously, against a 1-base opponent, I think in hindsight, you probably just don't commit to the build. You just go, oh, okay, he's on the high ground, no worries. I mean, this is like ridiculously safe for him, right? Drone's coming up behind it. And we'll start the lair in a second. There we go. Lair goes down. Trying to focus fire to make sure we kill as many as we can. More drones. Oh, jeez. Try to target the damage, guys. Get some injects going. If I already had the lair, we could piss on his base, poop on his base to block his expansion.
Our forces are under attack.
Yeah, he's got a Cyclone, so you need to pull your Overlords back. I've waited too long on that, so I think we might just take crazy damage now. Yeah, I think we will. We're a bit too supply blocked. Alright, so you gotta build roaches like we talked about, guys. Lots of roaches. Roach speed. Okay. So notice we are in a pretty rough spot now. That's okay. We're still going to stick to the plan. You always want to stick to the plan. I don't think we want to go across the map. That's just too easy for him to pick off. We're just building lots of overlords, trying to get on supply blocked. Being supply blocked here really does hurt. 6 more drones there. Rally to the third. Spire is going to be very late, but it just feels like it'll be nice. We get an Evo chamber as well, since that Spire is so very late. And he spotted it, so what we're going to do now is we're going to pivot to Infesta. Okay. Should we do that? No, that's too fancy. I got to show you guys basic stuff. Ah, okay, basics. I'll still build a round of mutas, just one. It's never that big of a commitment. I always love kind of dancing around my opponent's expectation and mind gaming them. If you like that, you can play that style, but I'm going to show you guys a style that doesn't rely on as much game knowledge, I guess, is a good way to put it, right? You know, otherwise I'm always showing you guys stuff that's like overly fancy and really hard to replicate. It's just, it's fun. Don't get me wrong. I really recommend you guys play this style if you think it's as fun as I do, which I mean, it's my favorite way to play, but it's not necessary. It's definitely not necessary. So just gonna spread some creep around my main base, get the double upgrades going. Gonna build one more round of drones for the third. I do feel very vulnerable because we don't have any scouting, so we are gonna make an overseer, go around the top, make sure he does have a third. I'm pretty sure he does, but just in case. I guess Mutalisks will scout that anyway, won't they? Mutas will be when I figure out how committed my opponent is. And we can now go +1 range. Okay, so I'm only on 4 gases. We do need to take the gases here, guys. Take another gas. Finish the mineral saturation. And we do need to put one more drone on that gas to be full. Okay, looks like he's up there. Fine. We're going to go full roach send. Alright, I'm just going to trap this drop. He knows that I've built a spire. He thinks I'm not using it. Build lots of overlords. Where's the drop? Nice attack by him. We let him take position by not having good scouting. We overcommitted to the earlier aggression. It looks like he's going to be able to kill us. I think if we weren't supply blocked so hard, we would be fine here. But he should have a third up here, right? Oh, this is a 2 base? Oh, it's 2 base as well. That's why you got to overseer scout. Yeah, we just overdroned there. Even with all my screw-ups, Zerg is so busted right now that I still could have held that if I wasn't so supply blocked and building the random Mutalisks for no reason. That's crazy. No, obviously he's not that good at Terran right now either. GG's. But let's go back. Let's take a look at the start and let's think through. First things first, if they don't have an expansion, which the Overlord sees at the start, pretty late to be fair. You're pretty committed by the time you see that they don't have an expansion on. This is obviously the worst map for this. It's, I think, the longest rush distance outside of like cross map on the 4-player maps. So this is the worst map for this. Just a reminder of that, guys. That's why we're showing it here. It's going to be way better on smaller maps. You'll see what's happening earlier. But yeah, you could just not build roaches and just drone here and go lair. Having the roach horn's not that bad. If you just drone up from this position, I think you're fine. They've gone command center on the high ground. That costs them a bit of economy, you know. And I think you're A-okay. Also, It's a long shot, but if your lair does get up early enough, this Overlord might be able to block their natural landing with creep. Not the most important thing, but it's just for maximum annoyance. It does give away that you're on lair really early, but I think that's totally fine. Yeah. Otherwise, though, the queen does nothing for you early, funnily enough. You have so much lava early. I do like the way I did the build the first time without the queen. Because realistically, you have like endless lava off 2 hatcheries anyway. So the early queen does not help you. I think you do want to go up to like 18 or 19 workers before building roaches, just generally. Doing it off 16, you feel really poor. So let's just write the build down really quickly here. And then we can work on that a little bit. Upgrades in Banelings on 2 gas is expensive, but if you're playing Massling Bane, I don't know. You guys talking about 2 Gasling Bane? You can play it. 3 gas makes it a bit easier, that's for sure. That's pool first. So what is this? This is like ZVT, pool first, lings into roaches, into mutas, into roaches. You know, kind of like a kitchen sink build. I mean, the kitchen sink was an old TVP opening, so I kind of need to give it a different name, but it's kind of like waves. What do we call this, guys? Waves of the waves of Zerg. Waves of shitbaggery. I think we're going to call this the waves of shitbaggery build, you know? ZVT, constant waves of aggression. Now this obviously... Pool first, lings and roaches into mutas. So I think the way we did this, guys, is we just went 16 pool, 17 hatch, 17 gas. And then I think, was it 17 we built 4 Zerglings? Let's take a little look-see. I think it was. Yeah, 17, 4 Zerglings. Let me just put that on the other monitor. I should be doing this on windowed mode so I can tab easier to write things down. There. Okay, so we go for the 4 lings, and then I do go Roach Horn immediately. I think there's easily room if you want to build a few more drones and then go Roach Horn, but I think I like Roach Horn immediately. I think 18 Roach Horn. We want to hit fast, and then I think you want to build 2 more drones. I think you want to go 20 Overlord, and then 5 roaches. Now, obviously, you could do 3 roaches, you could do 6 or 7 roaches. We're just doing 5 for now. And then we're just going to add queens and drones behind it. Drones plus queens. I don't know what the priority should be, though, after you build your roaches, in terms of, like, how much drones versus queens. I think I'll leave it up to people to figure out. Drones plus queens, and then we'll kind of go lair plus second gas. Now, are we going to do the lair plus second gas immediately on 100 gas normally? I think so. Let's look at the replay of the previous game really quickly. We're just going to write this down because you want to have like an actual system here. 1 sec, Yo-Yo, if you're still good. 1 sec, checking replay. And 1 more game. Should be good. Yeah, really important to have an Overseer active if you've gone for an early tech build. Gives you so much power. The Zerg wave pool. That's a, yeah, actually, this is a good way of putting it. I like the Zerg wave pool. Zerg wave pool build. Nate with good naming conventions. I like it. My man. All right, I think because this one I built a few more drones. Let me just compare the build order. Okay, so this one, guys, we go 16 pool, same thing. I think I went 18 into Zerglings this time though. So 17 hatch, 17 gas. I built that drone a bit late. We do go 17 for Zerglings, right? Yeah, 17 for Zerglings, 18 Roachhorn. Okay, no, we did the same. My question is, does the 100 gas from the thing line up for a good lair timing, or do you want to delay it slightly? I think with 5 roaches, it lines up pretty nicely. I mean, I don't think you need to be exact anyway. Figuring out an aggressive build like this, there's slight advantages and disadvantages to each variation, but yeah, I think there's room for you to squeeze out, like, so we squeeze out a queen. I guess you got to get those overlords after as well, don't you? Yeah, so you got to go 5 roaches, and then you got to build like a queen and 2 more overlords. So queen plus 2 more overlords. And then we go second queen plus droning. Did we already squeeze a few drones out here? Couple. Yeah, you can see it's pretty expensive how early you're going for the lair here. I mean, this is a super committed build order, don't get me wrong. I think this is why we want to just have a... Oops, what did I press? I think we want to have a rule about not making the lair until we're at like a certain supply count, you know? Yeah, I think you want to get you to... I think you want to get a certain drone count. I think we'll make it 8 drones on the natural, and then you're allowed to get the lair, but not before then. Yeah. 8 plus drones on natural equals take the lair in second. I think that's a good rule to make sure you don't dick your economy too badly. I think that should be good. All right. Yeah, Yoda on ladder is just special. Yeah. Go. All right, guys, we're going into it again. We just played a game where Yo-Yo blind counted us a bit, and we still overcommitted to the build. So we're going to show you guys how to not commit to the build as hard, and I think that's generally going to be a good idea. If your opponent is clearly playing ultra conservative, you just want to chill. Especially, I mean, we are showing you the worst position for this build. Out of Eternity's Edge is, I believe, the longest rush distance in the map pool outside of getting cross-map on the 4-player maps. So usually this is an aggressive build. It's good for small maps, and that's where it's going to thrive. But we're showing you in a weaker environment, just to show you can still play it here. Might be a bit more surprising on the bigger map. Maybe a higher chance of your opponent being greedy on the bigger map as well. You never know. So we do the 12 Overlord. We do an Extractor trick. Get to 13 supply. Nicely done. And... just make sure our 3rd base, 4th base are all good. 5th base up there, so you can see we can just cycle through our camera locations. And we will go for that 16 pool momentarily. Just make sure your drones are all kind of rallied to different patches, and we'll use one of the existing builders to go up there. Drop that spawning pool, should be down at the minute 7. Maybe half a second late on that, not too big of a deal. We're going to go for a 17 hatchery up next. So 1 more drone, guys. 1 more drone. And you can see as we get closer to 200 minerals, that's when we want to pull a drone down just before about 175 minerals. That's when you pull that. This guy can go replace the guy that just left. Build a hatchery. Center it, set the rally points, build 1 more drone. 17 gas, build 1 more drone. So you can see that drone can rally to the gas immediately, right? Because we've already got 16 on minerals. And we're going to save lava because 17, we want to build 4 Zerglings, right? So it's going to be a few seconds. We have to wait a few seconds. So we want to go 4 Zerglings and a Roach Warren. Let's just make sure we build the Zerglings first, so we don't block ourselves. Then the Roach Warren comes down. Doesn't matter. I know you could technically afford the Roach Warren straight away, but it's totally fine. And now we want to build 2 drones. So we want to get back to 20 supply before building the Overlord. It's really important to not... because we need to wait for extra lava from the natural to pop out to get all 5 roaches anyway. Remember, click your lings around the side of the map. This is a big map. It also means we aren't scouting our opponent until after we've committed to the build. We now build the Overlord, and when that Overlord pops, we're going to build lots of roaches. But look at this, guys. No command center on location. So we can pull back our Overlord, and we can go, oh, okay. Now, you could cancel the Roach Warren. I'm not going to do that. What we're going to do instead is we're going to build 1 more Overlord and a Queen. A second Queen. So we've got 2 Queens in Overlord building. And, oh, my God. I don't have money for a Spore! Oh, he could have lost that if he wasn't careful.
Under attack.
Okay, that's just silly the way he was microing that. Our lings do distract him a little bit, I think. We do manage to keep that alive. Build 1 roach, guys. If you're not going to commit to the roaches, still build 1 roach. I forgot that if the Reaper comes in, you need that roach. Learn from my mistakes. Now, you could go lair here. Do not go lair. You need 8 drones on the natural before you go lair, is the rule I've figured out after reviewing the replay and writing the notes up. So make sure you get 8 drones on the natural, and then you can do it. So now we've got like 4 there, bunch more about to pop out. So we're going to queue up just a few more drones here. That should bring us up to about 10 drones on the natural once they all pop. So now we can go lair and second gas. You can see we're at 27 drones. So lair, second gas can go down. Oh, I accidentally used the wrong drone there. That's fine. We lose 5 minerals. Who cares? It's not the end of the world. Just annoying. Inject. Inject. Yeah. Let's build some more drones. And you can see we're just skipping that roach stage because our opponent played so passive here. Now he's... okay. He has a Cyclone. Of course. He's expecting that roach aggression. So what do we need to build? Well, pull back your Overlords because you don't want to give him free kills. This Overlord's going to run this side and then run around the back. It's going to turn into an Overseer. This Overlord's going to go back. And we want to think about a 3rd base. We do want to think about that 3rd base. But first of all, let's build a few more drones. Let's make a few more roaches in case he comes across the map. He did catch the Overlord, so we're going to build more Overlords to replace it. 4 more Overlords on the way. I know it feels like a lot. Trust me, it's fine. He's building Cyclones. They're not good long-term units. We're still going to build the Spire here. It's only 1 Cyclone. I know Cyclones are kind of good at defending against mutas, but they don't shut it down on their own. So we're going to get the 3rd base. It's a little greedy. Roach speed, probably the higher priority here. And we need to get up to like 6-7 roaches. Now, we probably should have built those roaches a little bit earlier. I'm kind of hoping that he's not going to be too aggressive straight away. We'll see if we get away with it. I'm going to try and fight with the drones here. That was Hellions. And it was a bit of a dive. Tells me he's probably going Hellion Banshee. I really wish I could be Overseer scouting now. Unfortunately, we can't. We'll send an Overseer around the map now to see what's going on. Build just a few more roaches. That'll bring us up to about 7 or 8. We can get this 3rd and 4th gas going as well, okay? So we got 3 more guys on that gas. 3 more guys on this gas. You can see my Spire's up so much faster than if we committed to the roaches. So even though I don't have the 500 minerals and gas just yet, that's okay. Build 1 more Overlord just to make sure we're nowhere near supply blocked. And it's okay for you to not build straight away. Obviously, we want to maximize how quickly we get those mutas out. But if they're not as fast as possible, it's not the end of the world. Putting a few slow Zergling spotters out there. We're going to build a 3rd queen here. This queen will become the creep queen. We've got 2 bases full of mining. We can rally to the 3rd. And now... just waiting for that little bit of gas. There we go. 5 Mutalisks. Enough to one-shot our opponent's workers. I say 5 to 7 with the build, but if you're doing the build tight, usually you're not going to have enough gas for that. We're going to build 1 round of drones for the 3rd. More important than that, because I don't know how aggressive my opponent's position is actually to make sure we build lots of Overlords. Now, why do you build Overlords? The reason you build Overlords is because Overlords are flexibility. And as you can see, we need flexibility, and that is the reason why he is coming for us. Okay, so we are here. We've got the queens. They've stacked some injects. Them and our roaches and our ravagers are going to try and defend. And all we're building is roaches and overlords and ravagers. Trying to see where he comes from. You can see we're out here. We've got 2. So the Mutalisks are cutting off the reinforce because we saw a turret in his base, okay? We're going to make more Ravagers. Just 1 more because we need the gas for everything else. And lots of Overlords. 6 Overlords. I know that sounds crazy because we know he's doing a 2-base push right now. Got to be careful. He's only on 2 gases. And with no 3rd command center, that puts him incredibly well committed, okay? So we're going to keep injecting. Keep making Roach Ravager. And it looks like he's returning home, which is awesome. So what are we going to do? Double upgrades. 1 big round of drones for the 3rd. Only 1. If I don't see a 3rd base, still might be an all-in. Looks like an all-in, doesn't it? Yeah, it is. Just keep making Roach Ravager, guys. Okay, so we're going to try and get some creep out here. Make sure your Roach Ravager is kind of out on the map. He's got the tower, that's fine. Keep injecting. Keep putting guys on gas, because gas is going to give us the tech units that we so desperately need. Okay, we've got 1-1 finally started. So we are on kind of like a very basic army, right? Just unupgraded Roach Ravager doesn't feel particularly good. But we've got 3 base, he's on 2. Trying to rally across this map. And he's done a pretty good job of it. Okay, we're going to try and split the army here a bit. Make a few more of these. He's going to push into our arc, which is really good for me. He saw the morphing Ravagers and he thought, oh yeah, let's take advantage of that. I'm now going to split my army into 2 sides. And you can see, even though this is a very aggressive build, he's trying to blind counter me by basically hard countering my early aggression. And then going for his own big 2-base push. But you can see, we've gone for the big flank. We're going to surround this army. I'm going to make sure my mutas are intercepting that drop. Don't eat your own biles. We still haven't got these. Let's take a 4th. But we have it. And that's going to be game. All right, so this is a worst case scenario. Longest map in the pool. Opponents blind countered us by just going high ground CC, immediately going for a Cyclone. Weird position. This is not what your games should normally look like, but we wanted to show you guys basically a stress test situation. Just to kind of go, oh my god, okay, how do we adapt if they're just a friggin' weirdo who's gone for a high ground CC immediately into defensive bunkers on the high ground, Cyclone, this sort of stuff. And remember, the moment we didn't see a command center on the low ground, we already are just like, there's no way I'm committing roaches into that. We were lucky to surround the Reaper. Remember to build that roach early. But remember the rule, once you got 8 drones on your natural lair, second gas, and then just drone up those 2 bases, steadily getting up your 3rd, your 4th gases only after the minerals are fully saturated. Keep that in mind. You can see it's kind of loose that timing because sometimes you'll have to build a bunch more roaches to defend before then. But essentially, once you're full on minerals, you can take the 3rd and 4th gas and the 3rd hatchery. But we want the spire as quickly as possible. If we're in any threat or we think there might be threat, roach speed and extra roaches as needed. And you're going to adjust that scale based on your knowledge of like how much safety you need in the matchup. Obviously, it's a very 2-basey build, but it's meant to keep the game smaller, keep your opponent busy dealing with a few Zerglings, then a bunch of roaches, then the Mutalisks, then the rest of it. If they try to limit that interaction like he did, you do just skip the roach pressure. Build a single roach for defense. It's kind of good to have a single roach as well, because then they might see the roach popping out, think you're building more than 1 roach. But just follow that little follow-up is quite important, I think. So let me just go over this part of the build a little bit more because it's kind of tricky there. So if we don't build roaches, right, we just build one. We go for one roach. We should have started before the queen, but then we start 2 queens and we build a couple of extra overlords. You're always struggling with your supply at this point. But because you're not building many roaches, in this case, it's not as bad as normal. Normally, if you build the 5 roaches, you're straight capped on 32 supply, and you need to just keep building extra overlords to try and get out of that supply block, and then drone as hard as you can, because you've only got 1 mineral line. You are pretty desperate for minerals. You really do need to prioritize droning this base up. It's something I think a lot of players are so used to 12 workers. They're just used to having more minerals around. And even on 12 workers, and the big weakness for a lot of mid-level players was not saturating this natural quickly enough. With a build like this, where we're purposely delaying that to be more aggressive, it's going to be even more important when we focus on building these drones to build them as quickly as possible. Now, guys, obviously the Cyclone hunting down my Overlord was really good. I tried to hide. I thought, oh, he's going to probably bring a flying unit over. In hindsight, my lair was almost finished. So I actually could have just morphed that on the pillar. And then either flown in, or if I see the Cyclone leave, then I could go down south and it would be much faster. Whereas this is a very geriatric getaway. I mean, this is actual game speed. It takes a while to escape. Whereas with an Overseer, you fly south, you're gonna get out of there much quicker. Now, to be fair, he was gonna lift his command center, and he would have killed me either way before that was done. But it's a reminder here, always have an Overseer active. So what I didn't do in these games, and what I would really advise you guys to do, and I'll be doing more as I play this, is don't just make a Spire, make an Overseer. When your lair's done, Spire plus Overseer. In this case, I've got to make it like here, and then fly it around the edge of the map so it doesn't die to the Cyclone. You want to have that vision. The earlier that I realized this was a 2-base all-in, the earlier I could have got a quick carapace upgrade, made more Roach Ravager, and I wouldn't have been as pressed up against the wall with my Roach Ravager against his Marine tank push. The earlier you know it's a 2-base push from your opponent, obviously the easier it is to handle that, as there's suddenly no need for you to drone your 3rd up. You just need to mass Roach Ravager, defend the push, and you'll have it in the bag. Alright, let's write some more notes down here, shall we, guys? 8 drones are natural lair plus 2nd gas. At lair finishing. Can you just... No, I don't want to add anything. At lair finishing. Spire plus Overseer Scout. Yeah. And then at natural saturation. Yeah. Natural minerals fully saturated. Add 3rd and 4th gas plus 3rd hatchery. I think is a nice simple way to put it in the build. Any feedback you guys would have? Anything I missed there? Pig, I bear 440. Oh, I think I beat a 4400 MMR Terran. Picked up his Widowmine drop on accident while I was hunting 2 of his dropships. I have had to recall back to catch the Marines, pushed across and won. Nice, well done, Hirsch. Congrats. Yeah, fun wave pool build. It's just waves hitting them constantly. Is it worth it to lift your command center? I think it's good. Denying vision. I mean, letting the enemy just have vision of your expansion the whole game. He lifts his command center, flies it over for like 6 seconds. It's like 10 seconds of lost mining time. Didn't have that many SCVs on the natural yet. I like doing that. Obviously, if you've got a starport, you can just fly your starport unit over to spot the high ground. But his starport was delayed because he was going heavy barracks factory for a really committed push to try and get that going. Okay, cool. Down for one last. Now I have the build down. I think this will be the best intro. Just basic Reaper FE, please. You can react as well as you want, but low ground CC, please. Yeah. Awesome. Because I just want to show the normal, yeah. I want to show normal Roach commit standard version with a more refined explanation this game. Now I've written the build down, so it's a bit more concrete. Cheers, man. Excuse me. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, are you sick of sitting in the corner as a Zerg with the Terran going, oh, deal with my Reapers, deal with my Hellions, deal with my Banshees. Look at me, I'm the guy harassing you all game and you have to react. Well, if you're sick of playing like that, this build's for you. It is the Zerg Wave Pool build. Shout out to Nathanius, who named this one while we were workshopping it in Twitch chat. There are waves of aggression, and they never stop hitting the Terran pretty much from start to finish. Obviously, there are chances if your opponent commits incredibly hard for them to basically put you on the defensive, but it's easier said than done, because we are going to be hitting them with wave after wave, and it's going to be very hard for them to ever get out from underneath our thumb. And that's why this is a really fun build. It's a style which I did many times way back in the day, and I think it's especially annoying for people to deal with on a new patch where people are just figuring out builds. The 8 worker start, I think, makes it a little bit stronger as well. And it should be fun to see how this goes. Now, we've picked the biggest map in the pool out of the 2-player maps because this is the worst map for it. So we're going to try and show you the worst version. Now, I often do a build like this off of a Captain Dickhead opening where I do drone harass and then... That was a misclick. And then I go for hatch first, but we're going to show you a more, I think, emulatable pool first version of the build. That pool probably should be about 2 seconds faster. Normally that should be about 1:07 if you hit your build just right. And I guess oh my gosh, sorry, I accidentally set a rally point to my natural. So guys, you are going to see a poorly timed version of the build, because look at that, we've accidentally long distance stripped. Anyway, 16 pool into 17 hatchery into 17 gas is your opening. We'll put that all on screen. You should absolutely be able to hit the timings I'm hitting in this game since we've misrallied a few drones. Assuming you're a Diamond Plus player. One more drone, build the extractor. So 16 pool, get that, build one more drone, and then pause on 17 because we want to make 4 Zerglings, okay guys? So 4 Zerglings is going to be the next little bit. We've got 2. Where's the other 2? Okay, there we go. So we've got the 2. That drone can rally there. And you go for a Roach Warren right after those Zerglings. So it's a Roach Warren on 19 there after building those 2 Zerglings. After building the Roach Warren, you actually, believe it or not, build 2 more drones. We also want to put on gas. A little bit slow to put on gas there. Click your lings around the edge of the map to dodge the incoming Reaper. So don't just go on the direct path. You see I've shift-clicked them down here to go into the natural. Overlord's coming in. Probably just want to shift-click that to the pillar. And we want to build an Overlord behind those 2 drones. So 20 supply Overlord. When that pops, we want to make 5 roaches, okay? Command center's on the low ground. Barracks is there. This all looks standard. So this is all just encouraging us to go in. And I'm just going to shift-click my Zerglings. I'm not even going to micro them. I'm going to say move there and then attack move, okay? Behind this, we didn't build any queens. Keep in mind, no queens. We've got 3 roaches on the way, and we'll build 2 more as that lava becomes available, okay? So we've got 2 lings there. They're going to go after the marine. They don't quite manage to kill it, but that's okay. Where's our roaches? Okay, we were on gas a little bit late, which is why I couldn't quite afford that last roach immediately. And here comes this Reaper, and we can go across the map. Now, behind that, what do we do? Overlord and Queen, guys? Right after your 5 roaches, and then another Overlord. Because you are going to be supply blocked and start squeezing in drones and roaches, okay? Oh, these roaches rallied in the wrong direction. They're going to be a little bit slow. Don't make Ravages. You want to save your gas. We are going to go lair, second gas. So it's 4 lings into 5 roaches, into 2 base muta, back into roaches. And we are going to build more drones, as well as that second queen finally starting that. You see the main saturated, so rally to the natural. And what is the rule for going lair and second gas, you might be wondering? Well, the rule is we need 8 workers on the natural before we do it. So just focus on the roaches for now. Try to get as much damage as you can. Keep mixing in overlords, drones, overlords, drones, overlords. We can run up this ramp and try to do some damage. Now, he's got a bunker, and he's got multiple marines inside, and he's got a tech lab factory. So we ain't going to do nothing. Now, I think we've got about 15 seconds until the Cyclone's out. Oh, we got the Reaper. That's nice. He gave us a free kill. Always nice. And we're going to be up to about 8 or 9 workers on the natural now. So let's go lair, second gas. He's lifted his command center. We're going to run away. This Overlord is actually going to go hide, guys. Now, we could try to jump on that Cyclone. But I think we're just going to go home. If they've already reacted, they've respected you, they've done this, just pull your overlords back so you don't give any kills to the enemy cyclone. You might think, is this really achieving anything? It's not a huge amount of direct damage. Now, if you can squeeze a third queen in for a little bit of creep, that is always nice. I'm going to do that now, but it's not a high priority. If you want to go droning first, that's probably the more important thing, to be fair. Now, when do you take your third and fourth gas? Only after we saturate this base. We've got enough drones that are about to saturate it, so you know what? I will do it in a moment. Let's just squeeze 2 more overlords in. 2 more overlords, then we can take third and fourth gas and the third hatchery, okay? So I'm going to move over to the third hatch, but I'm not going to take it straight away. Why? Because Spire and Overseer Scout is what has to happen first. The moment the lair's done, Spire, Overseer Scout, that's going to go through the back and see what his follow-up is. Keep droning, keep injecting. So inject, drones, drones, drones. We can put guys on these gases as well. And depending on how much threat you're under, you want to either rush roach speed along with the lair and Overseer or delay it if you feel safe. I feel like he's been pretty defensive. He could come with like a Marine Cyclone medevac pressure. So we will need to build a few more roaches soon. And that roach speed and more roaches is what we want to adjust based on our fear level. The more afraid we are of our opponent, the more we're going to commit to those earlier. But for now, we're just going to build extra overlords. So that if I get surprised by an attack, I can quickly build those. Of course, for now, I'll still build 3, 4, maybe... Let's build 4 more roaches. So we'll have 8 roaches on standby. We've got the queens and the roaches can all be pulled together. All my queens are on a defensive hotkey, so if I do need to react in a scramble, we can pull everything. And we want to have at least 500 minerals and gas, so we can build 5 to 6 mutalisks when the Spire is done. You can see this is kind of lining up perfectly this game, which is awesome. Oh, we did lose a queen. That's unfortunate. I'll build a new one there. Replace that. All right, we can build 6 mutalisks, so 5 to 7 mutas, guys. We're going to rally straight to this right side. And then down here, and we're going to fly them in to do damage. Behind this, I think I'm going to build a couple more roaches. We're going to do a very safe version. Let's go 12 roaches for safety. We haven't seen any like serious sign of aggression, but we'll put a few of those in the main in case he drops there. Rest at the third. All else we're doing, drones, overlords, injects, drones, overlords. Pretty chill. Whoa, okay. Oh, I didn't realize he was going 2 barracks. So he actually blocked my scouting very well. He might be able to kill my third because of that. Let's come over here with the queens and the roaches. The mutas, we don't want to trade our mutalisks. We just want to scare him away. So we've built a few more roaches. We're going to chase in with the roaches and the mutas. We're going to try and focus down one of these medevacs, and we will get it. We don't want to lose them. Let's go double Evo. You're always meant to go roaches behind this. Let's see if we can do some damage. Okay, so we're going to build a few more drones, take the gases. Let's try and get in there. And we're going to try and build some more guys behind it as well. Oh, he gets all of my my mutalisks. I wasn't expecting him to be out here with so many units. Oh my. Okay, this looks like an all-in, right? How's he got so much armor? We've just droned my third against what appears to be a 2-base all-in. Yeah, he's not even got add-ons on his barracks. This is really bad. So we need to contaminate the factory to block him bringing units across. And I'm actually going to pull my guys back, okay? So my mutalisks are going to go around for some very light harassment. We're going to make some ravages. We're going to quickly try and put guys on gas. Just 2 on each for now. Get 1-1 upgrade started so we're not stuck on 0-0 roaches. And you were always planning to go for a mass 1-1 roach build behind this. But because he's gone so aggressive, we're going to have to do it earlier than normal. Oh, he swapped his buildings, so the contaminate didn't go off. Okay, he's coming up here, guys. We do need to mass roaches to try and deal with him. I think we might be running into his army, though. Oh, my God. Pull back, pull back. We accidentally let him move past me, which is very bad. Okay, so my mutalisks are going to go past. They're going to go fly into his base. He's being very aggressive. Terrans hate when you put them on the back foot like this. And you know what? This is where you A-move into the tanks and lose your army. Guys, he's on 2 base. Just go take a new third. I'm still up on workers. I've still got a sick army. I've got 1-1 upgrades on the way. That's going to be a massive power spike. There's no need to micro those mutalisks or to overcommit and throw the game. So build more overlords, keep making units. I don't know what his army looks like now. Is he going to kill that creep tumor? No, so he's probably gone to the middle of the map now to rotate, right? And we can catch him! Catch him on the rotation! Let's go! This is huge. Okay, so we can retake that base, and we can just keep massing Roach Ravager because we've got the army up now. And he's going to go for a big attack. He's going to go for a little drop, is he? Okay, I see. We're going to Hail Mary that. Oh, damn it! We didn't quite get it. Oh, it's fine. That's fine. All right. My main's a little undersaturated. My natural's a little undersaturated. Let's make sure these gases have workers on them. And we can play this one out. Yo-Yo's putting up a really good fight, man. This is why I like practicing at someone really gritty like Yo-Yo. He's like, he's not going to give me an easy win. I'm like, oh, I'd like to practice the build. Want to play a custom. I want to do a little guide. And he's like, I'm going to murder you, boy. I did tell him, play as hard as you can. But there's still no third. And that's kind of the big problem, I think, for him right now. Is without a third, Mass Roach Ravage is kind of impossible to punch through. So I will get 2/2 upgrades, Infestation Pit, because that's always how you can add depth to a Roach Ravager army, is adding either a few Infestors or just going Hive Tech for like Broods or Ultras or something. But I think ideally, now we're at 60 drones, and that's what you want to get. Normally it's about 60, 66. We've got the gases. I guess a few more drones on minerals just to get to the normal 66. 3-base saturation number should be good. And we're going to send these guys in like that. The rest of the army here is actually going to just fight here. So these guys are kind of sacrificial. Okay, notice my army just got caught out. But notice we're running in right now. Because I saw that he was actually kind of screwing around a little bit. And we're just doing crazy damage to his economy. Oh, look at this. Okay, so he's actually in my base. I don't know how he got there. I don't have Burrow, unfortunately. I'm going to leave just a few roaches. Just no control group. Dump those and leave them there. And we're just going to keep making Roach Ravager so we can defend his counterattack. Because he's got no economy now, okay? So he kind of has to go. These guys are going to run in here. We did just kill his base there. His eBay, I should say. Trying to bait stims and stuff out of him, see what we can do. Gonna make a few Infestors. He's making a pretty sick army here. Got like a big boy army. What are his upgrades? 0-0. Oh! He's on 0-0. We're almost on 2-2, guys. This is gonna get really bad for him with time. So we're just gonna bait the stim, drop the biles. If he chases through the biles, that's really bad. Have we got 2-2? Almost, we're so close. We'll make a hive as well. Get the extra gas. These roaches are trading so well against Marine Marauder. And we are just in an amazing spot, aren't we? Let's make sure we don't throw our Ravagers away as all. Oh, he's up here. He's pushing. Yeah, he's pushing. Oh, huge. Because remember, we've got 2-2. 2-2 just kicked in. I just heard the upgrade alert. And we surround his army. We managed to take it out. This was an odd game because we got to see a very prolonged 2-base all-in from my opponent. But Roach Ravager is amazing for dealing with 2-base all-ins. And you guys got to see a bit of a banger follow-up to a game, which was meant to be more of a simple, hey, let's get ahead, throw the waves of aggression, and just kind of run away with the game. It ended up turning into a bit more than I expected it. We got a hive on the way. We can make melee. We can go Broodlord Infestor next. Is a really good way to finish off of this opening. I've still got this squad of roaches at the home. So if he does counterattack in some way, that's going to be big. You can sometimes even snipe an orbital with pure corrosive bile. So we're going to grab our weak roaches, heal those by making them into Ravagers. Do we have an Overseer? Yes, we do. That's going to contaminate the factory and then come back to the front. And we are going to actually kill his command center. Okay, so we're going to bring these guys over. Run the drones away. Oh, we've got an Infestor there. Do another fungal. And we can rebuild some of those drones. Not too bad. Let's F2, everything to the front, and win this game. He's just hanging in there. Greatest Fires coming in. We can build a few Corruptors. Good for shutting down drops like that, but also they're going to turn into Broodlords eventually. And let's just make sure our economy is okay. So let's take a 5th base. Take both gases. 6th base. Take both gases. Oh, I think I just... Okay. Alright, here we go. Roach Ravager Infestor. We're just going to shove up this ramp. I don't think he has enough to... Okay, we're just going to fungal him. We're going to drop some changelings to try and send these up here to get vision. I think we'll just come around that north side then. Okay. There's no way he can defend both sides. You can see we've got the Corruptors in there are really good against the Libs as well. So we can just keep building Roach Ravager. Corruptors will take care of all the Libs. And he's only on +1. So upgrade-wise, we are fine. There was a few moments in this game where I was like, how does he have so much army? How is this so scary? And you could see that it was because he didn't get the upgrades. That's why his army was so scary. But just to review the build order quickly, guys. From that stage, once the mutas are out, your whole goal, normally, if they're building a third command center, they're macroing. They're not trying to do a really decisive counterattack like him. Get your third base saturated while taking double upgrades. Go 1-1 Roach off 3 base and just go for the win off of that. There are things you can do beyond that, like I showed there, but realistically, normally you want to have put your opponent in deep waters with the Roaches. You want to have put your opponent in deep water with the Roaches, with the 4 Zerglings at the start, the Mutalisks, and then with the 1-1 Roach. It's a shame I threw my Mutalisks away there, because if I didn't, they could have gone in, started picking off SCVs, trying to grab Rallying Marines, and just given me a little bit more forwards pressure. Keep in mind, he'd moved his factory, which is why my Overseer didn't contaminate there, but we did send that back in. And I like to always target the factory when I'm playing Roaches because tanks are absolutely everything. He obviously just forgot the upgrade. I think he meant to have +1 weapons with this. Normally that's what you have is +1 attack with a 2 base all-in. But because the first all-in, we give up this base, he got a really good position, and I just said there's no reason to throw the game here. Just take a new base. If your opponent's all-in on 2 base, you've got Roach Ravager, just wait for your upgrades, take a new one, save the drones. It's never worth throwing your army away into a bad angle. He had to cut some real corners to get such a big, scary army into such a good position. If I fight there, I lose the game. If I give up the base, catch him on the retreat like we did, get a bunch of these Marine kills, we're in a good spot. GG's. Really well played by Yo-Yo from a scrappy spot, but obviously a very particular follow-up. Normally, I'd say the game's actually much easier for you when you're doing this build because you just get to flow over him. You're like, yeah, the mutas are here. And they're like, oh, God, I'm not ready for that. And by the time the Roach Ravager hits, usually it's 1-1 upgrade kicks in and you just roll in with a maxed 1-1 army and they just don't have enough to defend their third. Often, if they're defending their third, I'd come with like half my army from here, half my army from here. But even if you just come in all from one side, you'll probably be hitting about 10 minutes a lot of the time with a maxed out army. In this game, obviously, there's more fighting because he's done this 2 base all in. He's disrupted me, killed my third. Maybe even 9 minutes with a maxed out army. Even though you've done 4 early Zerglings, 5 early Roaches, very quick 2 base Mutalisk, you'd still be surprised how fast you max out just because Roach is just such a cheap, efficient unit to mass. GG's.
Our forces are under attack.
All right. That was awesome. I think we should be good. I think what I'll put up as the video is that last game. So that's tutorial, Wave Pool Zerg game 1 is what I'm going to call it. And then what was the one where he blind counted me, but I kind of knew what was happening. I think that was the game just before it, wasn't it? Was probably pretty good for that. It's like, hey, we're going to let him counter us but actually not commit to the Roaches. I could show the one where I commit to the Roaches and get kind of screwed as well. I just think for a tutorial, it's probably not as useful. People's brains get confused. They just, because people are in like copy, monkey see, monkey do mode. So it's really dangerous in a tutorial sometimes to show people mistakes because for some people, it's really nice to see, oh, okay, if I commit into that, that's bad. But for other times, other people will then just like copy the thing that you're not meant to do. And you're like, no, you're not meant to do this, bro. What the hell? All right, so this is the final game, right? No, this is the previous game. Let's see what his follow-up is. Keep droning, keep injecting. So yeah, this is the one where we delayed. So we delayed it. His buildings, so the contamination. We didn't commit to the Roaches. He's coming up here, guys. We do need to. Let's make sure these gases have workers on them, and we can play this one out. Yo-Yo's putting up a really good fight, man. This is why I like practicing at someone really gritty like Yo-Yo. He's like. He's not. Oh no, this is that is the same. Ravages. You want to save your gas. We are going to go lair second gas, so it's 4 lings. Okay, cool. Purposely delaying that to be more aggressive. It was this 10-minute game then. We've gone for the big fight. 6 overlords. Okay, this would be the game. We want to think about a third base. We do. I think this is the game where we didn't go for the Roaches, right? Yeah. This is the game where we didn't go for the Roaches, and this was the previous game. And it was a 10-minute game, yeah? So this is the one, if we just fast forward a couple minutes. Yeah, we go for the last second gas, get the Spire down way quicker at like 445, 450. End of the world. Putting a few slow zergling spotters out there. Keep injecting. And then our mutas were able to do a lot more damage, weren't they? Yeah. Don't eat your own biles. Cool. We still haven't got these. Let's take a fourth. Yeah, I think this is good just to show a little bit of variety to it, where you can kind of see the game. And that was 10-17 or something like that. So I think that's this one. Don't have replay time turned on. Hold on. Was it? Yeah, this one. Okay. Wave pool Zerg game 2. All right, yeah, I'll put up those last two in alternating order as the video. We'll put that up as a little guide there because I think that's a really fun build. I think a lot of Zergs don't realize, even on the 12 worker start previous balance, like you can absolutely play waves of aggression. You just need to really map your builds out well, and it does rely on your opponent making little mistakes here and there, little inefficiencies, but when you're forcing your opponent to react to things constantly, those inefficiencies are kind of inevitable. Like they're just always going to happen, you know? Thank you, Clint Kenobi, for the sub. Greener, anonymous with the subs before. Rufflecopter, I really appreciate your tippies, mate. Almost got us to the daily tip goal. Thank you. Thank you very much. Wave pool. Zerg wave pool. ZVT. Brutal build order. When it pops off, it really does pop off. So I will... Final game first, and then previous game next. Oh, I was just about to say thanks to Yo-Yo. Yeah, I think we're good. Thank you so much, brother. Really appreciate that. What do you guys think about the build? I really like it. This isn't a slam on Yo-Yo. I'd say the lower level your opponent, the more likely they just all in you on 2 base, and that's what tends to happen in my games. Oh yeah, a lot of Terrans all inning, are they? I throw games from that sort of position. Yeah, we all do. Wait, that's why the Overseer is so big, though. When you do an early tech build, you're meant to Overseer Scout. The shorter the game, less chances to make mistakes. Exactly. Watch yourself watching yourself. Well, that version of you is also watching yourself. Then you can get the infinite pigs on stream. Oh, yeah. Want to try it out? Cool build. Yeah, I remember. So I coached one of my Zerg students for many years. A few years ago, I think he paused playing, but it was really slow. So one of the big things I did to try to push him to multitask was I made him do kind of a version of that where I would make him go pool first 4 Zerglings into roaches into 2 base mutas every game, because I was like, we gotta fucking, I don't know. I was like, I gotta get you to click faster. Let's attack. Let's attack and have waves. I don't think it really helped his APM that massively, but it gave a different dynamic to his play. And at the level he was at, which is about, I think, 3k MMR, he managed to like really stomp some people, which was really cool. I was like, it's nice. How slow is too slow? Well, it's just a matter of like some people's mouse, you could just tell, is just glacial. Like they're just slow to do things. Everything is like, it's like they're thinking about every step. I think the way I would describe it is if you've played an instrument, like your hands, same with any, like StarCraft is like an instrument or like playing a sport. If you have to stop to think about everything you're doing, you're not really playing it yet. You're still just learning how, like if you're just first learning how to kick a ball in soccer, you know, you're like, oh, I got to fucking put my foot like this. And you're like kind of awkward and slow. There are players who I feel like really struggle to ever get to the point where they just kick the ball in StarCraft terms. Where I'm just like, just kick the fucking ball. Like, just practice it 100 times a day until it's muscle memory. Just kick the fuck, you gotta just kick the ball, build the muscle memory. But it's very hard when you're coaching someone remotely to like do that. And obviously it does require just more games and practice. And that's usually the main thing holding back players like that, is they just don't play regularly enough. They watch a fair bit, but they probably only play at most 2 games at a time. And they're just kind of getting the rust off and trying to remember what to press. Whereas for you know, if you can get in a good hour, 2 hour, 3 hour session a few times a week, your muscle memory growth improves massively. Yeah. I have hotkeys and rapid fire. My APM's usually 90 to 120. I mean, it's fine. You can get a lot done with 90 to 120. Obviously it just it's kind of hard to judge how efficient someone really is unless you watch them play, and then you watch people play and you can sometimes tell someone's screen is on something and you can just feel they're taking forever to do the most basic tasks. Like they're just, it's very hard to explain, but like you can just see it. You're like, wait, what are we looking at right now? What are we clicking? Or they know what they're clicking. Like you can tell, like, you know, they want to load units into a medevac, but they just take 15 seconds to do it. And you're just like, you're like, what's going on? What's going on? Thankfully, Discord's pretty good about capturing mouse movement now. That used to be one of the really annoying things about Discord streaming before, is when it wouldn't catch a mouse movement and be trying to coach someone. And I'm like, I need to see your cursor. Please. I need to see your cursor. What the fuck is it doing? Why are you so slow? And I've many students like that over the years, but start slow, get faster and faster. Yeah. You don't need to start fast. It's just, as long as you're building towards the point where the things are happening automatically without you having to stop and think about it. And this is why back in the day, oh, thank you.
Cheers.
Oh, Rufflecopter, you're too kind, dude. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. In my How to Get Better Mechanics Pig Daily, which is about 10 years old now, I talked a lot about basically how just learning to click is like your first step. And I was like, look, when you're playing, you should just be doing this. Like every time you're microing a unit, your fingers should be doing this. And there's a lot of people who've never got to that point of being a fast multiplayer gamer. And they're just like, but why is StarCraft players spamming clicks? Why are you spamming clicks? Why are you spamming clicks? And like, don't get me wrong. If you have other things to do and you're standing there and you're like doing this, that's what people imagine. But most actual good and there are kids who do that, where they're just spamming clicks for no reason in the corner of the map. But for most high-level players, you're not thinking about it. If you see me microing my units, this is natural. I don't have to think about this. This just happens. The units follow my cursor because my mouse is constantly clicking, and the unit can just smoothly move where it needs to go. But when you're first learning, a lot of people are like, oh, because for them, they're like, I want to move this from here to here. I got to move my mouse from here to here, and then I've got to click. And you can literally see the cogs turning where they have to break it down step by step. And it's just nice. Well done, Monk. Well done. Yes, 100%. Your girlfriend. Well, thank you. Jesus. But yeah, it was the whole point that there was a lot of people who were like, oh, you think spamming's important, spamming's not important, blah, blah, blah. And like, I was just like, I've done this slow explanation, and I remember arguing with a few people about it because they're just like, no, clicking fast isn't important. And I'm like, it's not about clicking fast. It's about making it so you don't have to think about it, so clicking is effortless. And then it will naturally be fast because it doesn't take effort. You know what I mean? Don't focus on the fast. Focus on the effortlessness. Focus on it becoming muscle memory, and it will just happen. And that's, I think, where a lot of people, they don't realize that is the whole point of building muscle memory is so you can do it without thinking about it. You know, do you think a professional musician is stopping to think about every single keystroke on a piano? Of course not. A lot of it is natural. It's in tune. They think about the sound they want to make or whatever, and their hand naturally moves to the position and presses the keys without thinking about it, you know? So it's like learning knife skills as a chef. Slow and proper technique first, just slowly build up the speed. But the point is, you're doing it fast because by that point it's just muscle memory. You're just speeding up because it's just automatic. At that point, your hands know what to do. So it's very tough. I think the hardest thing I've ever experienced in StarCraft is because a lot of people follow a pipeline of, not as much these days, but it used to be a lot more, where they go to university or they finish school, they get a job, they do that job, and that's like most of their kind of development or hobbies outside of like, you know, they don't really like learn many new skills like they did when they were younger. And trying to teach people like that how to learn StarCraft mechanics is like really hard, especially remotely. But that's why I always split my students into different categories. And one of the first things I ask people early on is, oh, do you code? Do you play an instrument? Have you played multiplayer games competitively before? Because if you fall into any of those categories, that shit is just, they pick it up so quickly. Because once you've trained that part of your brain to learn new mechanics, you can learn new mechanical skills because you understand the process and your brain's good at that process. But then there's people who've never done any of those backgrounds, and they're just like, it's just, they don't trust in the process, and they don't understand how the repetitions are going to lead to the result. And that's why they struggle so hard, because they don't trust in the process. They don't understand
that if they just spend 15 minutes every day practicing those mechanics, within like a week and a half, it's like muscle memory. Sometimes less than a week and a half, depending on how quick you are to learn. So they just don't put the time in every day. And I'm like, if you just put 20 minutes in every day, you'll improve so quickly on mechanical stuff. But it is what it is. Programmer and metal guitar player, you see, yeah, you'd be so easy to teach, right? And I'm sure you've already played a ton, so you don't need the teaching as much. But it's, yeah, touch type, play an instrument. Yeah, all that stuff just gives you a massive advantage. It's really good. My girlfriend's insanely smart. I watch her play Mario. It's like my grandma. It's a different brain. Yeah, well, if it's different being smart and understanding brain-hand connection, coordination. It's a lot of coordination in gaming. And if she's not gamed at all, think about every game you've played up to this point has built experience and kind of like stuff that allows you to learn new games easier. The language of gaming kind of flows throughout all games. Pig, just got back from home story. Hey, sounds like a good one, Infesta. Yeah, I hope it was fun, mate. Hope you didn't get too drunk. And I hope you had a lovely time. I wish I was there, dude. I'm not really a fast Twitch gamer besides AoE 2 when it was first released, and now SC2. Yeah. I mean, you still don't need to be crazy fast. You just want to be able to hit sequences effortlessly, where you're like, oh, I need to do bam, bam, bam. And it still doesn't need to be crazy fast, but it needs to be like relatively automated, to the point where it doesn't cost you too many actions and it doesn't take too long. There are players who refuse to play fast, and for them I will actually go play faster, click faster, let's go, because they get too comfortable playing slow and they just refuse to push themselves, but it is what it is. Don't go anywhere, guys. I'll be right back. I think the best way to learn mechanics is by playing against AI. You can then do the same thing over and over and keep practicing that. I prefer no opponent, Norton. I actually do no opponent is where I advise people to drill. I think you don't need an AI. You could do very easy AI, but you shouldn't even interact with the AI. Purely focus on your own things when you're running drills. Yeah. Get the victory screen, click return to game, and just run drills. You took all of Roddy's money in poker? Oh no, Infesta. You better give him that tier 3 sub. You're going to show up in chat. He's going to shame you into like gifting all the money back in subs and donos. You already gave him the tier 3? Nice. But this is where you do the Robin Hood thing. You take from the rich Rotterdam and you spread to all the other streamers. You go and give us all tier 3 subs now as well. Don't go anywhere, guys. Quick ad break. Next up, let's break down Clem's openings. Let's talk a bit about Terran openings. I'm going to go find my Beyond replays, and I'm going to compare and benchmark his CC first builds to Clem's builds, and just kind of think about it a little bit. Let's deep dive on Clem's openings a little bit, because I think Clem's opening is so weird. And it might be good. It might not be good. I really don't know. Give us a sec. We'll be right back. Army down. He's going to siege a few libs. The libs are going to do okay against the Mutalisks. He's got to unsiege these libs. He's got to unsiege all the libs, I believe. Nice spread on the Mutas. Is it enough, though? I think the Mutalisks with the 2-3 upgrades should be able to take them down. But, dude, nice spreads on the Mutas to try and minimize their splash damage. He's killing quite a few of these Liberators. Is this Beyond's second vaunted Liberator push this game? Mass transfuse going down on those Mutalisks. The libs are falling. No way! Oh, Beyond overcommits. He overcommits with his Liberators for the second time. And there's a Stalker, though. He lost another Stalker there, trying to be a bit greedy there. He was trying to both focus fire and micro the Prism at the same time. In comes that Marine drop we talked about, guys. More Stalkers will warp in at home. One of the Stalkers has gone down, but look at that. He just blinks the other Stalkers in. These guys blink in as well, showing absolutely zero chill. And he's using this Warp Prism to try and pick up, keep these low hit point Stalkers alive. And he wants to micro at home at the same time. He's got to be careful with that Prism. He's putting on gas while who rallies workers to gas in the middle of picking up Stalkers to dodge Marauder projectiles? Escape. So guys, straight out of Home Story Cup, we do have, here's Eon Blue on the left, next to the DJ. I don't know why, he just looks like he just came out of a fucking, like he's been in a little fucking gimp closet or something. And he's just being let out. He's grabbed a beer because he's like, this is the only time I'm allowed to drink. And he's coming over to try and be like, can you please call the police?
Dennis keeps me locked away. Forward, the medevacs do not get out of there, trying to evacuate, and Clem's out of income. He's just got this little army here. He's going to find the last Protoss base with the last 8 probes on it. There's not enough money to rebuild probes or Nexi right now. He loses every probe, which means... No way! Clem just forced to draw. Clem just forced to draw. There are no probes on this. Oh, no, he has enough money to rebuild. He can rebuild probes. He can rebuild probes. There's still 2 Nexi. If he gets rid of the Nexus, if he gets rid of both Nexus, it's a draw. If it gets rid of both Nexus, he can float his buildings and it's a draw. He needs to get rid of both Nexus, though. No, don't get distracted by the army. Clem, this is your only condition. Your army is so much weaker, but he doesn't get the Nexus. If Max keeps the Nexus alive, he can rebuild probes and long-distance mine. But if he can't keep the Nexus alive, then he will be dead. Clem knows that. He's only got 1 medevac, and Clem not able to get the draw condition there, and he'll have to tap out now. Clem in the top right invading the mothership. I'm not sure how he got through these shields you can see on the top right of the screen, but... Oh my gosh, is the mothership on fire? Okay, this mothership may actually be wounded, guys. Is this like a... It's like a Battlestar Galactica situation, or what's going... Actually, maybe... Are we like... This kind of looks like an entry burn, right? Like, kind of like on the shield. It kind of looks like... Are we... Oh my god. Okay, guys, don't go to the edge. The planet bugs out. Pretend we didn't see this. What? The planet bugs out. You're not meant to see this edge of the planet. Oh no. Yeah, I was thinking maybe the mothership's plummeting through the atmosphere, guys. It does kind of look like an entry burn going on, right? That's kind of cool. Just don't go to the very edge and zoom the camera around. For sure, you're an N-word. Homophobic slur, racist slur, homophobic slur, racist slur, homophobic, racist, threaten violence, threaten violence, threaten violence, threaten violence, homophobic slur, racist slur, homophobic, racist, threaten violence. Zealots getting caught in the rear. One Immortal has gone down in this series as well. Not sure if it was over here or if it was from earlier in the game. Stalker's trying to blink back. Max Pack. Stalkers are just not as good in a pitched battle, but that is huge. And look at that. Dark Templar and the Natural Hero trying to chase down the army to punish him. He says, okay, you're going to kill some economy. Oh, what is it? Dude, he's got no detection. Hero's dead. Hero's dead. He has no detection. He's trying to build 2 more robos right now. Oh, no. And look at this. More stasis traps freezing his army up. He's attacking in a column right now, a conga line of units. The Stalkers of Max Packs massed together, fighting, backing each other up. The Immortals unable to do anything against the Zealots in the north side. The Archon goes down. Max Packs running a stasis trap Blink Stalker masterclass. While Hero here... Max Packs, the elusive... Ever elusive Max Pax. Good luck finishing him off with an advantage. Reckoning 1, 2, 3. Are you still here? Sorry, I missed your message before. You were saying, when would you recommend coaching for someone? Yeah, let us know if you're still here. I can answer that question. Generally speaking, you said you were stuck in high plat. You've reached down before. Are there any videos to help with strategy? I think the best thing is to join Discord, right, guys? I think the best thing is to be in a community. I think in general, improving at games is very hard on your own. I think there's about 1,000 things going on in strategy games, and the great thing is you can literally choose any one area to improve at that you're motivated to at the time. That's what's great about RTS. Downside is obviously there's it's gonna take effort. But yeah, I think generally if you just coach yourself is the cheapest way to do it. Is literally just post replays in my Discord and go to the replay analysis threads, post a bit of self-analysis, ask some questions. You can always just pick your weakest matchup. You're like, hey, this is the matchup I'm least confident in because of this. This is what my plan is for the matchup, but I run into this and this and don't know what to do. You do that, you'll get amazing advice. If you want paid coaching, you can obviously do that because it takes less effort from you. It's gonna give you a higher quality, consistently higher quality advice faster as well, which is all obviously nice bonuses. Okay, so let's take a quick look, guys. So I wanted to go and take a look at, you know what, actually, let's download my own Pigasaur replay pack from last week or the week before from our Discord. And let's download those replays. Let's do Pigasaur 87 the week before first. Because I don't think anything's changed for Terran other than the Reaper timing. So we can download Solar Beyond. Could be good. So we just want to look at these openings. Try and benchmark it a little bit. Did you give any of them a wet willy in Fester X? Because we in Twitch chat, we don't respect people who go to Home Story Cup unless they go and give people wet willies. If you don't give them a wet willy, you gave up your opportunity. Nothing like ingratiating yourself with all the content creators and pros of a game you love. Like licking your finger and sticking it in their ear. Alright. 12 depot into... Is it 15 command center or 16, guys? I forget. NCC. Let's write this down. Turn opening comparisons. Beyond CC first. And we can go Clem's 13 racks, 14 gas, 16 orbital. Because Clem goes 11 depot, 13 racks, 14 gas, I think 16 orbital, if memory serves. So beyond here goes 15 CC. What was his barracks timing? 16, I would imagine. 17. Okay, so beyond goes 17. You guys can see everything, right? Yeah. Just writing this down. 17 racks, 17 gas, 18 second gas? When does he take it? Yep, 18 second gas. Okay. 2 on each gas is how he does it, doesn't he? 2 on each gas. Obviously, you both make orbitals straight away. Sorry, guys. I'm tabbed out, so that's why it's going to be a bit low on the frame rate. And factory should be about 2 minutes 50. 22 supply.
Command center upgrade complete.
Okay. And he even pulls one more off gas after starting that, which is interesting. Pull another worker off gas. His barracks builds 2 marines. And then a reactor. And he's going to go 3rd CC, 330. It's not the most exciting build. But I do 330. And was that 27? It was 27 when he built that, right? Yeah. Even cuts SCVs for it. He goes for a starport, of course. And yeah, basically he just goes Hellion Banshee, right? Obviously this is way more passive than Clem's opening. I think Clem would already have Hellions outside your base at this point. He gives the Zerg way more freedom. Way more freedom. So he's only got 3 Hellions at like 5 minutes. Or 4 Hellions it should be, I think. 4 Hellions poking around creep at 5 minutes. Plus first Banshee just popping.
Command center upgrade. Engine screaming.
And second Banshee with Cloak, plus 6 Hellions at 620. It's on a big map, but pretty solid. Alright. Obviously from there you just do your normal stuff. Let's just do a random benchmark, see when Stim shields 1-1 hits. It felt like Clem's 1-1 timing sucked diddlies in his games as well. I get this is like a kind of turtley style. It's not the most exciting, but I felt like the upgrade timings were really weak for Clem as well over the weekend. Could be wrong on that. Obviously Beyond here is playing so much more passive, but it's not like it's apples and oranges, but I just want to understand how big that difference is. I really want to understand how big. So when did 1-1 finish? Let's catch that. So 1-1 and shields kicks in at about what, 7:35? Maybe 7:40. Yeah, just let's say 7:40 is when it should be done. 7:40. Shields is not quite done yet. There are 16 Marines, 2 tanks, 2 medevacs, about to boost forwards. Okay. So you're able to get forward at 8 minutes with 2 tanks, 18 Marines and 2 medevacs with 1-1 stim shields. I think shields probably could be ready now. 8 minutes. 18 Marines, 2 medevacs, 2 tanks, and 1-1 plus stim shields on the front. And that is, of course, with 70 workers. 4th CC halfway done. And I believe it's just 5 barracks, 2. Oh, he's got 2 factories as well, yeah. So, second factory just started reactor. Armory almost finished. 131 supply. Okay. Before any real fighting happens. And obviously this is with 2 Banshees and 1 Hellion dead. 2 Banshees, 1 Hellion down. Alright. Alright, we're gonna go... Let's go benchmark this to one of Clem's replays and just take a little look-see, shall we? Hate to break it to you, Twitch chat, but I don't think meeting some girls is going to distract Clem. I know you guys are joking, but I think if you're that handsome, I think you're meeting girls everywhere. I mean, that man is constantly, he's out there like, but what about male models? You know, why male models? He's star-crossed Zoolander, the young Frenchman. The Terran Al-Gaib. Okay, I'm sorry, Cup. Let's go. I'm trying to remember. I feel like game 1 of the grand finals, Clem went for a 3cc, which is a little bit more familiar to this. Why are you saying that tonight, bot? Akatsuki Kyan. What's going on there? What is this, a trophy for ants? Indeed. All right, let's take a look. So Clem has this really funky opening, guys. He goes 11 depot, 13 barracks, 14 gas. Specifically so he can get the orbital up as quickly as possible. Orbitals are good. I'm not sure how good this is. But he does cut like 2 seconds of SCV production to do it, and most people just go 14-14 if they want to go for it, if they're not rushing the Reaper, which he's clearly not. Because he's doing a 14 barracks, 14 gas timing. And they do 12 depot, 14 gas, 14 barracks. His barracks, as you can see, sat idle for about 5 seconds. Command center sat idle for 2 seconds. That doesn't feel the most efficient to me. But this is a minor distraction from what I'm really focused on here, which is, in general, Reaper expand versus a non-Reaper expand. And in this case, the most extreme example, which is Beyond's command center first. Now, he is going to SCV scout this game. So this is an SCV scout variation. We've got to account for that. That's gonna mess up the benchmark a little bit. So we're gonna write that down. Okay. Yeah. Benchmark for Fear and Faith with SCV scout after barracks. Keep in mind that's gonna slow down timings a little bit. Okay. But essentially, it's a 16 orbital. I mean, it was 16 on the orbital, right? Let's just double check that really quickly. Pretty sure it was. Yep. 16 orbital. Waits for a few seconds to the gas. Builds the Reaper. Command center is on 17 supply. No, 18. 18 supply. Okay, let's write it down. 18 CC. And is it 19 depot? 20 depot? I feel like it's 20 depot. Could be wrong. Speed this up a little bit. He's going to try and wall off the backdoor scouting path. It's cute. 20. 20 depot. 21 factory. You can see he's a bit mineral starved because of that SCV scout. 5 seconds, pause production. Now, yeah, this is a 3cc he does this game, I'm pretty sure, not the double gas. That's what I wanted to benchmark. So his third command center goes down actually earlier than Beyond's does, but Beyond's got his double orbital up earlier. Oh, maybe not. Maybe not. Yeah, okay, there we go. 330. It's almost identical. It's 330 as well. And I think it was 25 supply. Slightly lower on supply. Violent sneeze. What's up? My micro is so good. And then he goes for the second barracks rather than a starport. Kind of good to realize that.
Command center upgrade complete. Add-on complete.
Yeah. I don't really care about writing down the build order here. Let's just benchmark it. Sorry. I can't be on his camera. My bad. I apologize. We could pick the bloody seizures claim. Sorry, guys. Okay. So when does his double drop hit? I guess he could have moved out, but he got delayed here, didn't he? He got kind of delayed moving out this game. I guess he could be moving out at about 5:45. Move out timing with 211 equals 5:45. But he chooses to stay at home because he's like, ooh, Serral's up to no good. He saw that Serral's played more of a 2-basey opening. I think 8 minutes might have been too late a benchmark because I forgot that this game Serral busts him like really soon and forces turrets. So what we really want is we want a benchmark before turrets go down. Yeah, maybe at this point, 6 minutes. Take a look. Okay. Double eBay finishing. Third racks almost finished. Starport building reactor. Third CC landed. 77 supply, 46 SCVs. Alright. I'm going to go compare that benchmark really quickly to that Beyond CC first game. How much did Beyond have at that moment, guys? Back into that CC first game and go back to 6 minutes. Just benchmarking quickly, guys, because I don't think Clem's build is great. Yes, I was definitely not taking in the info on 8 times. I know Cyril extracted trick to 20 supply block. Wonder if that was part of his build or compensating for it. Felt like Cyril was pretty flowy in this tournament. So we just want to go to 6 minutes. The weather's been pretty shitty here, guys. What's the weather like wherever you guys are in the world? It's been rainy. Kind of great. Every time I go outside for a jog, it starts raining. Apparently, we've got just a trickle. Oh, it's going to be trickling all night. All right, I'll try to hit a run this afternoon in a couple of hours. 35 degrees in PH. Philippines? Philadelphia, Philippines? Let's go back a little bit. 6 minutes, guys. All right, we wanted that benchmark. 6 minutes. Okay. Check it. Beyond is in a pretty similar position, supply-wise. Obviously, he's committed to Alien Banshee, so it's not a like-by-like comparison. SCV count's not too different. Not too different. It's only 47. He also has 3 command centers landed. Interesting. I thought that would put you further ahead. We'll take a look at the infrastructure. It does feel like Beyond's got a lot more barracks and stuff started, but we'll double check that. His 1-1's already on the way. So 6 minutes, 75 supply, 47 SCVs. He's actually down to supply, but yeah, he's slightly up in work. Very similar in that regard. Obviously, he's got tech units rather than Marines as well, but yeah. So in terms of production, 2nd and 3rd barracks are just finishing. That's very similar to Clem's build. Starport's about to swap over and build an add-on. Starport swapping to build reactor. Factory swapping onto Tech Lab. 1-1 is already, what, 10 seconds underway? 7 seconds. Well, it should be more than that, but he always starts armor first. Let's just say 10-15 seconds. 1-1, 10 to 15 seconds underway. Complete. Researched. And also there's a 4th and 5th barracks just started as well. Yeah, this is pretty similar. Not that big of a deviation. You'd think the CC first would put you further ahead. But I always feel like Hellion Banshee is a bit of a bigger investment. So you kind of need to go the Hellions off this build. So it's not a great comparison between these two builds. Just getting a feeling for these benchmarks. Okay. Cool. 4th and 5th barracks. Yeah, 4 gases up, depots, all this sort of stuff. Okay. Go look at one of Clem's 2 gas builds, because he did do the 2 gas, the kind of delayed 3rd a lot. Remember, the reason I got to keep logging out here is Beyond's replays are pre-patch, guys, but it doesn't change anything for Terran other than the timing the Reapers arrive, which is not a big deal, because he's not building Reapers. Means his Zerg opponents are a bit further ahead, but shouldn't be the end of the world. Final. Take a look at BlackRock. I mean, I'm just writing random ass notes, so it's not user friendly. But if I end up putting them in videos or guides, I obviously put them in separate documents that are a bit more friendly, but that's just a random hodgepodge. But you guys can read it. Yeah, Home Story Cup replays are viewable. If you just look at the Wikipedia page, there's actually a replay pack link if you scroll down the Wikipedia page. It's publicly available, like before the event's even over. That link is already there. They're so organized. All right, guys, so let's take a look. So this one's a double gas with delayed third, same opening. Obviously, this is going to commit more to getting damage done, more to slowing down the Zerg, and it's going to slow him down as well. So let's go benchmark where we're at 6 minutes. And then at 8 minutes, just to get a rough comparison. So Hellion Banshee build, so it's more comparable to the Beyond build as well. They've both gone 2 Banshees and 6 to 8 Hellions. Alright. Okay. Benchmark for Blackrock, my friends. Blackrock. 2 base, Hellion Banshee into like 5-minute third base. So in this game, 6 minutes benchmark. What's he got? 67 supply. He's down 10 supply. And he's down only a few SCVs. Because obviously the third CC is just kicking in. So you haven't really seen the full boost of it building more workers and mining quicker as well. You could argue 6 minutes is too early to really see the payoff of these third command centers, but that's okay. 43 workers, second and third racks finishing. Double eBay just started. Third and fourth gas. Half done. Starport just started reactor. Okay, yeah. So you can see he's just quite far behind on the infrastructure in this game. We fast forward to 8 minutes, where that third CC build has really kicked into gear. Hopefully he hasn't lost too many units in the fighting by this point. He's lost 6 Hellions and a Banshee. That's going to lower his supply. I'll keep that in mind. Because, I think with Beyond's one, he'd lost 2 Hellions. He'd lost 2 Banshees and 1 Hellion. In this case, we've lost a Banshee, 6 Hellions, 1 Reaper. Just something to keep in mind. 8 minutes. So we've lost 1 Banshee, 6 Hellions, and Reaper. It's 117 supply, 63 workers. Fourth and fifth barracks is almost finished. Okay. Fourth and fifth racks finishing. 1-1 at, what is this? 65 seconds. 65 out of 114. And yeah, third is landed, 4 gases, second factory halfway done. Second factory, an armory half done. Fifth gas just finished on third. Okay. Yeah, just taking a look at this. Obviously, I think this game he just didn't probably do enough damage for the opening to be worth it. Trading evenly is pretty bad against Zerg. But he forced more queens. He forced Cyril to be on his toes. It's hard to weigh up, you know. Obviously, this is going to be not as much stuff. But let's just look at the numbers as well. So this was the point where Beyond was hitting with, take a look, 18 Marines, 2 medevacs, 2 tanks, 1-1, stim, and shields was finished. But even if Beyond was hitting his timing right now, he'd still be running into a Cyril who's got Carapace, big pack of Zerglings, lots of queens, Hive already on the way. I wonder if 54 Zerglings could defend that push. Obviously, talking about 2 completely different game states, but yeah, kind of interesting.
So anyways, what's he got on the front? He's got basically 2 mines and 19 marines. And he doesn't have 1-1 or shields just yet. Okay, good to know. $19 marines, 2 mines, 2 medevacs on the front. So it's a similar amount of pressure on the front, but the lack of 1-1 upgrades really softens this. It means you can't really commit to this pressure during this window quite as hard. And we compare this to Beyond's timings. Remember, Beyond at this point, 4th CC was halfway done at 8 minutes. It's not even started yet. Second factory had already started building its reactor. The armory was almost finished. In this case, the armory is not halfway done. Beyond was at 131 supply. Now, he'd lost 2 Banshees and a Hellion, as opposed to 6 Hellions in a Banshee. So, obviously, the supply would overall be very similar, because he's lost 1, 2, 3, 5, 10 supply more. So, Clem would equivalent be at 127 supply versus 131. Very close in supply. Beyond did have 7 more workers at this point as well. And 1-1 stim. Shields was technically not quite done for Beyond either, but I think it could have been done by this point. Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's you know, it's like, basically it just feels like Clem's about 40 seconds behind on the build compared to the CC first into 3rd CC. And considering he's mounted a lot more pressure, that doesn't sound too bad. I thought it would be worse. I thought there'd be a bigger change, but also 40 seconds behind on a build, I guess when you're at this stage is an immense amount of time, isn't it? 40 seconds is a pretty big amount of time, actually. Oh, it's... Yeah. And obviously, Beyond's opening the Zerg's going to get away with more greed as well. So Clem didn't really mix his openings up at Home Story Cup, which is why I really wish he changed openings so I could have seen how the different builds fared. Obviously, that's just me wanting to see how builds work. He went for what he considered his best opening, which was the same 13 barracks, 14 gas every game. 56 pages of notes. I mean, I'm sure some of that's like 10 years old in the bottom of that document. This is a pretty unformatted document. It's basically like my scratch pad, you know? It's like just where I write random stuff. Big, is it bad that Zerg has 1-1 before Terran here, while Beyond's both upgrades were done earlier? Oh yeah, 100%. This is one of the big things Clem kept running into with this 2-base Hellion Banshee opening. Is Cyril was able to defend and get an upgrade lead in many of the games. So it did feel like Clem's upgrade timing just didn't feel great off of this build ever. And I think one of the things I came to in yesterday's cast when I was casting this match is, as well as in the finals, is Clem often struggled to have any sort of threat at like the sort of pre-baneling speed time. How much is Clem's builds need work? How much is Zerg's are a bit too powerful with that extra lava and they just get a bit more units out, they're a bit ahead of the curve, and they're a bit away with things. The creep spread was very low. The Zerg map control was very low because Clem's so good at clearing creep and creep spread slower now. So there was this really interesting kind of matchup between Zerg had less map control, struggled harder than ever to get a 6th base up, but also Clem didn't have that scary lethal timing where baneling speed wasn't quite done. There were multiple times when Clem tried to commit and baneling speed was already done. And it was just like, well, this is not going to do anything. Like, he held that stim marine timing one game against Cyril. Baneling speed was ready. It's like, there's no way baneling speed is meant to be ready for that push. Like, what's gone wrong here, you know? And obviously, yeah, he's committing to Alien Banshee a lot, not really finding enough damage with it. But yeah, it's really interesting. There was too many moments where, because if you guys think about pre-patch, right? Last season, previous seasons, whenever anyone's playing Clem, there's always one game in a best of 5 or a best of 7, sometimes multiple games, where the first stim timing just kills the Zerg. Just straight up, they just die. There's always this like knife's edge. And it felt like Clem couldn't find that.
whatever reasons, obviously, I could hazard many guesses, but they would be just that, guesses. But he couldn't really find that there was no games that I saw where it was like, oh god, here's 2 tanks and 20 marines with 1-1 in shields, and bam, the Zerg just isn't quite ready and gets overwhelmed. That kind of never happened. Clem ended up finding value and making games close despite consistently not finding those windows, and even often throwing armies away trying to find those windows, because his harassment and multitasking is Clem level. He's so good. But he was often playing from behind in this mid game. What was interesting though is the whole series had a sort of desperation to it for Clem, where he felt like he needed to go. Oh my god, Zerg's ahead. There was this desperation to how he was playing. And I would often feel myself, from my knowledge of 12 worker starts and what we're used to, that he was behind. And then I'd look at the supply and I'd realize his main's not mined out. And I'd be like, oh, maybe he's not behind. Speaking of which, what's the timer for when the main mines out, guys? It's like 12 minutes, right? I think it's about 12 minutes. Clem's made a doo-doo in this game, I think. I think he dropped a few mules on one of the close patches, maybe, but I think it's about 12 minutes. You can see some of the patches are mining out at 11 minutes, but I think that's because he's had workers triple stacked on them. You can see, yeah, like obviously it's not 100% consistent. It depends how your workers are stacked. But I'd say about 12 minutes is when these patches tend to mine out. Maybe 11. Used to be 8.5. Oh, Rainer's base mines out super early. What the hell? Oh my god, Rainer is kind of famous for not paying attention to his workers stacking early on. Guys, his mineral patches didn't last much longer than normal at all. What is this? Oh yeah, he's got triple workers stacked on multiple of these patches. That's why they're running out so early. Ah, so Rainer actually like mined these out so quickly because his workers weren't stacked very nicely. Ah, that's a shame. That's a bummer. A little bit of a bummer for him. So you can see his worker patches start mining out just past 9 minutes, whereas it was 8.5 minutes pre-patch as standard. But these 2 patches on the left are going to last until closer to 11 minutes. So interesting, man. There's so many things to get used to here. And 10.5, it's closer to like 10:30. Looks like these are going to run out at 10:35 for that one, 10:40 for that one. So yeah, because some people were saying they don't run out until 14 minutes. I don't think that's true. I think maybe 14 minutes on the natural. Yeah, it might be 14 minutes on the natural instead of 11.5. I think in general, it's going to be about 2.5 minutes longer to mine these patches out. Let's check both players' naturals and see how long they took to mine these out. Because these would normally mine out at about 11.5 minutes on the 12 worker start pre-patch. Obviously, you start with less workers now as well. You're slower to saturate these bases, so it might be even longer. So you can see it's still got all 8 mineral patches. One runs out at just past 12 minutes. And then he pulls his workers off. So actually, it's not going to run out that quickly. Now, Rainer also has a patch running out. Another patch runs out 12:50. So it looks like probably about 13 to 13.5 minutes on the natural for the most part, from what I can tell. But we are seeing players kind of oversaturated in this game. Say about 2 minutes of extra mining. 2.5 maybe. Hey, we've got the skating ultralisk bug, guys. This happens in replays. I love it. I love this bug. This bug first started, I think, 2016. It was like early legacy. It's so funny to watch, man. They just get animation frozen. Amazing. This is the most streamlined fast boy you've ever seen. Lambo with his gang. He's telling a lot from his ski trips. Nice. The Munchen boy going for the ski trips. Nice. No doubt Zerg is strong in the pre-patch. Could be that because of other issues. The earlier Zerg game, lack of resources, forces Zerg to go safer than the usual Knife's Edge, which is neutered Clem's early momentum. Yeah, I don't know. It's hard to say. Definitely the Reapers and Adepts getting nerfed do help Zerg as well. Because like I feel like that 2-second nerf on the Reaper kind of makes me go, why'd I show people how to do 12 barracks, 12 gas? It's still probably fine. Since, I mean, even Clem was getting pretty significant damage with his Reaper in this tournament. But, yeah. Felt like a bit of an uphill battle from pretty much start to finish for Clem. I think the double gas build with the Hellion Banshee really just was not putting him in a good spot. I think his Hellbat timing would have got a free win against Serral if Serral didn't scout it. Kind of a bummer that happened. His Hellbat timing got scouted before it even moved out, which is a disaster. That's hilarious. Hey, what do you think of the game with the Broodlord switch? Where he forced Clem out of the game due to lower gas quantity. That's not how he forced him out of the game. No, Clem killed his own army. Don't get me wrong, the lower gas does matter. It definitely does. Clem was not completely out of gas yet. It's just he lost his edge bases, all of his new bases. Serral also was going to have lower gas there. I wasn't sure how that was going to play out. I would have liked to see it go, but Clem killed his own army with siege tanks. So once they have Broodlords, siege tanks become a Zerg unit. You have to unsiege them and get them out of there. He built way too many siege tanks, and he kept building them even once he saw Broodlords, I think, and they just were killing his own army. I don't know if he kept... No, maybe he didn't keep building them after seeing the Broodlords, but he was building them very late in the game. It was pure ghost tank, and I think if he just had a few Thors for insurance, they would have really helped him, and a few Hellbats. Hellbats are really important, because if you have 3/3 Hellbats with Blue Flame, they just one-shot Broodlings, remove them from the board, so they protect the ghosts. And Broodlord's strike damage actually doesn't do very much. It takes 5 or 6 Broodlord shots to kill one ghost. I think 5. So don't get me wrong, they can kill a few of them, but it was it was kind of a big misplay for Clem, I believe, in that game. Serral's analysis was he made a lot of ghosts. He made too many. He made about, I think at one point he got to 30 ghosts. I think 20 ghosts is already an immense amount. And I just don't think you need that many. Like, there's a point where they all just get stuck behind each other and they're not really doing anything. They're just like presenting if a fungal and banelings or something do hit them. Yeah. Hey, Spice Pickles, thank you so much, dude. Oh, I really appreciate you. Oh, thank you, Spice Pickles. Hey, thank you. I'm glad you've been enjoying the YouTube, my friend. New patch. So we're going into like kind of the research part of this stream right now. We're just thinking about Terran openings. Yeah. I think past like 12 ghosts might actually be too many with 3 supplies, says Giant Orange. I think if you're like Clem, you can get value out of 20 for sure. But 25 I think is too many. And more than that is crazy. I also think like Terran is pretty rich on the supply late game. You know, he got to mass orbital. He could have sacrificed a bunch more SCVs. He already did sacrifice quite a few SCVs. So he was in it like a good spot. I think Clem should have won that game. I think Maru would have given Serral a harder run for his money. Probably beaten him. I think Maru beat Serral in late game there. I could be wrong though. I think the ghosts, I've been saying it for a while, it costs 75 energy per snipe. You only get 2 snipes at max. And that sort of stuff. Pig, will you be home story after that? I hope so. I mean, I think it's pretty expensive. I don't know how we'll get there and stuff. I'll maybe see if they can give me a free ticket at least or something like that. I don't know. I haven't actually looked at prices to get in. But yeah, I think we'll fly over and come over and hang out and have some fun. Should be really cool. Yeah. I would probably do what you do, Giant Orange. I think I would never go past 12 ghosts. Because it seems... I mean, maybe I'd go 15, but I don't think I'd do many more than that. I don't know if it's a race thing of the gas mining. It's a cool change because the urgency added to fighting for the edge and split bases. I agree, Sergeant Doc. I actually think the gas change is really good. If there's one thing I really enjoyed about the tournament is that we didn't see... From what the games, I need to watch more games. Were there any turtle late games where both players are just sitting there banking thousands of gas for like long periods and just kind of not really committing? Because I feel like that's one of my least favorite parts of StarCraft 2. And I think one of the things I haven't really seen anyone talking about. And I just thought about it last night. I was like, hey, wait a second. I don't think I saw any of those like games. I don't know how often they happen at Home Story Cup because it's more of like a
a Maru turtling against Raynor. It's a Serral versus Classic thing where it often happens with that European Korean player dynamic. But yeah. The minerals are the same now, Zogger. They changed the minerals, so it's the exact same minerals as the pre-patch. Yeah. Because remember, it was 1200 on the light patches, but then they put it back down to 1100. So instead of 1800 and 900, the big patches have gone down 200 minerals, and the light patches have gone up 200 minerals, so it cancels out. We were talking about this yesterday, and I checked it, and yeah, it's that is correct. Because someone had mentioned it, and I was like, yeah, is it the same? Is it more? Is it less? And I looked it up yesterday. There's a game in the finals where Serral made 23 Broodlords. Yeah, that's the game we were just talking about before, Zyphonar, where Clem's siege tanks assisted the Broodlords. Every time the Broodlords would fire, the tanks would friendly fire all of his ghosts, which was really rough. Ugh. Siege tanks, yeah, they've always been a Zerg unit once Broodlords come out. Widowmines and siege tanks become a liability if Broodlords are hitting you. Yeah. Clem's never been the biggest turtle fan, Giant Orange, and I think the map pool also is a reason. So if you look at the map pool, Fear and Faith, you can't play turtle late game, right? You get 4 bases in the corner, but then you've got to stretch out to these really far away another corner. Very hard to turtle 2 corners that are so far apart. Rorschach, probably not a terrible map for turtle late game. I think Rorschach might be okay, but I don't think we saw much Rorschach. I think Zergs were vetoing it. At Eternity's Edge, you can get you get stretched out pretty quickly in terms of bases. Big wide open areas. It's gonna be hard. It's gonna be hard to turtle up on Eternity's Edge. Lockdown, I don't think we saw any lockdown. I don't remember seeing much lockdown. I don't know. Did they just use the ladder map pool? I'm not sure. Old Sun Temple. Hard to turtle late game as well. Just because the bases get quite spread out and the Zerg can kind of take the other corners. Sanctuary, I think, is probably okay for turtling up to late game. Not the worst. Rainfall is the best. You get 5 bases in this super compact pattern. And then you just slowly crawl out to these other 2 bases. I think Rainfall's amazing for it. That's why we saw it there. Blackrock, I think you can turtle late game Blackrock for sure. Because you get your first 4 bases, and then you get 1, 2, 3, 4 bases in this corner that are really close to each other. So as a Terran, you just slowly take all 4 of those bases and turtle up while leaving an entrenched position on the left, defending your kind of natural and third. And it's really good. Washout. Yeah, I think Washout could go either way. You could turtle a bit there, but it's not like the most automatically easy to turtle map by any means. I think it's pretty hard to get past 4 bases as Terran and Protoss on Blackrock, says Avex. I think there's enough ledges and choke points that it's an absolute Terran wet dream. And the sight blockers also, I think, help Terran a little bit, though not a crazy amount. Later on, you got Overseers, you got Observers, whatever. But I think it's a wet dream. It's a little hard to get the 5th base. I do agree, Avex, but I think there's like a point where you get one of these bases established and the next 3 are right next to it, and it's so nice. The farthest corner is a half base. Oh, that's true. That is only a half base. That's true. Yeah, these bases are just so compact. So just by trying to get a foothold, you also deny all of them from the Zerg. I think it's really quite good for Terran late game. Also, Avex, what the fuck? Can you believe the map makers told you to not put the tank ledges in because everyone would hate map makers forever? No one's fucking put a siege tank on the ledges. No one's dropped a lurker on the ledges. How? You guys know, I think I need to show Hero. I don't think Hero knows it exists. If Hero knows it exists, he will 100% drop a High Templar on the ledge and start storming people from there. Zerg players are yelling at me about it. I've not seen a single person use that damn ledge. They're positioned in a way where they're not in range of the bases, so it's fine. Maru used the ledge. Did he use it in the race war? Or what? Where'd you see that broken controller? I've been waiting for it. Avex says, I made the ledges glow. People still don't use it. Valscrow, thank you for the subs. Arathaus, I appreciate you guys. Thank you. Thank you for the subs, mates. Yeah. How you guys doing? There's even a tutorial about the ledges near the main. Whatever, there's a crushed siege tank or whatever. Yeah. Bit hard for people to understand that. They're like, there's just a crushed tank here. Maybe an awardee tournament? Ah, okay. Yeah. Yeah, if anyone sees a clip of it, let me know. Because I just keep being, how is no one using this, man? It's so cool. It's so cool. Avex, what's the ETA on fixing the lighting on Blackrock? What do you reckon? You reckon they'll fix it in like 6 years? Or... I was sad that even all the tournament organizers aren't using your tournament edition. I keep trying to spread the word. I'm like, guys, use the tournament edition. It has better lighting. This is a beautiful map. Microsoft just laid off 3,200 people, including at Blizzard. I'm low-key worried Mr. Intern got fired. No way. Guys, we're actually going to get AI patches if that happens. No, there's no way. There's no way. Classic Games Department, I'm pretty sure, is like in their janitorial budget. So I think they're cutting tech workers because AI can't mop floors, and I'm pretty sure it's like janitorial budget. With how the respect that Blizzard clearly gives to their Classic Games Department, I believe that they'll be safe because it's in the this can't be replaced by AI department, you know? Yeah. 4,800 worldwide, 3,200 on the gaming side. One was the intern, says Ratjar. Surely not. Do we? I think that's just made up, right, Ratjar? No one actually knows if the intern's gone. If the intern's gone, that would be crazy. We'd actually be screwed. The one intern is made up. Good. The 4,800 and 3,200 are real. Wee. There haven't been AI patches so far. I mean, I have no evidence to the contrary, but you never know. All right. I think... Okay, so after having a think, guys, I think Clem's openings were not too bad. But I do think the non-third CC version just didn't seem to be finding enough damage. And it was delaying his upgrades for way too long. I could be totally wrong on this, but it just felt like it was a little bit, you know, it was just a little bit like off, you know? Like I think that's the issue, is just his upgrades were too late, and whatever path, I think it's Clem has to find some fear and some lethality in the early mid game, or he needs to like hard focus on early fourth base and turtle even harder, which would suck. That because that's not very exciting. But if he, I mean, not even, he doesn't have to turtle, but like it's 4 base bio momentum aggression. You know, it's a bit later in the game. Last boss activating the hype train. Thank you for the big 14-month resub, dude. I appreciate you so very much. I appreciate you, my friend. All right, guys, don't go anywhere. We're gonna play some more games. What should we play for the rest of today? We could cast a game or two of Home Story Cup. I heard there was some bangers. So I heard there was like a Shino match. Shino versus someone. I got a whole list of recommendations here, and I heard this one was absolutely crazy. It was Shino Jumi from Group A. Should we go for it, gang? Should we cast some crazy matches from Home Story? All right, don't go anywhere. Quick ad break. Thank you so much, guys. Please help us out. Fill up the sub goal, tip goal, cheer goal, anything like that. Help us to continue supporting StarCraft. I'll be back in 3 minutes. Quick ad break. We'll get some replays lined up. We'll be right into it. That's 25. We got the magic number. We got the magic number. This is enough to one-shot an orbital, guys. All right, so this is where you send these roaches. They're a distraction. Their job is to pull him out of position so I can just run in and one-shot the third command center, okay? This is what this is all about. All right, look at these guys. You guys are going to sacrifice your life for a very good cause, okay?
He moves out of the way. He's like, are you serious? What was that? I'm like, that's what we call a Chad maneuver, mate. Does fall at the same time. Nidus, Roach, Ling in the main base. Dark is relentless. He's in all of your orifices at once. Rohana would be disgusted by these lesser beings just trying to run in everywhere. She's like, what? We're not meant to have any openings. We're Protoss. We photosynthesize. Dark throwing some creep out in the main base, says photosynthesize this bitch. Because that's what he actually says. I swear, guys. It's his words. I can read his mind. Promise me. I promise you that.
My man.
Drop, 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 drop. Oh, get wrecked, son! Oh, I got 99 biles and a medevac ain't one. Get fucked, get fucked. Go to Dicktown. One-way trip, motherfucker. You guys know that I have like some high-level intuition, right? You guys know that, yeah? You know I can see what just happened, right? Playing Zerg versus Protoss versus Pig, doop de doop de doop, doop de doop de doop. When suddenly the front door closes. Fuck, Mum's here, shit. You're meant to be doing your homework, Jimmy, you little shit. What the fuck are you doing playing that cursed video game? You're gonna fail school and become a worthless fucking human. And then he's like, Alt F4, Alt F4. He's like, I was studying, Mum. I promise I was studying. She's like, you weren't. And she fucking unplugs the computer and takes the plug away. And he's like, fuck me, shit, I can't play the games no more. This not look so good, yes? You have Blink, also, it's not good for me. Maybe Dark Templar soon. You have Dark Templar already. This is very fucking bad for me, man. We wall off base, so he cannot walk Dark Templar inside of my base. His Dark Templar is already inside of my base! Fuck balls! 10 seconds too late! Fuck! There it is. I was looking for this little fucking thing for so long, man. What a game. Good pressure. And remember what we said about committing into this choke point. You see those cannons? You would be insane to not hold the drone key down. Fortunately for Probe, Mio Micah is insane. He's doing nothing but building Lings and Hydras. I mean, if he breaks this choke point and wins the game, I will eat my shoe, Maynard. It just does not work committing to an all-in in this choke point. I am putting down a fierce prediction right now. I do not think this works.
We've had shoe eating promised before, and we've been denied.
Lings and Hydras coming on in. There's not that much damage for Probe. Only one cannon and a bunch of Stalkers. Oh my lord, this is a very scary attack for Mio.
How is that shoe looking, Pig?
It's looking very, very uncomfortable right now. I don't want to eat it, but I might have to. So many probes going down. And this is the problem with Stalkers versus Ling Hydra. They overkill massively on the Lings. The Hydras come in, the Swarm comes in.
And Mio Micah started stepping on in. He feels like he's got it. I don't know, man. The Zealots on the right side coming on in as well. The Lings, but no. There's too much DPS in those Hydra lists. And Mio Micah breathes a sigh of relief. It feels very voyeuristic when you look at Mio Micah with the camera in between the computer tower and the monitor like that.
I don't have a shoe in my room, Maynard. I'm looking around. I don't have a shoe in here, man.
Look, you know the build, dude. You just make a shoe cake.
A shoe cake.
I'm looking forward to the YouTube upload, honestly. I subscribe and I cannot wait. I'm ready.
Against the wall. He can't afford to... Old WCS graphics, yeah. The good old days, Nathanius. The good old days, my man. Nate, have you guys embraced soccer? in your household, or are you now that the World Cup's on, or are you guys going no, American football only? Or are you guys how are the Americans? You guys embracing the football? Are you guys playing today? Playing right now? Oh, that was earlier today. That was like a few hours ago. Oh, just got knocked out. GG. Belgium's good, man. Damn, that scoreline though. Sounds like a crazy match. Oh, sounds like it got off to a bad start for you guys. And just snowballed there. GG's. Round of 16. Got violated? That is what it is. Alright, back to pretending you don't care about it, just like Australia. Suddenly care. We're in it! We're in it! Let's go! We're in the World Cup! Alright, we don't care anymore. No. We it's good to see. It is funny because Dot got so into the women's football. It's like I just don't. I watched. We got up at the 4 a.m. to watch Australia get knocked out. Other than that, I'd only watched highlights. I hadn't really watched much at all. So it's kind of funny to I care a lot more when the women are playing than when the men are playing. Which I guess is probably not uncommon in Australia, since our women's team is much better than our men's team. Well, not much better, a bit better. A bit better. All right, guys, we're gonna do a little bit of a casty cast here. Apparently, this one's a banger. I'm so curious to see what all the builds everyone are doing in this tournament. You know. Oh, the red card shenanigans? Oh, that sounded ridiculous. Yeah. Oh my god. It sounded so stupid. I was just like, oh my god, it's such a... You know, like there's moves where you think about it and you're like, this is such a short-sighted move. This is like such a... There are so many moves like that. You're just like, oh my god. You didn't think this through at all, did you? You just fucking did some shit knee jerk. It's like, you know how bad this makes you look? Jeez. Did you end up eating a shoe? I did. It was a chocolate shoe. To be fair, I copped out. I don't know how to eat leather. I've not been starving on a ship lost at sea for 6 months. Those guys where they're like, they boil down leather and try to eat it and stuff. Yeah, I've not quite ever lived in that level of experience. So yeah, it was a chocolate shoe, but still, I did eat it. It was made out of chocolate. Some would say bitched out, but yeah, fair call. All right, guys, let's go. Now, instead of losing, you lose even after the cheating. Yeah, exactly. It's just. I think everyone's just kind of like, oh god, why would you? Like, so embarrassing, right? Oh, right, all right. Welcome back, everybody. Guess what? There's a new patch, and there's already been a Premier tournament on it. Jumi, in the bottom right side, the Protoss player trying to figure out the madness from the Protoss side of the equation. And, of course, in the top left, it's Shino in the Zerg shoes. Now, interestingly, I think Jumi was late on his chrono boost. He meant to chrono boost at 6.5 to 7 seconds for the optimal chrono boost timing. 12 pylon is correct, though. But I think one of the things I've noticed watching this tournament so far, including the top players, is I think we're all just figuring things out. None of us really know what the best openings are just yet, but it's going to be a 12 pylon scout, and that's going to make it hard for Shino in the top left to take the expansion. Now, of course, my assistant Jamie is going to be looking up the player rankings for both of these guys. I would guess both of these guys, Jumi probably about rank 45 in the world, and Shino probably about rank 80 off the top of my head. You guys let me know if those are accurate or not, but essentially... Actually, I'm gonna restart this because I want to give some backstory on the players. I want to know their world ranking. I'm gonna look this up really quickly. Shino Aligulat, because I feel like Jumi should be pretty heavily favored here, but I could be wrong. One sec. Jumi Aligulat. So, oh, Shino's up to rank 66. Not bad, Shino. Not bad. Aston played the tournament as well. Oh, these guys are very close. They're within a few rankings of each other. They're both in the 60s. Both competing for that rank 69. So, okay, cool. We'll give it a go.
Alright, and welcome back everybody. Guess what? There's been a new patch, an S-tier tournament on that patch, and the players were thrown in the deep end and had to figure things out with $10,000+ on the line. Jimmy in the top right side, or should I say the bottom right side of the map, playing Protoss, goes for that chrono quite late. I'm pretty sure the optimal timing is about 7 seconds. He goes for it about, was that 15 seconds? It was a little bit late, but nonetheless, gonna get these probes out early, boost his opening. He's up against Shino in the top left, who's part of Clem's clan, the Emlem clan. And it's gonna be France for Shino, Jumi is German. These guys are both ranked in the 60s in the world, so very good players, solid pro gamers. Not gonna be an S-tier championship caliber player right now, but they are competing, of course, for the famous rank 69. And if they level up a little bit, raise their rating a little bit, they may be able to head for that much coveted rank 42 spot that so many players are after. Of course, a very even match, a ZVP match, one where recently Zerg got their lava boost nerfed slightly, but a lot of people say it's still too strong. Adepts also have their build speed nerfed slightly from 30 seconds to 33. Was it a 3-second delay? It was 2 or 3 seconds. Maybe it was 31 to 33. A couple seconds delay to both Adepts and Reapers. We'll see how that plays out. Now, the reason we're casting this series is this was meant to be one of the best series of Home Story Cup. I was told this one was a banger, a bit of a barn burner. And you can already see it's quite awkward for the Zerg. Shino has to go and take that third base. I'm going to take myself off the screen so I'm not covering anything. Down here you can see what's going on. But Shino's gone for the third hatchery. And this has always been the thing I've been wondering is you kind of just have to go for the third hatchery. Because if you go pool first, they can block you for such a long time. And unless you go for like maybe a 14 pool or something where you can get some Zerglings out to force them off, or if you're willing to go for a kind of macro hatch adjacent and do some long distance mining while you build the hatchery on location, which is a very weird build, which I don't think players will be doing. Not with how expensive hatcheries are now. 300 mineral hatcheries, 175 mineral queens, but extra passive lava production for Zerg. Now, a lot of Protoss players have not figured out how to use the non-warp gate gateways. There are very clear and, in my opinion, blatantly obvious advantages for Protoss if you've read the patch notes and thought about what the things that you get that are actual buffs in this patch are for Protoss. Watching pro players so far, I've come to the conclusion most of them have not read the patch notes. Jumi, though, I think is pretty smart. I think Jumi will have read the patch notes, will have actually practiced, and hopefully will have cooked a little bit. Already hiding a probe down here. Keep in mind, you can fast warp in off a pylon. There is no more high energy pylon, low energy pylon, slow warp ins here, fast pylons there. It really is a situation where hiding just a little pylon can be very, very brutal. And even if you don't make warp gates, because they do cost money to transform now, this is going to passively boost the production speed of your gateways. You can build Stalkers, Zealots, Adepts in 16 seconds. And you can queue them up now, so there's zero downtime. Protoss players normally have a lot of downtime on their gateway production because there's no way to queue it up at all. There's no way to also, it's very hard to track when they've cooled down, as opposed to monitoring when barracks are about to pop units out or when lava injects are about to pop. So as a result, you can have maybe 40-50% less gateways and produce just as many units as you can pre-patch. Problem, you can't warp them in where they're needed. You have to wait for them to rally to the front. So it's good defensively to stay on gateways, but offensively, later, once you're on 3 bases plus, you do want to swap to warp gates. Most pros I've seen have played exactly the same as they did pre-patch. I mean, I've talked about it a little bit. The StarCraft scene has self-selected over the last decade of nerfs, standardization of maps, nerfing kind of cheesy strategies, that sort of stuff. It's self-selected for some of the least creative pro players in the world. If I sound like I'm throwing shade, I'm not. It's just, it's a very execution-focused game. If you're a gimmick lord who loves cheesing people, you haven't been able to have success in the last 5 years of StarCraft, right? Those guys have stopped having success a long time ago. The Blyes are gone, the Hasses have gone. Some of them have aged out and obviously got jobs and stuff as well. But it's one of those things to keep in mind. So I really hope Jumi shows some interesting and creative usage. He's already proxied a Dark Shrine. He's going to try and sneak DTs in from the edge. But Shino's got a lot of Zerglings on this map. That Stalker is going to get recalled. Does it get saved in time? Yes, it does. But it recalls to the main, which means it's got to walk back down to the natural. And the Adept coming out as well will defend this base. Of course, Warp Gate's now done. The Adept does pop on the outside. Careful, mate. And Jumi will cancel that pylon. Nicely done here. He's building a few more gateways. I imagine he's going to transform at least one to a Warp Gate. But he might not want to do it straight away because it might give away to the Overlord what's happening. So he might wait for this gateway, let it finish, transform it to a warp gate, and then warp in and have it be more of a surprise. Oh, Shino knows something's up, though. He's already building a Spore Crawler in the third, the natural, and the main. And that Roach Horn, that extra gas, is on the way. He's thinking about Glaive Adepts, maybe Dark Templar. And there we go. The first two DTs are warping in. Oh, he's going Blink! He's going Blink! Okay, Jumi's cooked. Jumi's cooking. I take back everything I said about all pro gamers being dumb and not reading patch notes. Jumi clearly read the patch notes. Oh, and he's hitting it. The Zergling specifically are looking for this. But remember, guys, in Heart of the Swarm, we had to check every corner. We used to have to deal with these pylon cheeses all the time. They're so rare in Legacy of the Void, and often you need to build a gateway to fast warp in that it's much easier to scout. And he thinks he's scouted everything. Shino's like, I scouted everything, but look, there's still shadows all around these edges. But oh, that pylon is going to get spotted. It goes in Overlord vision, and that's unfortunate because that now gives him the warning of what's coming. And this is indeed a Dark Templar Blink all in. Shino's going to see it heading his way. He's not got a lair started yet, though. That's an incredibly late lair. Wow, incredibly late lair for this scenario. He needs to start it yesterday. Remember, these DTs have Blink. They can just Blink on the Spore and snipe it. This is going to be really dangerous. I don't think Shino is expecting Blink. He's probably thinking, oh, there's like 3 or 4 DTs they'll make into Archons. Little does he realize with Blink DT on the way, this is going to get incredibly scary right now. The DT is coming forward. The lair finally started. Surely he realized what was up. He scouted it. He saw what was happening, didn't he? Wait, he didn't see the proxy. And he maybe didn't notice the blur either. I thought he must have seen the blur of the Dark Templar. But the lair is really late. He didn't build a backup Spore. He wasn't in position. He must have missed it. I thought he saw the blur. I'm so used to pro gamers spotting the blur of the DTs these days. I assume he saw it. You can see the blur of those units moving in. As they move into vision of the Spore, though, they could get killed. He blinks on it. Oh, that might be that's a huge mistake. That's a huge mistake because now, oh no! Jumi! Jumi! He blinks his Dark Templar right to their death in between 2 Spore Crawlers and a Masterlings and Queens. That was not the play. Jumi, he got a hatch snipe. He got a bunch of damage, but then he threw away these incredibly expensive units. Okay, gets the Queen, blinks away. This is a good move. He knows the lair's about to come in. He's going to start working on the spawning pool. But these DTs are such an investment. Doing that damage alone, not enough. You got to do more than that. The DT on the right side does get caught. Accidentally lets that one go in. Where's the Overseer? Overseers are morphing. One over elsewhere. One in the natural, one in the main. And these DTs, oh, he goes too deep. He's got to keep it in his pants, Jumi. He's pulling back right now. What's the next step, guys? He's got a pack of non-blink stalkers and an immortal building. Shino does not have roach speed. Shino does not have a third base up. This is a weird game because, yeah, there's still a massive roaches, though, and you've got nothing to deal with that. Jumi... oh, no. Okay, so when roach speed hits, Shino's going to attack. The only way Jumi survives this, I think numbers-wise, is if he snipes the Overseers and then DTs force Shino to run away. I don't think it's going to work, though. That's so hard to pull off without Blink, man. He's got a few sentries in Immortal, a couple of random Adepts warping in on the left side. That'll be a bit of a nuisance. He's going to make a DT Archon here. That is, of course, a very mineral-heavy Archon, but a bit cheaper on the gas. Dude, this is going to be really interesting. Phoenix moving to that side of the map. Alright, Stalkers, Immortals, Archon, Sentries, and Zealots are all coming around. He's making all of his gateways into warp gates, which is really a big expense. If he's playing defensively, this is very inferior to just leaving them in gateway form, especially when you're working on a budget. But I think he's valuing his gas more than minerals right now. But if that was the case, he would have taken gas on his third. I think a lot of players are really overvaluing warp gates. It's very hard to defend when you're used to being able to warp in units to defend everywhere and then you can't suddenly. You need to have more map vision. You need to see attacks coming ahead of time. You need to be better positioned ahead of time. And I think for Jumi, he's kind of saying, hey, my comfort zone is being able to warp in units. I'm going to stick with what I know. And that's what I've seen from most players. So not a huge shock there. Each gateway, 25 minerals, 25 gas. It's not a terrible investment. It's just one of those things where if you could, instead of building... How many gateways did he go? 7? Yeah, 7 gates. Yeah, you could be on 4 gateways and easily have just as many units out, if not more. The gateway production is so quick that you can play a very low gate count and get a very big supply. And it just allows you to really streamline your focus a little bit more and skimp on that huge mineral investment into the gateways. But
He's already got the warp gates up, which means when this prism hits, his army's going to become a little bit of a next level force. Shino has not really evolved his economy. Only 65 workers of pure Roach Ravager Hydra. I love the Roach Run by though. The Roach Run by could be a game changer. These Adepts are going to come in, a few Zealots on the right side. This attack's going to try and kill this 4th base. In comes the Roach attack. Jumi, he's not ready for it. Oh me, oh my, his Warp Prism's not even ready. Oh no, oh no, oh no, at least the Warp Prism will pop out just in time. Zealots will warp in to defend. 4th base of Shino goes down, but the Robo Snipe, that was the only Robo in this game. There was a Robo Bait even building, and there has to be a recall surely. But recall's not available for another 10 seconds. Oh no! Recall's not available. Wait, oh, he just used it. That's why. Never mind. It was available. Recalled into the main base. The Prism is here as well. Probes run away. 11 worker snipes. A good win for Shino. Getting the most value out of this mid-tier army that he can. Shino's going to come over to the right side. He's forgotten Hydra movement speed, which is really unfortunate. You can see those Hydras kind of dragging the ball and chain behind them. They're just a little bit slow on the movement rate. And they're going to struggle against the Zealot Archon to kind of stutter step, but the firepower is good. I think Shino can just stand and swing, but he actually pulls back, gives up the concave. A lot of his units do get trapped behind the force fields. The Immortals started to chew through them, but the Archon count getting cleaned up, and I think Jumi may just be outnumbered here. Spawning pool only now rebuilding. Shino did not rebuild that earlier. Has a 4th base coming back up. Has +2. Still no movement speed for the Hydras, though. That's what we call chucking a Rainer. Rainer is famous for only making 1 upgrade for his Hydras, taking 17 fights in a row, and then remembering the second one. Seems like Shino not realizing the reason these Hydras feel so awkward right now is they are lacking a core upgrade. 2 Colossus on the way. You don't want to give time for these to get out. Shino needs to push now a massive 60 army supply lead, and it's time to make that felt. Coming in from 2 sides, there's no escape for these Immortals and Sentries, but Shino backs away on the right side. Shino's playing a little bit scared right now, I think, over-respecting Jumi's Protoss army. No doubt having nightmares about Immortals ruining his day in the past. You can see he's kind of running in and out rather than committing. The goal here usually is to deal with the army, but the DTs come in. They're going to defend that right side. There's no Overseer on the right. I think this should have been a game-winning engagement for Shino, but he's so afraid of Immortals right now, and now the DT's coming. He has to run away from the DTs, but he should have already engaged before those DTs even came in. The Overseer was unfortunately on the wrong side. Colossus are now out. This counterattack of Zealots being annoying. 8 probes have gone down. Only a few drones, but of course Shino back to 3 bases here. Has a lot of Overlords on the right side, ready to transform those into Dropper Lords if this game goes on. Colossus stutter stepping away. Roach Hydra taking out a lot of probes. Good micro here for Shino. Shino's going to get inside that natural as well. Nice moves. Shino focusing a lot of these probes down. The Colossus and Immortal chasing it back. Jumi's only on 40 workers. But so here's the problem with what the mistake that Shino made. The goal of Zerg against Protoss is to kill their army. But Shino is so afraid of the Protoss Death Ball that he's trying to purely bypass the army and go for the economy. Now, the only reason you go for the economy is to force the Protoss to come out, defend the economy, and then you surround the army and kill it. And that's kind of the key goal. So when that army was caught here, surrounded from both sides, that was the optimal position. But you can see now going for the drop. I think this is also like kind of overcomplicating it a little bit, because once again, I think just surrounding this army and killing it is the goal. He could find good eco damage, could still trade well here, but with no infestation, no hive on the way, and that's the counter, is it's lurkers and vipers for the Colossus. Gonna drop in the main base, good quick evacuation for Jumi. Unfortunately, the Colossus derp out a little bit there. Colossus with 9 range though, will do pretty nicely, and unfortunately showing the drop while having the main army distracted was a real pain. You want to be attacking 2 places at once, so he kind of uses up his surprise. Now the infestation and the melee upgrade come out, but it feels like Shino, his lead may slip away if he doesn't get a move on. There we go. Ling's in the natural, can set up a nice arc here. Movement is finally in for the Hydras as well, but the Colossus, more than a match for that army. You need Roaches to buffer against those Colossus. Lovely drop in the main base. No Overseer though. The DT Warpins will eventually deal with it. Lings come back in here. The Roach Hydra tries to dive forward. They will find one Colossus. No, they won't find one Colossus. Remember guys, force fields do not get broken by a single bile now either. It just removes a bunch of their duration. I think about half of it. Colossus getting exposed. Oh no, Jumi goes too far forward. 2 of the Colossus go down and Immortal falls as well. And I think that's the damage Shino was looking for. A Blink DT opening here for Jumi. Shino with the mass Roach Hydra and drop commitment. And what a fun ZVP to start our coverage of the most chaotic and fun matches from Home Story Cup. I absolutely appreciate the recommendations people gave me for this match. You guys knew what you were talking about. This indeed was a fun one. Jumi's dead now.
Shino's going to pull back, defend the counterattack. Has a hive on the way as well, so Vipers will eventually come in. Jumi is going to tap out, realizing Shino's taking advantage of him in game 1. My man. Someone enjoyed Regicide? What are you guys talking about? Kill the king, kill the queen. Big, you need to add the sound that sends you shared to your soundboard. Oh yeah?
Sure. We go here? Or here? Sure, we can go there. Yeah, that's
Oh, DTs. Do they see them?
Oh, I have cannons.
That was so adorable.
Yeah, I have 4 as well. Should be okay.
Oh my god, I love.
Was that actually Cyril telling Shameless? Because they're playing 2v2s? Is this from the Youth Thermal tournament? This is 22 days ago? Oh my god.
Oh, DTs. Do they see them? See them.
That's hilarious. Okay, that's really funny. Oh my god. Let's get into the next game, shall we? Alright guys, nice win for Shino, but it's going to be Old Sun Temple up next, a gigantic 4-player map, and it's spawned cross map. Now, often Zerg against Terran loves cross map, but against Protoss, I actually think it's Zerg who's more worried about being aggressive and finishing the game, and getting across this map to finish the Protoss is going to be tough. Good choice to go Mutalisks here, to use, I don't know, Nidus Worms, right? How are ways you can cross the distance? Heavy Zergling styles into Ultras, really good mobility. Mutas really good. Nidus Worms really good. But I think Jumi's going to have the advantage on the macro front. We'll see how he goes. Now, he did drop that Chrono nice and early. Goes for the 12 pylon this game. He's going to send his probe out to scout. But I think Shino, probably just going to go hatchery first here. We'll have a little bit of an advantage. Now, this looks like this was a 11 Overlord. So Shino doing the Cyril build rather than the Lambo Rainer with the extractor trick. Interesting. I think both are perfectly fine. When I looked at the benchmarks in terms of like when the hatchery went down, when the pool went down, it did look very similar between the two. But I haven't really tested it with perfect execution or anything like that. Hatchery here on 16. Not a 15, a 16 hatchery, about a minute 16, just as it's ticking over to a minute 17. You can see Shino accidentally, he triple stacked his workers there. Should only be double stacking them. Some of his workers are bouncing around. He keeps accidentally triple stacking these. So he's got to fix that. Oh, bit of inefficiency. He needs to pull one of these workers to go onto either that patch or this patch here. Also only has one worker on it. You can see his workers. We'll figure it out eventually, but quite a late spawning pool also. That's a minute 44 on the spawning pool. My lord. Minute 37 I thought was late, but because he's going gas and pool first, it's going to take him a long time. Now, this is Cybercorp before Nexus against Zerg. Is this because he scouted so late? I don't know, guys. This is... It will allow him to chrono 2 Adepts across the map, but remember, Adepts got their build time nerfed recently. Oh, my. So, you're going to have to drop that pylon immediately on 20 now. All right? Yeah, notice he's not building a probe. He's got to drop the pylon. Where is it? Oh, okay. Oh, hello. Okie dokie. Gonna chrono warp gate, isn't he? Not even the adept, I think. The adept tries to start up. He is supply blocked right now. Second gas does go down.
What is this build order from Jumi, guys? Chrono's the Adept now. Big supply block, though, squeezing that Nexus in. It's going to Chrono Adepts across the map. Remember, Adepts are now 33 seconds. Takes him a while to build. Chrono will shave 10 seconds off that. Link speed has now started for Shino. Shino sending Overlords out on both sides. And what are we going to do here? Jumi with the pylon up in the top middle. Stargate does go down as well. We've got Adepts starting to pop out. 2 Queens are going to emerge. This build order doesn't make any sense for Jumi, guys. Why would you go Cybercore first if you're just going to proxy Stargate? You could do the same proxy, but with a Nexus before core, and I think it would just be a better opening, right? Because the Adept got so supply blocked anyway that like it doesn't really matter. Maybe it's just his pylon was late. Maybe he just messed up his execution. I don't know. I'd need to see it again. Need to ask Jumi to be sure about that. 6 more Lings are on the way. Adept's going to shade forwards. Here we go. Oracle. Yep, immediate chrono onto the Oracle. And I mean, the Overlord's going to come in, but there's no real sign of the fact that this is a bit more of an aggressive build than normal. And I'm not sure. Some people have said, oh, you meant to build the Spore at 4:10, 4:20, 4 minutes, 4:30. I don't know what the safety timing is. I imagine we're going to find out that whatever timing it is, it's not early enough to stop an Oracle that's proxy that close to your base. Evo Chamber there to block. Nicely done by Shino. Making it tough for Jumi to get in there. The Adepts are in position. And oh, drones are kind of popping in the face, but luckily he's not watching anymore. And here comes the real damage dealer. Jumi distracting with the Adepts just to make sure there is no Spore Crawler ready. Spore Crawler finally goes down, but look at that. 4, 5 drones. And he steers away, which means even more mining time. Oh, and another 2 drones. 7 workers for the first Oracle. Second one's not out in time, though. If Shino could get rid of that... Oh my gosh, Shino's scouting. Shino, this series just keeps barely missing the proxies. He's got to be losing his mind. He's got to be using shift click a bit more. One of the things Jadong used to be really good at, and I always talk about modern players sucking at, is he would queue like 76 individual shift clicks to check every corner when he was scouring the map for proxy pylons. Every single ZVP, Jadong would do that back in 2013. And I always remember going, yeah, that level of detail, he just did not leave it up to chance whether or not he was going to be surprised by some cheesy pylon. Queen's coming in, they will defend, but another 3 drones. This is great damage, man. 3 more drones go down. The Oracle does escape just barely. Oh, wait, unfortunate miscontrol there for Jumi. Does end up losing it. He's got an Oracle at home, Stalkers out as well. And he's going to take the corner Nexus. I love it. The corner Nexus. Dude, Shino's quite an aggressive Zerg. I thought he'd be the cheeser in this series. I didn't realize Jumi was going to come out of the gate swinging. Absolutely just insane build orders from start to finish. Blink DT, game 1. Game 2, proxy Oracle. Builds 3 Oracles over here. And once again, the Spore's not ready. The Queens are out of position. Shino, because he doesn't know where the Stargate is, it's kind of broken his brain. Like, he keeps thinking, well, they can't possibly come from that angle. They keep coming from that angle. There is indeed a Stargate there. You just missed it. No. We've all been there as well, man. We're in Shino's mind. I've looked everywhere. Where could it be? The little tiny bit where you didn't spot it. That's where... Oh, that sucks, man. I've had that happen to me times before. And when your adrenaline's pumping, you're playing Home Story Cup, it really does hurt twice as much when you go back and look at the replay later. The Oracle's coming forward. Blinking +1's on the way. Evo Chamber's there also. And you can see he's kind of pretending like, man, I'm struggling to get this third base up. Little does Shino know. Just recalled probes to the corner. He's already got 8 workers there. I think he should have recalled more than that. Oh, these Adepts are going to get overwhelmed. And this is the price of pretending you want to take a third. Is your opponent can just overwhelm you. That was not a good pylon positioning. If he put it here, he could have wedged the Adepts between it and the gas. Would have been a little bit more solid. The Oracles come back. There are still 2 Adepts on the front. And this base is not probing right now, which is a little unfortunate. Jumi, like I said, I think he should have recalled more probes because the main and the natural are already full of workers again, or about to be with the next 2 probes popping. So I actually think you want to usually recall up to like 12, 13, 14 probes on this base. It can slowly saturate its gases as it does, and then these bases will resaturate the natural so quickly. But obviously, the more you recall, the more vulnerable you are for when Shino goes and checks the corners. No, he changed his mind. Oh no, Shino! What is this? You cannot be this. I don't know if it's unlucky, it's bad decision making. He literally was queued up to go to the corner and then he changed his mind and turned around. No. But he's going to get in.
That's a Reddit point of depth. He's going to get in. 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 Oh, Jumi with the warp in just in time. A couple of Lings do squeeze through, but I think those Zealots with an Oracle overhead should be just fine. And the Zerglings have to back away. These two Oracles still chilling on this side. He lost one Oracle, 7 Adept so far. Stasis Trap is there. And of course, with the Zealot warp in, he should be fine. These Oracles dance around the backside. Spires on the way, as well as 13 Roaches. Chino hanging out on 65 workers for a little while here. And these Zerglings... They will be able to run away as long as he clicks them out of there. These Oracles are dead if he doesn't recall, and he's going to lose another one. All right. Has he seen the Spire, though? Oh, he's going to see it. Does he actually see it, though, guys? We're on Jumi's camera. He sees it. He sees it. Okay, he knows. He's going to start building Phoenix and chronoing them out of a proxy, which is hilarious. Storm's almost finished, so there's no reason to cancel that. You let that finish. He's going to build a new Stargate at home. And he's still got that corner going. No gases on it, though. And he's trying to take a more generic third while hoping to just steal the minerals in this corner. Zealot's coming in the south side. Charge is not ready. This is one of the most flaccid Zealot counterattacks I've ever seen. Not even a counterattack, just a run by. Or should I say a walk by. He's going to walk in. And then he's going to try to recall out. We'll save most of the Zealots. One of the Zealots gets left behind by the recall. Not a great attack. Obviously, he's trying to delay the Mutas coming in. But that really didn't do much. The Mutas have just now popped. There's a few Archons. Well, one Archon, a few Stalkers, a couple Cannons. Cannons and batteries really do help defend mineral lines, but the natural is wide open. And what have we got? 7 Mutalisks right now against... There's already 2 Phoenix out. Feels like as long as he doesn't lose any Phoenix early, he should be able to defend the air. It's actually the ground I'm more worried about for Jumi, because he's lost a bunch of these units. And here we go. Muta's coming in, looking for those probes on the gas. There's Phoenix. Going to complicate that a little bit. The tanky Stalker on the ground going to try to help out. You could always pull those Phoenix back to the shield batteries as needed. And already one Muta going down for very little gain. +1 flyer attacks on the way. 5 drones and a Baneling Nest on the way. I love a full send on Mutas, but I do think it's important to get a 5th base with gases up as quickly as possible. Should probably expand to both sides of the map as well, as you really don't want to fight an Archon Phoenix push front on with Lingbane Muta. He's going to go for a second Evo Chamber, an Infestation Pit, a Baneling Nest. This kind of looks like he's already thinking about pivoting ground off of the heavy Muta start. Muta's up north, distracting the Phoenix. Roaches get in. The Immortal's adding good damage, but you can see just how well these Roaches are. Micro Chino is a master of the Roach run by. Oh, Mutas jump on top. They managed to take out no Phoenix. One of the Phoenix deep in the red, but they don't kill any. The Roach is going to try and turn and fight the Zealots in the choke point. The Battery, the Cannon, and the Immortal, though, they're not going to get too much value. Oh, looks like the Mutas. Do they kill a Phoenix? Still no Phoenix kill. That is tragic, mate. Commits a lot there. Doesn't really find so much. And even though he's got map control, he's going Hive, he's going 1-1 upgrades, I think it's time to pivot off these Mutas. Building Corruptors here is terrible. Well, okay, maybe not terrible. So the problem with building Corruptors here is you're so low on Mutalisks, even if you get enough Corruptors to beat back the Phoenix, your Mutas can't even take on a single cannon, right? 12 Mutas will, like, struggle to take out a cannon and a battery, and you're going for Carapace and melee. So I think this is basically Corruptors to stop the Phoenix's harassing, and maybe do a bit of P harass of ourselves, go P on a Nexus. I think it's just going Ultra Lingbane, which is fine. As long as you don't keep committing to Mutalisks here, because you're just too far behind, like that window has closed. Muta's no longer going to be the most effective. Shino going to drone the 4th, going up above 80 workers, which is perfect for this style. Mutas will take out the Oracle. With the Corruptors arriving, this is going to put Jumi into like, oh god, you're going mass air mode. It's actually not mass air. It's actually Hive. It's going to be Ultras. And that is a style you are not prepared for. Yeah, there's a Robo, but obviously not building Immortals, because you're thinking about mass Lings, Mutas, Corruptors running into your base and ransacking you. Oh, Jumi with a cheeky Zealot warp in on this side. It's going to take out a bunch of units. By the way, he still has that Stargate up here, and it's building Phoenix without getting taken care of. That's hilarious. The Zealots get jumped on. This is a distraction more than anything for Jumi. Jumi being stuck on 3 base should be a game. Oh my lord! Oh no! Shino thought, let's deny your air upgrades. That's a good idea. Doesn't realize the Storm covers the entire Cybercore and kills like 50 Zergs. I'm gonna click that High Templar. That High Templar has 27 kills. That High Templar just killed 27 Zerglings with that Storm. That is hilarious. Don't see that every day. The Zealots warping it off this Stargate that never got found. He's like, and guess what? I don't know if he sees it. He still doesn't see it. Now he sees it as the Zerglings come over. The Zealots will get dealt with. There's no armor upgrades for them. A lot of Phoenix being committed to, but with Infestors. Wait, what? 6 Infestors. Neuroparasite. Wait, why is he going Infestors? I guess it's just a Neuroparasite the late game. I feel like I thought he was just going to make like 8 Ultras and do an Ultra timing attack, but I think if he goes Infestors, Shino's basically going to go for like the Spellcaster Mind Control. He's going to try and Bigger Brother Jumi. He's like, look, you went Dark Templar Blink. Now you've Proxy Oracle. You're being a cheesy dick. I'm going to Neuroparasite your own units. I'm basically going to be the Bigger Brother. I'm going to grab your arm, and I'm going to bend your arm back and slap you in the face with your own hand, and I'm going to say, why are you hitting yourself? And I'm going to do that repeatedly until you learn some respect. That's essentially, he's not about just trying to hit a sharp timing and just get an easy win. He's looking for a way to Mog Jumi out of this game. Shino's like, this 2-0 is mine, son. I am going to get you with the Infestors. Mutacorruptor needs to go home. He's severely outmatched by these Phoenix. But gets a few Phoenix kills, which is not too bad. Unfortunately for Shino, not knowing about this base means he thinks he's going to 6 base against a 3 base Protoss. Protoss has been 4 base this entire time. And it's that misconception that very well may cost him the game in the long run. Now, Immortals are building, but only one at a time. If Jimmy knew he was up against heavy Ultra, and it's going to be 10 Ultralisks, oh man. If he knew that, he'd be making triple Robo. Triple Robo Immortal is so necessary right now. Mothership's on the way, Plasma Shields as well. Jumi's maxed out, but Jumi's army is going to struggle against Ultras. There's a couple of Void Rays. The Phoenix, if the Phoenix spot the Infestors and just disable them all, there's no regular anti-air in this army. That's the one weak point of Shino's force. I don't think it matters. I think you can just clear the ground army and then build Corruptors for the air. Oh, the Storm on the Zerglings is so funny, man. Oh my gosh. High Templar taking out a ton of Zerglings. We'll have to check the kills on those two on that Archon, because it's 2 High Templars. It combines the kill count. Oh, and it does go down there. I think was that 58 kills, guys? I think it said 58 kills on those 2 High Templar. I could have misread that. That was wild. I think I saw 58. What the hell? 2 cannons here and a carry. The Ultra's trying to get in. He's going to take down the Cybercore now. Oh, he's attacking his own Ultra. He just attacked his own Ultra. Uh-oh, Shino failed his animosity test there. I didn't realize he was playing Orcs. He's declaring a wah on the dirty Protoss right now, but failed an animosity test, did start fighting amongst himself for a moment, finally gets control of the boys, and they do start redirecting their hatred towards the Laser Elves once again. Ultras are getting some of these units coming back and dealing with them. The Ultras can't quite get us around on that Northern army, which is the most important army to deal with. And if Jumi can keep those Immortals alive, might be able to deal with these Ultras, but has to stutter step. The Immortals getting caught up front. They are stutter stepping back at the same time. Phoenix are derping out over here. The Immortals will take care of those Ultras. There's more Ultras from this side as well. This is a bit of a hodgepodge. The game is very messy. Oh, the choke point. The Ultras can't get on top of the bloody Immortals. One of the Immortals finally goes down. The other one will finally go down as well. And that means there's only one Immortal on the battlefield. But no anti-air. As I said, the Infestors was a bit of an odd choice. I feel like he jumped the gun just a little bit there because they can mind control units, but they can't really do much else against Protoss unless you've got Vipers with Parasitic Bomb or something like that to pair up with them. Greatest Spire is in jeopardy in the main base. He's got 18, bunch of Corruptors, sorry. He's got like 11 Corruptors building, but the Phoenix are killing them as they pop and murdering the drones. This top right base still untouched, and that is such a big source of income. It's 3-2 and Adrenal for the Zerglings. They will shred these Zealots. These Zealots suck. But the Zealots are going to get the Spire before they go down, and that is so important. It's a crucial piece attack. How many Corruptors have died? Only 6 so far. I thought it would be more than that, but you can see the Corruptors kind of popping out to their death. Shino's bank is gone, and I think Shino should have hit that Ultra timing much crisper. I think if Shino didn't bother with the Infestors, went straight for Ultras, made 10 Ultras, and then just like did a big attack, could have been good. Obviously, though, without knowing about the corner base, it's always tough. Shino was in control of this game for a little bit. Now, Fungal's good for doing a disability, right? For doing a disability. I am a professional commentator, guys. Type 1 in the chat or the YouTube comments if you also know how to do a disability. Shout out to my lads out there. I guess an even more messed up way of saying is they give a disability to their opponents. They cast Fungal Growth, which disables your opponents from moving. It doesn't really kill them. It just slows them down, 75% slow, pairs up with other things, and then the other things finish them off. Ling's going to do well here with the run by Shino with the well-upgraded Zerglings, whipping down those cannons very nicely. The main base tech looking very vulnerable. You can see that Zerglings in a kind of scrappy game are just the kings of late game. They are so good at getting run-bys in. It keeps the Protoss pinned at home. But
the economy. Only 65 workers for Zerg. Protoss still has the corner base, and you got to realize in Shino's mind, he's like, how do you still have army coming out? You don't have a fourth. I killed your fourth. You don't, like, how do you still have this much stuff? But you got to realize also, not that much Protoss army actually died. 7 Phoenix, few High Templar, 4 Archons, 3 Immortals. 70 Zealots did go down, to be fair. There's a lot of Zealots that died in the making of this game. 341 Zerglings as well. No Spore on this base is unfortunate. Phoenix can't do anything against a Spore Crawler. Shino not willing to pay the price for that. He's got 16 Corruptors, 7 more builders. So it's going to be 23 Corruptors and 2 Vipers. Now the +2 attack and plasma shields on the Phoenix really helping them, but overcommitting to a fight right now. Needs to get out of here. These Phoenix staying way too long. Oh no, Jeremy! Jeremy throwing the Phoenix. So I guess they're not the highest value supply, but they would have helped in a big fight, buffering for your carriers and whatnot. Also, where are the High Templar? There's only 2 High Templar left. Oh no. Gonna need more High Templar than that. Jumi's got 10 Void Rays to fight against the Corruptors, but 2 Infestors plus Vipers, Fungal, and Parasitic Bomb. Holds the Void Rays in place. The Parasitic Bomb does crazy damage. And that's what you're going to be looking for. Shino's going 7 more Infestors as well. Is going to hope to neural Parasite Carriers, the Void Rays, the Immortals, the Archons. All those big units still hoping for the bigger brother move. And there is something really nice when your opponent's been cheesing you all series long about bigger brothering them. It's kind of, it's not quite, I think, you guys let me know. I don't know what's a better way to insult your, is it that? Or what is the equivalent in StarCraft of, if like your younger brother is so much younger than you, you can literally hold you put your hand against their forehead. You basically just like push their head back and they're trying to swing on you, but they're so much smaller than you, their arms can't reach you. And you just like laugh at them while one hand basically holds them at arm's reach. And they have to like accept the sadness of not being able to connect a single punch on you. Because that's also very I'm not sure if that or the grabbing your younger brother's arm and making him hit himself, which one's more embarrassing. Both pretty disrespectful. I sometimes feel like people who don't have brothers, listen to my commentary and wonder what's going on, but I think anyone who has brothers understands. I have 3 brothers. It's makes you good at RTS games as well. Tasteless in day 9. Good example, 2 brothers. Cheese the heck out of each other to become great. Corruptor's trying to pull back. Oh, that's a nice power bomb from Shino. Careful. Got to get the power bomb away from the pack. Good micro for Jumi. Void Rays are legendary at gunning down Corruptors if the Corruptors are dumb enough to fight into prismatically aligned Void Rays. But if they fight when prismatic alignment's on cooldown, or if they throw a lot of spells in, and your Void Rays basically just die to that, then suddenly the Void Rays are very hard to actually use correctly. So there's a lot of trying to avoid each other's spells, trying not to mess up in the fights. Oh no. Oh, Shino not watching. Oh my gosh, Shino has Burrow, doesn't use it because there's a DT over here. Oh my lord, did we just see 34 drones die? 13 kill Dark Templar there. The Zealots over there. This corner base, by the way, is about to be out of minerals. Still got a bit of gas on it. And that corner base has been the unsung hero. Well, it's been sung about a lot. I've been talking about it the whole game, but it is such a big part of this game. Where are you in the age list? It's 2 pairs. Me and my older brother are like a couple years apart. And then there was another pair that are like 10 and 13 years roughly younger than me. So we basically it's like two brothers times 2. Yeah. Void Ray's going around here. DT is going on the other side. So it's a bit different with the younger brother. I never got to, I was always the younger brother in these analogies, just so you guys understand. My younger brothers are too much smaller than me, so they're at the point where you're not rivals at that age. Like you teach them how to like fetch you things and stuff. They're basically like a dog, you know? Oh, here comes the Infestor Viper Corruptor. Run, run, run. Jumi with a snap recall. He takes big damage, but he does save the Void Rays. Oh, does take a lot of damage, loses a few, but he saves them from disaster, which is the most important part. Zerglings get a few probes there. A few drones go down as well. Two brothers in a van. Then a meteor hit. Yes, indeed. Indeed. So whatever the term 2 brothers has been ruined by that Rick and Morty interdimensional TV episode. Corruptor Viper, a single Broodlord coming over. There's a few more behind it. Broodlords
I guess they're trying to pick off the ground, but I don't know. I feel like Ultras can still beat this army because there's only 4 Immortals. So it's just tough. You need to land a Microbial Shroud and just try to get a sandwich. You probably need like 8 Ultras. I think 8 Ultras I would prefer to using Broods because Broods are very slow. I think if you come in with a surround of Ultras, Microbial Shroud, and then you drop the Fungal Parabomb on the Void Rays at the same time, maybe take a good fight. Oh, good abduct gets the Oracle. Shino with a big army supply advantage. Parasitic Bomb. But the Fungal doesn't quite land, but Jumi's a little slow to spread. Luckily, though, there are shield batteries here, and they heal through the Parasitic Bomb damage. Broodlord's starting to work on that angle. There's no Tempests in this game right now. Just Void Rays for the most part. Few Immortals and Archons. Feedback does land there. Oh, no Parasitic Bomb left. He can use Fungal, but it only does 25 damage a shot to those Void Rays. So without any Parasitic Bomb, you gotta get out of here, Shino. Shino stayed too long trying to use Fungal, but look at that Prismatic Alignment. You cannot fight into Prismatic Alignment. He needs to Fungal and run. Those Broodlords and Corruptors trying to get out. The Fungals are great, but with no Parasitic Bomb to pair with it, you can see he's got the assist spell, but he doesn't have the dunk to go with it. Ooh, Ultra Ling Run by is really nice, though. Jumi taking big eco damage. He recalls 2 Immortals, which instantly die to the Lings and Ultras. Ouch. Do you guys know you can choose where your units position on the Nexus with your recall? When you get the recall animation, the center of that little circle basically represents the Nexus. So if your units are up to the right on the radius, then your units will spawn up to the right of the Nexus. Because recall's so small these days, it's pretty hard to kind of consciously position. But in the old days, recall used to be like this big. So you could very clearly make sure all your units like appear down here of the Nexus and stuff like that, which was actually a really cool feature. Of course, anyone who goes back 5 years, 6 years in the Florencio files, you would find there was a map where Florencio built a Nexus and then recalled units into his opponent's main base, utilizing that. And that was when I discovered that that's how that mechanic worked, because I couldn't even fathom how he got them to teleport up the cliff. I was like, how'd he do that? Normally your units just appear around the Nexus randomly, don't they? And that was when I found out about how the system works. Dude, Shino's hanging in here. I love that Shino has finally found this mined out corner base, and it's kind of dawned on him. He's like, you're kidding me. How long has that been there? Broodlord, Corrupted Viper Infestor coming forward, abducts a Void Ray, which is nice. But be careful with that Viper energy. Only 3 Vipers in here. Feedbacks could ruin you. Oh no, the Hive. The Hive's going to go down. The Zealots, the Zerglings and Ultras running back. Void Ray run by is really good, actually. This flyby is amazing. Time Warp comes forward. It looks like he feedbacked one of the Vipers as well. He fed back the Vipers? I don't know. Coming forward. Oh, Fungal plus Broods. Going to take out the Archons. Corruptors, though, go a bit too far forward, I feel like. The Parabomb is very nice, though. Does take out the Mothership. Couple of Void Rays going down. The Corruptor count is not that high, though. Can he really punish as much as he wants to? I'm not quite sure. There's Void Rays on the other side of the map. The Hatchery goes down. The Hive is gone. The next Greatest Spire. This is the rebuilt Greatest Spire is taking damage as well. But Shino, this is one of Jumi's last bases on this map. Okay, he's got these 2 bases. These 2 bases in the bottom. Actually, he does have a base still here, but he's lost all of his probes on it. Shino, though, cannot afford to lose these Broodlords there. His only answer against any sort of ground remax from the Protoss. The Void Rays are still flying around, and he's only got 10 Corruptors, 4 Infestors, 1 Viper. Hard to deal with here. The Corruptors are like, hey, how dare you? And I think those carriers have gone too deep. Corruptors are not focus firing, though. He's not focus firing the carriers. He does get 2 of them. He'll kill the 3rd one that's being neuroparasited. Meanwhile, Ultra Cavern goes down to the Void Rays. More buildings going down there. Lings and Ultras will find the Dark Shrine, which is actually a very important snipe for late game, making sure he can't warp in any more Dark Templar. But oh no, the Greatest Spire. He never dealt with the Prism. It comes back in. The Zealots warp in. The Greatest Spire will be falling, and that is absolutely tragic. He's got to rebuild that Spire, but he can't because he lost his Hive, which means no more air units for you, Shino. Shino has a spawning pool, but no lair. Needs to build a lair. And then maybe needs to rebuild the infestation pit, because that might go down as well, as it's already off creep bleeding in the back of this main. Ultra's getting popped by the Void Rays, guys. I always describe popping a unit that you really wanted to kill much like a juicy ripe pimple. And he does try to burrow, but the Observer's there, and it says, I can see you, mate. Trying to hide as an Ultralisk by burrowing underground. Not the smartest. Spawning pool goes down, infestation pit goes down. Lair is being rebuilt on a very damaged hatchery. A little questionable. Lings will clear the top right. Shino hanging in this game. What's he got for anti? 16 Corruptors. Honestly, 4 Infestors, a Viper, some Spores, Queens. He actually can beat this air army. This is crazy. Dude, Shino's just got to defend the economy from the ground. And the Zerglings were more than a match for the Zealots. They're not necessarily anymore. The Zealots have +3 shield armor. They have +1 ground armor. They do have +3 attack. If you had +3 carapace, as Zerg, this would actually be massive here. For those who don't know, if you have equal upgrades, the Zealots will take 3 shots rather than 2 shots to kill a Zergling. But because he forgot to get that +3 carapace earlier in the game, it's really hurting his longevity. Corruptors do find the Void Rays. I don't think he killed any. He should get that Red Point one, surely. There's the Parabomb. Oh, he's going to run away, though. You see instantly 3 Void Rays die, and he splits away from the Parabomb. Oh, no, the Infestors get caught. Oh, no, the Vipers are out of energy. There's only one Viper. It's out of energy. The Infestors are gone. That's a disaster for Shino. Oh, man, that is really, really rough. And I think that should finish the game off because Jumi's got these 2 bases mining, has all the tech intact in the main, and you're trying to rebuild your tech from scratch, right? Spire's just now building. There's only 1-3 upgrades for the Zerg, whereas there's 3-2-3 for the Protoss. The Protoss upgrades are more complete. This hatchery got sniped, tries to rebuild. Zealots are going to find it. Zealots coming in to hit this tech, this production as well. And you can see it's more and more just a little island of Zerg down here. A last bastion where it looks like he's going to make his last stand. Much like in the Wings of Liberty cinematic when the Protoss try to defend against the endless waves of hybrids in the mission. Whispers of Doom, I think is what it was called. Fantastic mission. On the Nightmare mod, it was nightmarish. Very hard to take care of that mission. Took me many goes on the Nightmare mod difficulty. If you guys think the StarCraft campaign's not that difficult, you should try to download the Nightmare mod. It's amazing. I'd say it like triples the difficulty on the hardest. On the lower levels of difficulty, it also changes the gameplay a little bit because the enemy rebuilds in an organic way and actually uses their bases and tech to send assaults at you. So clearing out bases has a very tangible effect. Denying tech has a very tangible effect. And if you lower the difficulty, it basically is like, if you play on casual, it's kind of the same as normal. Normal's the same as hard. Hard's the same as brutal. Recommend that to anyone out there. And I will be continuing the Legacy Nightmare campaign soon. I took a big break from it because we just got so distracted by so many things going on, but we'll get back on it in a little bit. Void Rays coming forwards. We got Zealots running around the map. He's just getting cornered. Shino's getting pushed out of this game. Guys, what a banger series this is. I thought it would be like a quick cheesy series. I didn't think we'd be seeing a bloody hour-long friggin' just absolute barn burner, but this is fun. The 4-player maps are really interesting. Players figuring out new maps. The balance is kind of shaking everything up. Don't think the patches by any means really balanced ready or anything like that. And I really hope they put more follow-up patches, but it is really fun to see quite a few of the players thrown into chaotic situations. A lot of players you could just see are like kind of going in the game. You can see them kind of actively thinking and going, what is the best play here? And I guess we're so often used to seeing players in a position they've been in 1,000 times before and knowing exactly what to do. And it's kind of fun to see that uncertainty on both sides. Time Warp goes in. Those Broodlords, very vulnerable. Storm comes forward as well. The Void Ray, Carrier Tempest, sorry, could absolutely ruin this. Storm's on the Broods. Oh my god, those Broods need to get out of there. Oh, Shino stays a bit long. Does he get rid of the High Templar? There's still one High Templar left with full energy. I'm not sure if it's here or not. I think it's somewhere under that army. And it could still offer a few Storms and potential feedbacks, but the Zealots clearing everything up from the north. Going to go after that lair as well. Viper comes in. Big Parabomb on the Mama. Oh, he's going to go in, grabs a Carrier, but oh, the Corruptors eat a gigantic Storm. The Void Rays, they eat big Storm damage as well, but Shino knows he's done for. And Jumi, Proxy Stargate, corner base into absolute barn burner. What a game 2. Well played. Zealots and effing menace. My blood pressure is spiked. Indeed, that the lacking +3 carapace is so bad. Because if you don't get 2-shot by the Zealots, Adrenal Zerglings shit on Zealots in late game. I kid you not. Zerg is actually favored in that sort of mobility game late game, where the Protoss needs to add like an Archon or 2 and 8 Zealots. They need to, like, they can't just have a few Zealots. They have to have like little squads. Because otherwise they just get wrecked by a Zergling surround. Even with 2 Archons and 8 Zealots, sometimes you just surround it with Zerglings and it just dies so quickly because Adrenal Zerglings are so amazing. But lacking the +3 really hurt him. And that Prism just getting left in the corner next to the main, Shino didn't notice it.
That was the problem. Quick ad break, guys. Game 3 on lockdown. This could be 5 minutes. This could be 40 minutes. The only thing I know for sure is that Jumi's going to cheese the shit out of him, and that's going to be awesome. This is a banger, man. Was this even on the mainstream? Is anyone here seen this series before now? Shout out to Eon Blue for telling me to watch this one, by the way. Said this was a banger. Give us 3 minutes. We'll be right back. So good in the early stages. I loved his opening, but he just wasn't quite able to lean on top of his opponent. Max is so good at getting out of trouble. He's so good at fighting back in these longer games. The Dark Templar in the main base as well. And that's about all she wrote. He's going to do another zoning nuke. Oh, good storm. That was actually a big, juicy storm there. Morphing Archons on top of the nuke. Probably not the best. Classic! Classic! He didn't see it. He didn't see it. He hasn't seen it. He hasn't seen it. Oh my god. That is the pressure of playing Maru right there. Against any other opponent, in any other situation, Classic notices that nuke. But Maru puts so much pressure on that you lose track of what's going on. Let's rewind that one. And he did not see that red dot at all. You can leave if you want to. You can leave my game behind. And if you don't leave, then you're no friends of mine. Bow, bow, bow. NA ladder is very special today. NA ladder is very running out. They just don't have any hit points. I mean, you've even got barracks dying here. This is game over and lights out in game 1 of the semifinals. Because his mules are mining on the left, that's why Q is still in this game. Sorry, guys. I thought I timed that GG perfectly. I was like, he's 100% about to GG as I say that. You could tell I kind of just left it hanging because I was like, I am confident on this one. But there we go. There we go. And what I really want is StarCraft to be like this again, guys. I gotta say, I don't want this to be balanced for more than a few months. But I want a new patch every 6 months that puts stupid stuff like this in the game. And then 5 months in, we're really sick of it. It's overpowered. It's dumb. And then they remove it. They put new dumb stuff in the game. I mean, wouldn't this just be the dream? I love it. I don't know. At this point, and one of the, I'm like, screw making it a sport that never changes and never evolves. I'm all on board with this. I used to be like, give us a stable game that never changes for 20 years. These days, I've completely changed camps to just give me fun toilet button because that is friggin' hilarious. All right, the power of memes. The power of memes compels you. The power of memes compels you. Lasers. Our main base is just run out. We're back. Is Dark back? End of the year. I think maybe November, December, something like that. He said the end of 2026 he'll be back, so we've got a few months left to wait. Nortrum says Zealot is the weakest mineral-only unit in the game. Supply for supply. I would argue that the Zealot is definitely not the weakest. Every unit has strengths and weaknesses, and I think what a lot of people often forget is that the Zealot's strength is that it is much better against splash damage than the other basic units. So if you just compare the basic 3 starting units, Zealot, Zergling, Marine, Zerglings and Marines are much more lethal than Zealots in terms of like firepower density. For Zerglings, the DPS is just insane. You get surface area, they are by far infinitely better than Zerglings, Zealots, any other unit in the game. You just need to like not have them ever clumped into splash damage. They need to have surface area, so they need to be surrounding whatever targets they have. And those are 2 conditions that are very hard to meet, right? Especially at high level and the longer the game goes. Down and dirty, scrappy game like that one though, god tier unit. Amazing, because there's bases are spread out everywhere, they're not well defended. Suddenly the Zergling's mobility thrives and it can find those situations continually. The strength of the Zealot
is also you can warp it in your opponent's base, as French Monk said. That is true. But yeah, because the problem is it's so vulnerable to splash that the Zergling is kind of worthless in big battles, right? A lot of the time as the game scales on, if there's splash damage around, the Zergling's like quality can go down and down and down in terms of their efficiency the later the game goes. I'm not saying Zealots are an amazing late game unit either. You could argue end game you might rather have Zerglings rather than Zealots because they're good for running around and doing that job. Same thing with Marines. Marines scale way better. If you're just fighting pure Marines, Zergling, Zealots, the Marines are always going to win, right? The Marines, the fact that you have a super fast, ranged, high damage unit that can move around in a ball, just freaking gun everything down, crazy, insanely vulnerable to splash damage, right? Like the way they clump up, insanely vulnerable to splash damage to the point where it's kind of hilarious how different the outcome of fights are with Marines, where it's like you either destroy or get destroyed a lot of the time. So I think there's strengths to both, to all the different units, but I think they're all really good. I think one of the things about StarCraft 2 is all the basic units are incredibly top tier throughout most of the game. Whereas a lot of other games, like early game unit, you just build at the start a couple of them, and then it doesn't really continue being a useful unit, if that makes sense. All right, guys. Well, give me 1 second here. I just needed to... Forgot to grab something. About 30 seconds, okay? Sorry guys, I just started to feel a little bit lightheaded during my stream, and I just realized that basically there's actually been, compared to yesterday we had like a really salty opponent, or was that 2 days ago? I don't even, like I'm feeling so lightheaded right now. Today there's been no salt, and I just realized I think my electrolytes are a little bit depleted, and I'm kind of like, whoa. So you know what, I figured I could solve that. Maybe a tasty grapefruit flavored, sugar-free microlight electrolyte drink cube. Oh my, what's this from Water Drop that I just found on my kitchen counter and decided to make a delicious glass of right now? 700 milligram electrolyte vitamin blend, vitamins A, C, E, B1, B3, B5, B6, B7, and B12. Holy moly! Guys, it's one of the last days of, I think today is the last day actually of the Water Drop sale. You guys know they do Water Drop days. Basically, they just run like a global sale every now and then. And I think today is the last day of the Water Drop sales. It says until 7th July, get up to 50% off. And of course, you can use my code X5Pig, get 18% off the US, 15% off for the rest of the world. That's right, American privilege. Friggin' Americans. They get that extra 3%. Extra 3% Americans. If you guys want to help us out, I'm so happy. You'll notice that link has changed. That's not June, that's July. I told you guys, Water Drop got back on for the sponsorship. We hadn't been sponsored by them for quite a while. They used to sponsor us for a couple of years, and we love their products. But basically, just obviously, we ended that relationship at a certain point in time. They were trying other things. They came back in June, just for a single month. Apparently, you guys clicked the link, actually helped me out. Some of you went and bought some products, and that's why we've got another month of sponsorship. So thank you very much. We really appreciate you guys. Thank you so much. Show that I have real viewers, not bots. Click the link, check out the website, go over there. So this is the grapefruit microlight flavor. If you want some electrolyte flavors, you can go check it out. If you go flavors, up the top, hydration plus electrolytes probably has it in there. And you can see all these different flavors in here. So I think this is it, the grapefruit. Grapefruit. Yeah, they've changed the branding recently. They got like the recharge one. So this one, you can see I've got the old box art here, but it's the exact same product. So yeah, get after it, guys. It's friggin' awesome, man. I absolutely adore these. These are tasty, sugar-free, great gift to give over to your friends. I'm on the Australian site right now, so it might be slightly different prices since you guys might be using real money rather than Australian Monopoly money. So the numbers should be lower in terms of those prices. But make sure you use that code, guys. X5Pig. Click that link in the chat like I just was. And get a gift for a friend, family. Get yourself some sugar-free goodies. And it is very nice. I really enjoy
having sweet, delicious drinks without using any calories on it, guys. For those who don't know, we had a big weight loss journey, and I was smashing 1 to 2 of these pretty much every day for like the first few months of it when I was getting off eating as much sweet food. I was eating a lot of like cake before that, a lot of junk food, and I would always like I'd be like, man, I just want something sweet and tasty, and I'd smash one of these electrolyte ones after having a nice long run, and I was like, oh, kind of feels like a nice treat, tastes delicious, and it's really good. The water bottles look really nice. They're amazing. You guys know I've been using this one forever. You guys always see me drinking with this on stream, whether they're sponsoring me or not. All their thermoses are really top tier. Dot has one permanently in the fridge with cold water, and then when her bottle empties, she trades it out. It puts one in the fridge to become cold, and it stays cold all day on her bedside table as well. So it's a good product. Thank you, Waterdrop. We appreciate you guys. Back to the cast. Let's get after it. Wow, you have your own electrolyte line? Are you calling me a grapefruit, mate? You calling me a grapefruit? Is that an insult? I don't know. I kind of like grapefruit's kind of cool. I like it. Where's the pig, fat pig photos from before? Just Google pig, it'll come up. All right. Pig StarCraft. Let's see what the most fat photo I can find of myself is on Google Images. Oh, we've gone and mostly removed them from the algorithm. I definitely was a bit heavier there, you can tell, but you can see Smart wearing a nice loose shirt. So you can the man boobs are only slightly poking through there, which is good. Smart, little chubbier there as well. The thing is, I carry weight pretty well. Like, I hide it. It's only if my shirt's off where you see my gut hanging out, you know. So none of these are too bad. No, these are all pretty right. These are all right. Oh, look at this. This is 2012 or something. Holy crap. Oh my god, David Kim is like six years old. Young Grubby, Wyra. Oh my god, Soccer and everyone. The old crew, man. The old crew. I think this was I Am Cologne 2012, I think. Damn, it's a long time. Oh, man. Oh, look at that. Dude, I look real jowly there, don't I? Oh, my lord. Yeah. That's cool. Anyone else getting insane amounts of ZVZ and ladder? Some days I was, other days no. You ain't even tracking the 100 kilograms? I've never been above 100. My last weight loss, I got all the way up to, was it... Where was I up to? 96 or something? Something crazy. Was it 96? No, 90. I was just below 90 kilos. I got up to like 89.6 on my recent one. And I got down to 74.4. So was that 15.2 kilos down? It's good. Yeah. All right, guys. Game 3. Shino in the bottom side. Jumi in the top side. Let's go. It's going to be lockdown for game 3. Is Shino going to cheese this time? If I was Shino, I'd be sick of defending all game. I'd be like, screw this, man. I want to get aggressive. Screw this guy. You know, I wonder if he delays his chrono on purpose so that his 12 pylon comes out at a specific moment to, like, block a really early hatch first or something. Because I do think 6.5 seconds is optimal. I think his chrono is later than it should be. I could be totally wrong, of course. But I think a lot of people have been very slow on their chrono. And I do think I have the best chrono timing. I would like to see a Protoss player prove me wrong. Always keen. I've spent a lot of time studying build orders over the last week or so. So many openings for each race to study. It feels like I kind of just want to play one race and iterate with it. But then there's so many like opening questions I have every time I watch a pro series. And I'm like, is this optimal? Is this actually good? I need to go test this. Chat says Shino should just build a hatchery through the diagonal section in Jumi's wall off. Easy way to get in. Oh, Age of Empires cheese references. Oh my. For those who don't know, there is a trick you can do. So you can build a wall off, right? But the way that the kind of grid system works, if you've got a wall off like this in Age of Empires, right? The grid will kind of create these little diagonal corners. And if you walk up to the diagonal corner, you can build across the corner. So you can build things behind your opponent's wall with a villager on the little diagonal. And it's a very dirty trick. So often if you start breaking someone's wall down, they'll build another bit of wall behind it. But if you can come in and build something in the way to stop them building a second layer of wall off. There's a lot of jank you can do in Age of Empires 2. The glory of old games. StarCraft 1 has a lot of weird jank. Age of Empires 2 does. StarCraft 2, not as much weird jank. It's, you know, a game that came out in 2010. It's a bit smoother in the engine. It's a bit cleaner in the way things are organized. But I think the joy of old games is they are coded in a way which is so funky and so cute. I think one of the cool things as well, I think also, I haven't actually watched that series yet, but I heard that the Vietnamese player, ACCM, he also picked up units into a siege tower, sorry, not a siege workshop, dropped them across a wall, which is what it's meant to do. It's meant to plop units over a wall, but they're not meant to be able to get out. They're meant to be stuck in the enemy's base at that point. But he also moved the units up to the diagonal and was able to load them back into the siege tower across the wall. So he's able to hop in and out of his opponent's base, which is not meant to be possible. So that's kind of the latest drama in the AoE 2 scene after the recent tournament over the weekend. Kind of funny. StarCraft 2, we've had various janky, funny things over the years, but they all were very quickly patched out. I think sometimes a lot of modern game companies actually patch out jank that should stay in the game. But I think a lot of the time it's hard as a game designer because people will complain about things like this. Oh, speaking of things like this, I don't know, this is not actually a good segue at all. He cancels the Stargate, builds a delayed Twilight. Jumi is like 100% just like, screw you, I am not going to play in any way predictably. Shino's going fast lair. Wait, what? Is Shino going to do a 2-base Hydra timing with this awkward 3rd base? Oh my lord. If you go Glaive Adepts as Jumi, I think that could beat that, but it's going to be so weird because neither side is going to realize the other's doing an all-in. And that's going to create some proper weird. Depths coming in as well. Oh my lord, wake up, wake up! Shino not watching for a second there. Oh, luckily Jumi didn't target fire immediately. Still 3 drones. Oh, youchies. 3 drones going down for free. That hurts, man. I think this has got to be a Hydra build. There's no way this is Spire. Going Spire this early against Protoss is for insane people. Problem is, yes, he goes Hydra and he tries to hide it in the back, but it is Glaive Adepts and lots of gateways. Oh, man. Jumi, and he's gonna sneak down the left. Oh, I feel like Shino should have learned his lesson. There should be Lings scouring every single corner of this map. This is if you guys didn't play back in Heart of the Swarm and Wings of Liberty, like the modern Zergs, they don't know, man. They don't know the trauma that we had to go through. Back in the day, every second ZVP in a tournament would be a warp prism fly into your main, drop a sentry, force field your ramp, warp in a bunch of units, and they just keep force fielding your ramp, and you'd never get back into your main. Like that's what Wings of Liberty was. These kids, they grew up in the friggin' era where all the crazy janky cheese is being patched out of the game. They don't know. They don't know the fear of the hidden pylon, man. You can't let that pylon go up, bro. He is getting Hydras. He might get a critical mass of Hydras. And you can beat this with a critical mass of Hydras. Where are all the Adepts? Where are all the Adepts, guys? I guess he's just gone so many gateways, he doesn't have many. He's going to warp them in now. DTs will come in behind that as well. If you get enough Hydras, you can sometimes beat this, but Glaive Adepts en masse, really good against Hydra Zergling. They do massive bonus of that damage. Adepts here going around the bottom side. So he wants to shade in from this side while these guys come from that side, but I think he's showing his hand a bit too early, no? Might be. He's getting blocked by a changeling right now. He sees the Hydras. Getting a Hydra kill to start would be legendary, but he goes on past this. Instead, he's going to go after the economy, but he's not focus firing right now. Lings are on top. These Adepts trying to micro away. The Lings trying to hold him in still so the Hydras can actually kill those units. Adepts, they do actually cancel the shades, all but one. Only one Adept shades down there. These guys are there. The Queen goes down. 8 workers have fallen. These Adepts, an absolute disaster for Shino. Shino tried to go for the quick Hydras, which is a cute way of mixing it up. I really like the idea, but did not realize that cancelled Stargate came into the Glaive Adept. Loses 11 drones. Nonetheless, he cleans the Adepts up. This is still a very close game. Up 11 workers is Jumi. Jumi's going to keep attacking. Jumi's still thinking about a 3rd base. He needs to think about not dying. He finally realizes, wait a second, I might die. He needs to full wall his base right now just to buy time. His Adepts are going to ruin the economy of Shino, but Shino's whole army pulls home for these Adepts. That's a disaster. Queen goes down in the natural. The Adepts evicting the drones from the main base as well. Where are the Dark Templar? First one walks in. He's going to show his Dark Templar a bit too early, unfortunately. And the Overseer is right next to it, which does really, really hurt. Depth shading in there. Going to get jumped on by the Hydras. Drones running away from the Dark Templar on the right side. Jumi needs to just play 2 base. He needs to stop thinking about a third. His Protoss instinct here, his 12-worker instinct is take a 3rd base, but it looks like he's combating that. He's taking a Robo, a 4th gas. And he needs to just make as many units as he can. Now, he's very used to warp gates, but I actually think if these were in regular gateway form, he could kind of pump out more than enough units off just 4 or 5 gateways. As it is, Shino desperately trying to recover. Shino does have Hydras up, which are a good unit, but dude, he's once again looking in the wrong direction for the proxy. He just looked in the bottom, moved out of position. He's losing even more drones. Oh no, he moved his whole army out of position. I thought Shino would stabilize, guys. Sorry, I just spat on my microphone. Apologies. 6 drones do go down. Dark Templar is going to try and escape now before the Overseer gets back. He's thinking about it. He's dead. No, I think Shino sees that surely. Maybe. No. No, Shino! He's not been spotting the Dark Templar. Too much adrenaline playing a big tournament. And here comes 15 more Adepts in a gigantic conga line. They're like, what battle formation do you want, sir? And he's like, are you familiar with the old Nokia phone? And you're like, yes. And he's like, what was my favorite game on it? Can you guess? And they're like, sir, is this a roundabout way of telling us to assume the snake formation? He's like, yes! Let's go, snake! 3310, let's go! He's going to go in there right now. The Hydras and drones trying to pull back. The Adepts shading forwards. The truly greatest era of phone gaming was the early 2000s, guys. What can I say? Tetris and Snake was what it was all about. The Adepts taking down the hatchery there in the 3rd. DT's in the main. And I think Jumi's doing enough damage to put him in the ground. He's still got to be afraid of those Hydras, though, man. The DT trying to run around to the right side. The Adepts trying to move up into the main base. Oh, whatever happened to Nokia anyway? Are they a Finnish company, by the way, guys? They probably had to sell them to fund the giant resources needed to grow Cyril's brain as large as it was. Anyways, Depths and DT's trying to pull away right now. He's done great damage, but what's the follow-up for Jumi? It's more Adepts. Oh, no. Oh, no. Wait, Jumi doesn't have a follow-up. He's rallied a random immortal across the map. Is this one of these games where he spends so long butchering the economy of Zerg? The economy's already basically dead that he, like, throws the game? Jumi, don't do it. Don't do it, Jumi. Keep it together. You're ahead. Just chill. The Hydra's getting good fights, but oh, Shino, F2's back. And the DTs are going to massacre the work. Nah, Shino's just taking too much damage, I think. The DTs find the 3rd. They find the drones. Shino would need a miracle to get back in this game. There's massive depths and batteries at home. And Jumi is running circles around him. Well played by Jumi. Just Jumi through the kitchen sink at Shino. I think for Shino, it was all about missing those pylons on the edges of the maps in multiple games. And I really think this series teaches us one thing more than ever. And that is any Zerg who didn't play in the old days, 15 years ago, needs to basically be given, like, you know, was it A Clockwork Orange where they force them to watch like the crazy brainwashing movie or whatever? They need that, but it's just, we need someone to just create like a montage of Jaedong shift clicking 400 times along every single corner of the edge of the map to make his Zerglings find every single pylon positioning possible. That is what is missing in this situation. The doorbell's ringing, but I'm ignoring it, guys, because this game's about to be ogre, man. Jumi's going to shut Shino down right now. He's going to just absolutely smash him right there. Oh, here we go. I think Jumi's got too good of a defensive stance. He's got a Nexus in the corner again. A stylish way to finish this bad boy off. Yep, shade in. Jumi, of course. I would like to see Colossus. Would be amazing, yeah. Just to secure the deal. But honestly, he might be able to shade on top. He's got a similar army supply. He's got +1, +2s on the way. Armor would be amazing here as well. Ooh, here we go. Robo Bay coming in. Chat's telling me apparently during this tournament there were multiple matches where Jumi accidentally rallied a Colossus into his opponent's main base. That's the Warp Prism. That's the Warp Prism / Observer rally point, guys. That's what that is. Guys, Jumi can't get down his ramp. Shino's kind of bullying him. Shino's on 36 workers in 2 base. The Adepts are going to commit. The Hydras have enough numbers. They're kind of gunning down the DTs, but oh, they're so fragile. They're so fragile. They're all getting gunned down. Adepts getting into the natural as well. That Queen will fall. And these Adepts just causing so much damage. Poor Shino, man. Fought really well from behind, but Jumi is just a friggin' force to be reckoned with, isn't he? He came out with some dirty plans. I always like when Jumi switches into this mode. Jumi will just have tournaments where he goes into just all these insane timings, takes some gambles, does some weird pushes. Isn't afraid to take the risks, and I think it creates some really fun dynamics. He's got that corner base mining now, so he's way ahead in income. First Colossus is on the way, which is going to be a total game changer. We'll see how he goes, man. I love the corner bases as well. Corner base, two games in this series. And I mean, in a game like this where it's hard to establish the third because you've committed so much army to ruin your opponent's economy, it just makes sense. Makes sense. Same with the Proxy Oracle in that other game. The Lings do find the corner base, and Shino's like, not again! Reliving the torture of game 2. And at least there's no mothership this time around. Or as Zerg players like to call it, the mothershit. Depths do get taken down. There's still pylons. You got to clear this, buddy. Where are they coming from, Shino? I mean, Shino's obviously way behind. He's traumatized from all these run-bys, but the fact that these 2 pylons, neither of them got found is crazy. That engine is going hard off the side of this space platform, by the way. Ling's going to go for a bit of a run-by. Finds himself a couple of Adepts caught out in the open. Not a bad move, but Colossus saves the day. Adepts are in there again. Again from the proxy pylon. Jumi, leave him alone. At this point, you're just bullying. Leave the bloody Zerg players. Oh my god, killing the Zerglings. The Adepts are getting shaded to the main as well. Oh my lord. Absolute bully. Shino's like, I killed a hatchery, a Nexus and 6 probes. Comes home. The hamlet has been burnt down. Your houses, your fields have been sown with salt. Your village is burnt to just ash. People have left. Nothing will ever grow there again. And unfortunately, that's what Shino's returning to right now. It's an empty, sad Zerg main base. I just want to see him find the pylon. That's all I want to see is Shino go up and clear the pylon. But no, they're just going to keep coming. They're just going to keep coming. Again. 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 12 workers only. Shino's deep in the dumpster. Technically has an army supply advantage, guys. But with Colossus and Adept out, even down in army supply, 2 Colossus now, that's too much. The DT did get cleaned up. Well done. Shino's on pure Hydra against Adept Colossus, which is a rough situation. Colossus countered this army so nicely, man. And as long as the Colossus don't get focused down, he should be fine. Probes pulled into the fight. One Colossus actually gets jumped on, but whenever you start a step forward like that, you clump up the Colossus beams. There's DT in the main. Shino taps out. Jumi with some delectable cheese. Some lovely hidden pylons on the edges of the map, taking advantage of that buff to the fast warp-ins. And good to see that in action in a Premier tournament between these 2 players who are ranked in the 60s in the world. Very good pro gamers. GG, well played. Hope you guys enjoyed that series. Shout out to Eon Blue, who I think was the first person who recommended that series to me. That was really fun. I'll keep on casting the highlight series from Home Story Cup. If you guys have any other recommendations of absolute bangers you want to see me cover, let me know in the comments and we'll add those to the list. See you guys next time. Goodbye and good night. How many times do we need to teach you this lesson, old man? That was not my wife, right? Ringing on the doorbell? No, it was probably like delivery or something. So screw that. What a drop. Nice. So glad, guys. We've had like a long time with basically no sponsors, so it's kind of nice to have some sponsorships coming in this month. Really cool. For Jumi and Shino. And then oh yeah, and then that is the little guide we did before, wasn't it? Wave Pool ZVT is the other one from earlier. Awesome. Limbo should have good matches. He is the Cheese King. True that. Alright guys, I'm going to be a mature boy. We're going to have a sub 6 hour stream, which is crazy for me. Not just sub 10 hours, which is rare for me these days. As well. Sub 6 hours. Because we've been grinding. grinding our asses off, okay? So I just want to say big thanks for the love. I appreciate all of you. You guys are really cool. We raided Cats yesterday. Let's raid my Age of Empires coach Survivalist today. Man's a legend. Grinding Age of Empires all day, every day. And he's playing my other coach, Fire. Looks like. Survivalist versus Fire. On one of the aggro maps. Is this, this one's not Haboob, is it? It's because it's got water on the edges. They just, oh, it's mega random. Bengalis versus Hindustanis. Oh, very cool. All right, guys, have some fun over there. Have some fun with Serve. I'll see you guys later. I'll be back tomorrow, but I'll put up that guide on the wave pool ZVT style. I think that's really fun, just the waves of Zerg. Yeah, I'll also put up that cast there as well. But cool to see. I will absolutely have a day grinding some Terran openings and seeing what I like the feel of. I have a feeling we're going to be kind of going command center first into 2-base timing. Is I think what I'm going to be looking for in TVZ.
Wait,
I think CC first into 2-base timing is or some sort of 1 barracks marine pressure to snipe overlords. I don't think that's going to be amazing. But Big, you have all those electrolytes. I need food though. I haven't had lunch, man, and it's 2 p.m. So yeah, gonna try and get on a normal schedule. And sun goes down really early, middle of winter here. I'm gonna go get a run in before the sun goes down. So I'm gonna eat some lunch, get a run in, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Thanks for hanging out. We will be on for the Pigasaur Cup tomorrow, guys. Pigasaur Cup. See you guys then.
I don't have
Bye-bye.
the food income anyways.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.